Prologue of The Bronze Eagle, a story of the 100 Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Bronze Eagle, a story of the 100 Days by Baroness ORCZY. Prologue. The landing at Juan. The perfect calm of an early spring dawn lies over headland and sea. Hardly a ripple stirs the blue cheek of the bay. The softness of departing night lies upon the bosom of the Mediterranean like the dew upon the heart of a flower. A silent dawn. Veils of transparent grays and purples and mauves still conceal the distant horizon. Breathless calm rests upon the water, and that odd hush which at times descends upon nature herself when the finger of destiny marks an eventful hour. But now the gray and the purple veils beyond the headland are lifted one by one. The mist of dawn rises upwards like the smoke of incense from some giant censers swung by unseen, mighty hands. The sky above is of a translucent green, studded with stars that blink and now are slowly extinguished one by one. The green has turned to silver, and the silver to lemon gold. The veils beyond the upland are flying in the wake of departing night. The lemon gold turns to glowing amber, anon to orange and crimson, and far inland the mountain peaks, peeping shyly through the mist, blush a vivid rose to find themselves so fair. And to the south, there where fiery sea blends and merges with fiery sky, a tiny black speck has just come into view. Larger and larger it grows as it draws nearer to the land. Now it seems like a bird with wings outspread, an eagle flying swiftly to the shores of France. In the bay, the fisher folk who are making ready for their day's work pause a moment as they haul up their nets. With rough brown hands held above their eyes, they look out upon that black speck, curious, interested, for the ship is not one they have seen in these waters before. "'Tis the Emperor come back from Elba," says someone. The men laugh and shrug their shoulders. That tale has been told so often in these parts during the past year. The good folk have ceased to believe in it. It has almost become a legend now, that story that the Emperor was coming back, their Emperor, the man with the battered hat and the grey redingote, the people's Emperor, he who led them from victory to victory, whose eagles soared above every capital and every tower in Europe, he who made France glorious and respected, her citizens men, her soldiers heroes. And with stately majesty the dawn yields today. The last tones of orange have faded from the sky. It is once more of a translucent green, merging into sapphire overhead, and the great orb in the east rises from out the trammels of the mist, and from awakening earth and sea comes the great love call, the triumphant call of day. And far away upon the horizon to the south, the black speck becomes more distinct and more clear. It takes shape, substance, life. It divides and multiplies, for now there are 3 or 4 specks silhouetted against the sky, not 3 or 4, but 5, no, 6, No, 7. 7 black specks, which detach themselves one by one from another and from the vagueness beyond. Experienced eyes scan the horizon with enthusiasm and excitement, which threaten to blur the clearness of their vision. Anyone with an eye for sea-going craft can distinguish that topsail schooner there, well ahead of the rest of the tiny fleet, skimming the water with swift grace, and immediately behind her the three-masted polacca. Have we not seen her in these waters before? And the 2 graceful feluccas, whose lateen sails look so like the outspread wings of a bird. But it is on the schooner that all eyes are riveted now. She skips along so fast that within an hour her pennant is easily distinguishable, red and white, the flag of Elba, of that diminutive toy kingdom which for the past 12 months has been ruled over by the mightiest conqueror this modern world has ever known. The flag of Elba, then it is the Emperor coming back. A crowd had gathered on the headland now, a crowd made up of barefooted fisher folk, men, women, children, and of the laborers from the neighboring fields and vineyards. They have all come to greet the Emperor, the man with the battered hat, and the grey redingote, the curious flashing eyes and mouth that always spoke genial words to the people of France. Traitors turned against him, Ney, de Marmont, Bernadotte, those on whom he had showered the full measure of his friendship, whom he had loaded with honours, with glory, and with wealth. Foreign armies joined in coalition against France, and forced the people's emperor to leave his country, which he loved so well, had sent him to humiliation and to exile. But he had come back, as all his people had always said that he would. He had come back. There was the topsail schooner that was bringing him home so swiftly now. Another hour, and the schooner's name can be deciphered quite easily, La Inconstante, and that of the polacca, Le Saint-Esprit, and beyond these, L'Etoile and Saint Joseph, Caroline, and the entire little fleet flies the flag of Elba. The Emperor has come back. Barefooted fisherfolk whisper it among themselves. The labourers in the valley call the news to those upon the hills. Why, after another hour or so, there are those among the small knot who stand congregated on the highest point of the headland, who swear that they can see the Emperor standing on the deck of the La Inconstante. He wears a black bicorn hat and his grey redingote. He is pacing up and down the deck of the schooner, his hands held behind his back in the manner so familiar to the people of France, and on his hat is pinned the tricolour of France. Everyone on shore who is on the lookout for the schooner now can see the tricolour quite plainly. A mighty shout escapes the lusty throats of the men on the beach. The women are on the verge of tears from sheer excitement, and that shout is repeated again and again, and sends its ringing echo from cliff to cliff and from fort to fort, as the red and white pennant of the kingdom of Elba is hauled down from the ship's stern, and the tricolour flag, the flag of liberty and of regenerate France, is hoisted in its stead. The soft breeze from the south unfurls its folds, and these respond to his caress. The red, white, and blue make a trenchant note of colour now against the tender hues of the sea, flaunting its triumphant message in the face of awakening nature. The eagle has left the bounds of its narrow cage of Elba. It has taken wing over the blue Mediterranean. Within an hour, perhaps, or two, it will rest on the square church tower of Antibes, but not for long. Soon it will take to its adventurous flight again, and soar over valley and mountain peak, from church belfry to church belfry, till it finds its resting place upon the towers of Notre Dame. 1 hour after noon, the curtain has risen upon the first act of the most adventurous tragedy the world has ever known. Napoleon Bonaparte has landed in the Bay of Juan with 1,100 men and 4 guns to reconquer France and the sovereignty of the world. 600 of his old guard, 60 of his Polish light cavalry, 300 or 400 Corsican chasseurs. Thus did that sublime adventurer embark upon an expedition the most mad, the most daring, the most heroic, the most egotistical, the most tragic, and the most glorious which recording destiny has ever written in the book of this world. The boats were lowered at 1 hour after noon, and the landing was slowly and methodically begun. Too slowly for the patience of the old guard, the old growlers with grizzled moustache and furrowed cheeks, down which tears of joy and enthusiasm were trickling at sight of the shores of France. They were not going to wait for the return of those boats which had conveyed the Polish troopers on shore. They took to the water and waded across the bay, tossing the salt spray all around them as they trod the shingle, like so many shaggy dogs enjoying a bath. And when 600 fur bonnets darkened the sands of the bay at the foot of the tower of La Gabelle, such a shout of Viva l'Empereur went forth from 600 lusty throats, that the midday spring air vibrated with kindred enthusiasm for miles and miles around. End of prologue. Chapter 1, Part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The glorious news. Where the broad highway between Grenoble and Gap parts company from the turbulent Drac, and after crossing the ravine of Valks, skirts the plateau of La Motte, with its magnificent panorama of forests and mountain peaks, a narrow bridle path strikes off at a sharp angle on the left, and in wayward curves continues its length through the woods upwards to the hamlet of Valks and the shrine of Notre Dame. Far away to the west, the valley of the Drac lies encircled by the pine-covered slopes of the Lons range, whilst towering some 7,000 and more feet up the snow-clad crest of Grand Moucherolle glistens like a sea of myriads of rose-colored diamonds under the kiss of the morning sun. There was more than a hint of snow in the sharp, stinging air this afternoon, even down in the valley, and now the keen wind from the northeast whipped up the faces of the two riders as they turned their horses at a sharp trot up the bridle path. Though it was not long since the sun had first peeped out above the forests of Pelvoux, the riders looked as if they had already a long journey to their credit. Their horses were covered with sweat and sprinkled with lather, and they themselves were plentifully bespattered with mud, for the road in the valley was soft after the thaw. But despite probable fatigue, both sat their horse with that ease and unconscious grace which marks the man accustomed to hard and constant riding, though to the experienced eye there would appear a vast difference in the style and manner in which each horseman handled his mount. One of them had the rigid precision of bearing which denotes military training. He was young and slight of build, with unruly dark hair fluttering round the temples from beneath his white sugar-loaf hat, and escaping the trammels of the neatly tied black silk bow at the nape of the neck. He held himself very erect, and rode his horse on the curb, the reins gathered tightly in one gloved hand, and that hand held closely and almost immovably against his chest. The other sat more carelessly, though in no way more loosely, in his saddle. He gave his horse more freedom, with a chain snaffle and reins hanging lightly between his fingers. He was obviously taller and probably older than his companion, broader of shoulder and fairer of skin. You might imagine him riding this same powerful mount across a sweep of open country, but his friend you would naturally picture to yourself in uniform on the parade ground. The riders soon left the valley of the Drac behind them. On ahead, the path became very rocky, winding its way beside a riotous little mountain stream, whilst higher up still, peeping through the intervening trees, the whitewashed cottages of the tiny hamlet glimmered with dazzling clearness in the frosty atmosphere. At a sharp bend of the road, which effectually revealed the foremost of these cottages, distant less than 2 kilometers now, the younger of the two men drew rein suddenly, and lifting his hat with outstretched arm high above his head, he gave a long sigh, which ended in a kind of exultant call of joy. "There is Notre Dame de Vaux," he cried at the top of his voice, and hat still in hand, he pointed to the distant hamlet. "There's the spot where, before the sun darts its midday rays upon us, I shall hear great and glorious and authentic news of him from a man who has seen him as lately as 48 hours ago, who has touched his hand, heard the sound of his voice, seen the look of confidence and of hope in his eyes. Oh," he went on speaking with extraordinary volubility, "it is all too good to be true. Since yesterday I have felt like a man in a dream. I haven't lived. I have scarcely breathed. The other man broke in upon his ravings with a good-humoured growl. "You have certainly behaved like an escaped lunatic since early this morning, my good de Marmont," he said dryly. "Don't you think that, as we shall have to mix again with our fellow men presently, you might try to behave with some semblance of reasonableness?" But de Marmont only laughed. He was so excited that his lips trembled all the time. His hand shook, and his eyes glowed, just as if some inward fire was burning deep down in his soul. "No, I can't," he retorted. "I want to shout, and to sing, and to cry, 'Viva l'Empereur!' till those frowning mountains over there echo with my shouts, and I'll have none of your English stiffness and reserve and curbing of enthusiasm to-day. I am a lunatic, if you will, an escaped lunatic, if to be mad with joy be a proof of insanity. Clifford, my dear friend," he added more soberly, "I am honestly sorry for you to-day." "Thank you," commented his companion dryly. "May I ask how I have deserved this genuine sympathy?" "Well, because you are an Englishman, and not a Frenchman," said the younger man earnestly. "Because you, as an Englishman, must desire Napoleon's downfall, his humiliation, perhaps his death, instead of exulting in his glory, trusting in his star, believing in him, following him. If I were not a Frenchman on a day like this, if my nationality or my patriotism demanded that I should fight against Napoleon, that I should hate him or vilify him, I firmly believe that I would turn my sword against myself, so shamed should I feel in my own eyes." It was the Englishman's turn to laugh, and he did it very heartily. His laugh was quite different to his friend's. It had more enjoyment in it, more good temper, more appreciation of everything that tends to gaiety in life, and more direct defiance of what is gloomy. He, too, had reined in his horse, presumably in order to listen to his friend's enthusiastic tirades, and as he did so, there crept into his merry, pleasant eyes a quaint look of half contemptuous tolerance, tempered by kindly humour. "Well, you see, my good de Marmont," he said, still laughing, "you happen to be a Frenchman, a visionary, and weaver of dreams. Believe me," he added more seriously, "if you had the misfortune to be a prosy, shopkeeping Englishman, you would certainly not commit suicide just because you could not enthuse over your favourite hero. But you would realize soberly and calmly that while Napoleon Bonaparte is allowed to rule over France, or over any country for the matter of that, there will never be peace in the world or prosperity in any land." The younger man made no reply. A shadow seemed to gather over his face, a look almost of foreboding, as if fate, that already lay in wait for the great adventurer, had touched the young enthusiast with a warning finger. Whereupon Clifford resumed gaily once more. "Shall we," he said, "go slowly on now as far as the village? It is not yet 10 o'clock. Emery cannot possibly be here before noon." He put his horse to a walk, de Marmont keeping close behind him, and in silence the two men rode up the incline toward Notre Dame de Vaux. On ahead, the pines and beech and birch became more sparse, disclosing the great patches of moss-covered rock upon the slopes of Pelvoux. On Taillefer the eternal snows appeared wonderfully near in the brilliance of this early spring atmosphere, and here and there on the roadside bunches of wild crocus and of snowdrops were already visible, rearing their delicate corollas up against a background of moss. The tiny village, still far away, lay in the peaceful hush of a Sunday morning. Only from the little chapel which holds the shrine of Notre Dame came the sweet, insistent sound of the bell calling the dwellers of these mountain fastnesses to prayer. The northeasterly wind was still keen, but the sun was gaining power as it rose well above Pelvoux, and the sky over the dark forests and snow-crowned heights was of a glorious and vivid blue. The words Auberge du Grand Dauphin looked remarkably inviting, written in bold, shiny black characters on the whitewashed wall of one of the foremost houses in the village. The riders drew rein once more, this time in front of the little inn, and as a young ostler in blue blouse and sabots came hurriedly and officiously forward, whilst mine host, in the same attire, appeared in the doorway, the two men dismounted, unstrapped their mantles from their saddle bows, and loudly called for mulled wine. Mine host, typical of his calling and of his race, rubicund of cheek, portly of figure, and genial in manner, was over anxious to please his guests. It was not often that gentlemen of such distinguished appearance called at the Auberge du Grand Dauphin, seeing that Notre Dame de Vaux lies perdu on the outskirts of the forests of Pelvoux, that the bridle path, having reached the village, leads nowhere save into the mountains, and that La Motte is close by with its medicinal springs and its fine hostels. But these two highly distinguished gentlemen evidently meant to make a stay of it. They even spoke of a friend who would come and join them later, when they would expect a substantial déjeuner to be served with the best wine mine host could put before them. Annette, mine host's dark-eyed daughter, was all aflutter at sight of these gallant strangers, one of them with such fiery eyes and vivacious ways, and the other so tall and so dignified, with fair skin, well bronzed by the sun, and large firm mouth that had such a pleasant smile on it. Her eyes sparkled at sight of them both, and her glib tongue rattled away at truly astonishing speed. Would a well-baked omelette and a bit of fricandeau suit the gentleman? Admirably. Ah, well then, that could easily be done. And now, in the meanwhile, only good mulled wine? That would present no difficulty either. 5 minutes for it to get really hot, as Annette had made some the previous day for her father, who had been on a tiring errand up to Lamur, and had come home cold and starved, and it was specially good, all the better for having been hotted up once or twice, and the cloves and nutmeg having soaked in for nearly 24 hours. Where would the gentleman have it? Outside in the sunshine? Well, it was very cold, and the wind biting, but the gentleman had mantles, and she, Annette, would see that the wine was piping hot. 5 minutes, and everything would be ready. What? The tall, fair-skinned gentleman wanted to wash? What a funny idea! Hadn't he washed this morning when he got up? He had? Well, then, why should he want to wash again? She, Annette, managed to keep herself quite clean all day, and didn't need to wash more than once a day. But there, strangers had funny ways with them. She guessed at once that Monsieur was a stranger, he had such a fair skin and light brown hair. Well, so long as Monsieur wasn't English, for the English she detested. Why did she detest the English? Because they made war against France. Well, against the Emperor anyhow, and she, Annette, firmly believed that if the English could get hold of the Emperor, they would kill him. Oh yes, they would put him on an island peopled by cannibals, and let him be eaten, bones, marrow, and all. And Annette's dark eyes grew very round and very big as she gave forth her opinion upon the barbarous hatred of the English for l'Empereur. She prattled on very gaily and very volubly, while she dragged a couple of chairs out into the open, and placed them well in the lee of the wind, and brought a couple of pewter mugs, which she set on the table. She was very much interested in the tall gentleman who had availed himself of her suggestion to use the pump at the back of the house, since he was so bent on washing himself, and she asked many questions about him from his friend. 10 minutes later, the steaming wine was on the table in a huge china bowl, and the Englishman was ladling it out with a long-handled spoon, and filling the 2 mugs with the deliciously scented cordial. Annette had disappeared into the house in response to a peremptory call from her father. The chapel bell had ceased to ring long ago, and she would miss hearing Mass altogether to-day, and Monsieur le Curé, who came on alternate Sundays all the way from La Motte to celebrate divine service, would be very angry indeed with her. Well, that couldn't be helped. Annette would have loved to go to Mass, but the 2 distinguished gentlemen expected their friend to arrive at noon, and the déjeuner to be quite ready by then. So she comforted her conscience with a few prayers said on her knees before the picture of the Holy Virgin, which hung above her bed, after which she went back to her housewifely duty with a light heart, but not before she had decided an important point in her mind, namely, which of those 2 handsome gentlemen she liked the best, the dark one with the fiery eyes that expressed such bold admiration of her young charms, or the tall one with the earnest grey eyes, who looked as if he could pick her up like a feather and carry her running all the way to the summit of Taillefer. Annette had indeed made up her mind that the giant with the soft brown hair and winning smile was, on the whole, the more attractive of the 2. The 2 friends, with mantles wrapped closely round them, sat outside the Grand Dauphine, all unconscious of the problem which had been disturbing Annette's busy little brain. The steaming wine had put plenty of warmth into their bones, and though both had been silent while they sipped their first mugful, it was obvious that each was busy with his own thoughts. Then suddenly the young Frenchman put his mug down and leaned with both elbows upon the rough deal table, because he wanted to talk confidentially with his friend, and there was never any knowing what prying ears might be about. I suppose, he said, even as a deep frown told of puzzling thoughts within the mind, I suppose that when England hears the news, she will up and at him again, attacking him, snarling at him, even before he has had time to settle down upon his reconquered throne. That throne is not reconquered yet, my friend, retorted the Englishman dryly, nor has the news of this mad adventure reached England so far. But when it does, broke in de Marmont sombrely, your Castlereagh will rave, and your Wellington will gather up his armies to try and crush the hero whom France loves and acclaims. Will France acclaim the hero? There's the question. The army will, the people will. Clifford shrugged his shoulders. The army, yes, he said slowly, but the people? What people? The peasantry of Provence and the Dauphine, perhaps. What about the townfolk, your mayors and prefects, your tradespeople, your shopkeepers who have been ruined by the wars which your hero has made to further his own ambition? Don't say that, Clifford. once more broke in de Marmont, and this time more vehemently than before. "When you speak like that, I could almost forget our friendship." "Whether I say it or not, my good de Marmont," rejoined Clifford, with his good-humoured smile, "you will anyhow, within the next few months, days perhaps, bury our friendship beneath the ashes of your patriotism. No one, believe me," he added more earnestly, "has a greater admiration for the genius of Napoleon than I have. His love of France is sublime, his desire for her glory superb, but underlying his love of country there is the love of self, the mad desire to rule, to conquer, to humiliate. It led him to Moscow, and thence to Elba. It has brought him back to France. It will lead him once again to the capital, no doubt, but as surely, too, it will lead him on to the Tarpeian Rock, whence he will be hurled down this time, not only bruised, but shattered, a fallen hero, and you will, a broken idol, for posterity to deal with in aftertime as it lists. And England would like to be the one to give the hero the final push," said de Marmont, not without a sneer. "The people of England, my friend, hate and fear Bonaparte as they have never hated and feared any one before in the whole course of their history. And tell me, have we not cause enough to hate him? For 15 years has he not tried to ruin us, to bring us to our knees, tried to throttle our commerce, break our might upon the sea. He wanted to make a slave of Britain, and Britain proved unconquerable. Believe me, we hate your hero less than he hates us." He had spoken with a good deal of earnestness, but now he added more lightly, as if in answer to de Marmont's glowering look. At the same time, he said, "I doubt if there is a single English gentleman living at the present moment, let alone the army, who would refuse ungrudging admiration to Napoleon himself and to his genius. But as a nation, England has her interests to safeguard. She has suffered enough, and through him, in her commerce and her prosperity in the past 20 years, she must have peace now at any cost." "Ah, I know," sighed the other, "a nation of shopkeepers." "Yes, we are that, I suppose. We are shopkeepers, most of us." "I didn't mean to use the word in any derogatory sense," protested Victor de Marmont, with the ready politeness peculiar to his race. "Why, even you—" "I don't see why you should say even you," broke in Clifford quietly. "I am a shopkeeper, nothing more. I buy goods and sell them again. I buy the gloves which our friend Monsieur de Molin manufactures at Grenoble, and sell them to any London draper who chooses to buy them. A very mean and ungentlemanly occupation, is it not?" He spoke French with perfect fluency, and only with the merest suspicion of a drawl in the intonation of the vowels, which suggested rather than proclaimed his nationality, and just now there was not the slightest tone of bitterness apparent in his deep-toned and mellow voice. Once more his friend would have protested, but he put up a restraining hand. "Oh," he said with a smile, "I don't imagine for a moment that you have the same prejudices as our mutual friend, Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, who must have made a very violent sacrifice to his feelings when he admitted me as a guest to his own table. I am sure he must often think that the servants' hall is the proper place for me." "The Comte de Cambray," retorted de Marmont with a sneer, "is full up to his eyes with the prejudices and arrogance of his caste. It is men of his type, and not Marat or Robespierre, who made the revolution, who goaded the people of France into becoming something worse than man-devouring beasts. And mind you, 20 years of exile did not sober them, nor did contact with democratic thought in England and America teach them the most elementary lessons of common sense. If the emperor had not come back today, we should be once more working up for revolution, more terrible this time, more bloody and vengeful, if possible, than the last. Then, as Clifford made no comment on this peroration, the younger man resumed more lightly. And knowing the Comte de Cambray's prejudices as I do, imagine my surprise after I had met you in his house as an honored guest, and on what appeared to be intimate terms of friendship, to learn that you, in fact, that I was nothing more than a shopkeeper, broke in Clifford with a short laugh, nothing better than our mutual friend, Monsieur Dumoulin, glovemaker of Grenoble, a highly worthy man whom Monsieur le Comte de Cambray esteems somewhat lower than his butler. It certainly must have surprised you very much. Well, you know, old de Cambray has a horror of anything that pertains to trade, and an avowed contempt for everything that he calls bourgeois. There's no doubt about that, assented Clifford fervently. Perhaps he does not know of your connection with gloves? With business people in Grenoble generally. Oh, yes, he does, replied the Englishman quietly. Well, then, queried de Marmont. Then, as his friend sat there silent, with that quiet, good-humoured smile lingering round his lips, he added apologetically, "Perhaps I am indiscreet, but I never could understand it, and you English are so reserved, that I never told you how Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, Commander of the Order of the Holy Ghost, Grand Cross of the Order du Lys, Hereditary Grand Chamberlain of France, etc., etc., came to sit at the same table as a vendor and buyer of gloves," said Clifford gaily. "There's no secret about it. I owe the Comte's exalted condescension to certain letters of recommendation which he could not very well disregard." "Oh, as to that," quoth de Marmont, with a shrug of the shoulders, "people like the de Cambrays have their own codes of courtesy and of friendship. In this case, my good de Marmont, it was the code of ordinary gratitude that imposed its dictum even upon the autocratic and aristocratic Comte de Cambray." "Gratitude," sneered de Marmont, "in a de Cambray?" "Monsieur le Comte de Cambray," said Clifford, with slow emphasis, "his mother, his sister, his brother-in-law, and 2 of their faithful servants were rescued from the very foot of the guillotine by a band of heroes, known in those days as the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel." "I knew that," said de Marmont quietly. "Then perhaps you also knew that their leader was Sir Percy Blakeney, a prince among gallant English gentlemen, and my dead father's friend. When my business affairs sent me to Grenoble, Sir Percy warmly recommended me to the man whose life he had saved. What could Monsieur le Comte de Cambray do but receive me as a friend? You see, my credentials were exceptional and unimpeachable." "Of course," assented de Marmont. "Now I understand. But you will admit that I have had grounds for surprise. You, who were the friend of Dumoulin, a tradesman, and avowed Bonapartist, 2 unpardonable crimes in the eyes of Monsieur le Comte de Cambray," he added with a return to his former bitterness, you to be seated at his table and to shake him by the hand. Why, man, if he knew that I have remained faithful to the emperor—" He paused abruptly, and his somewhat full, sensitive lips were pressed tightly together, as if to suppress an insistent outburst of passion. But Clifford frowned, and when he turned away from de Marmont, it was in order to hide a harsh look of contempt. "Surely," he said, "you have never led the Comte to suppose that you are a royalist?" "I have never led him to suppose anything, but he has taken my political convictions for granted," rejoined de Marmont. Then suddenly a look of bitter resentment darkened his face, making it appear hard and lined and considerably older. "My uncle, Marshal de Marmont, Duc de Raguse, was an abominable traitor," he went on with ill-repressed vehemence. "He betrayed his emperor, his benefactor, and his friend. It was the vilest treachery that has ever disgraced an honourable name. Paris could have held out easily for another 24 hours, and by that time the emperor would have been back, but de Marmont gave her over wilfully, scurvily to the allies. But for his abominable act of cowardice, the emperor never would have had to endure the shame of his temporary exile at Elba, and Louis de Bourbon would never have had the chance of wallowing for 12 months upon the throne of France. But that which is a source of irreparable shame to me is a virtue in the eyes of all these royalists. De Marmont's treachery against the emperor has placed all his kindred in the forefront of those who now lick the boots of that infamous Bourbon dynasty, and it did not suit the plans of the Bonapartist party that we, in the provinces, should claim our faith too openly until such time as the emperor returned. And if the Comte de Cambrai had known that you are just an ardent Bonapartist," suggested Clifford calmly, "he would long before now have had me kicked out by his lackeys," broke in de Marmont, with ever-increasing bitterness, as he brought his clenched fist crashing down upon the table, while his dark eyes glowed with a fierce and passionate resentment. "For men like de Cambrai there is only one caste, the noblesse, one religion, the Catholic, one creed, adherence to the Bourbons. All else is scum, trash, beneath contempt, hardly human. Oh, if you knew how I loathe these people," he continued, speaking volubly and in a voice shaking with suppressed excitement. "They have learnt nothing, these aristocrats, nothing, I tell you. The terrible reprisals of the Revolution, which culminated in that appalling reign of terror, have taught them absolutely nothing. They have not learnt the great lesson of the Revolution, that the people will no longer endure their arrogance and their pretensions, that the old regime is dead. Dead! The regime of oppression and pride and intolerance. They have learnt nothing," he reiterated with ever-growing excitement. "Nothing. Humanity begins with the noblesse, is still their watchword today, as it was before the irate people sent hundreds of them to perish miserably on the guillotine. The rest of mankind to them is only cattle made to toil for the well-being of their class. Oh, I loathe them, I tell you, I loathe them from the bottom of my soul." "And yet you and your kind are rapidly becoming at one with them," said Clifford, his quiet voice in strange contrast to the other man's violent agitation. "No, we are not," protested de Marmont emphatically. The men whom Napoleon created marshals and peers of France have been openly snubbed at the court of Louis XVIII. Ney, who is Prince of Moscow, and next to Napoleon himself the greatest soldier of France, has seen his wife treated little better than a chambermaid by the Duchess d'Angoulême and the ladies of the old noblesse. My uncle is Marshal of France and Duc de Raguse, and I am the heir to his millions, but the Comte de Cambrai will always consider it a mésalliance for his daughter to marry me. The note of bitter resentment, of wounded pride, and smouldering hatred became more and more marked while he spoke. His voice now sounded hoarse, and his throat seemed dry. Presently he raised his mug to his lips and drank eagerly, but his hand was shaking visibly as he did this, and some of the wine was spilled on the table. There was silence for a while outside the little inn, silence which seemed full of portent, for through the pure mountain air there was wafted the hot breath of men's passions, fierce, dominating, challenging. Love, hatred, prejudices, and contempt, all were portrayed on de Marmont's mobile face. They glowed in his dark eyes and breathed through his quivering nostrils. Now he rested his elbow on the table and his chin in his hand. His nervy fingers played a tattoo against his teeth, clenched together like those of some young feline creature which sees its prey coming along and is snarling at the sight. Clifford, with those deep-set, earnest grey eyes of his, was silently watching his friend. His hand did not shake, nor did the breath come any quicker from his broad chest. Yet deep down, behind the wide brow, behind those same overshadowed eyes, a keen observer would of a surety have detected the signs of a latent volcano of passions, all the more strong and virile as they were kept in perfect control. It was he who presently broke the silence, and his voice was quite steady when he spoke, though perhaps a trifle more toneless, more dead than usual. And he said, "What of Mademoiselle Crystal in all this?" "Crystal?" queried the other curtly. "What about her?" "She is an ardent royalist, more strong in her convictions and her enthusiasms than women usually are." "And what of that?" rejoined de Marmont fiercely. "I love Crystal." "But when she learns that you—" "She shall not learn it," rejoined the other cynically. "We sign our marriage contract tonight. The wedding is fixed for Tuesday. Until then I can hold my peace." An exclamation of hot protest almost escaped the Englishman's lips. His hand, which rested on the table, became so tightly clenched that the hard knuckles looked as if they would burst through their fetters of sinew and skin, and he made no pretence at concealing the look of burning indignation which flashed from his eyes. "But, man," he exclaimed, "a deception such as you propose is cruel and monstrous, in view, too, of what has occurred in the past few days, in view of what may happen if the news which we have heard is true." "In view of all that, my friend," retorted de Marmont firmly, "the old regime has had its 9 days of wonder and of splendour. The Emperor has come back. We who believe in him, who have remained true to him in his humiliation and in his misfortunes, may once more raise our heads and loudly proclaim our loyalty. The return of the Emperor will once more put his dukes and his marshals in their rightful place on a level with the highest nobility of France. The Comte de Cambrai will realize that all his hopes of regaining his fortune through the favors of the Bourbons have by force of circumstances come to naught. Like most of the old noblesse who emigrated, he is without a sou. He may choose to look on me with contempt, but he will no longer desire to kick me out of his house, for he will be glad enough to see the Cambray scutcheon regilt with de Marmont gold. But Mademoiselle Crystal, insisted Clifford, almost appealingly, for his whole soul had revolted at the cynicism of the other man. Crystal has listened to that ape, St. Genus, replied de Marmont dryly, one of her own caste, a marquis with 16 quarterings to his family escutcheon, and not a sou in his pockets. She is very young and very inexperienced. She has seen nothing of the world as yet, nothing. She was born and brought up in exile, in England, in the midst of that narrow society formed by impecunious emigres. And shopkeeping Englishmen, murmured Clifford under his breath. She could never have married St. Genus, reiterated Victor de Marmont with deliberate emphasis. The man hasn't a sou. Even Crystal realized from the first that nothing ever could have come of that boy and girl dallying. The Comte never would have consented. Perhaps not, but she, Mademoiselle Crystal, would she ever have consented to marry you if she had known what your convictions are? Crystal is only a child, said de Marmont, with a light shrug of the shoulders. She will learn to love me presently, when St. Genus has disappeared out of her little world, and she will accept my convictions, as she has accepted me, submissive to my will as she was to that of her father. Once more a hot protest of indignation rose to Clifford's lips, but this too he smothered resolutely. What was the use of protesting? Could he hope to change with a few arguments the whole cynical nature of a man? And what right had he even to interfere? The Comte de Cambray and Mademoiselle Crystal were nothing to him. In their minds, they would never look upon him even as an equal, let alone as a friend. So the bitter words died upon his lips. "And you have been content to win a wife on such terms," was all that he said. "I have had to be content," was de Marmont's retort. "Crystal is the only woman I have ever cared for. She will love me in time, I doubt not, and her sense of duty will make her forget St. Genus quickly enough." Then, as Clifford made no further comment, silence fell once more between the two men. Perhaps even de Marmont felt that somehow, during the past few moments, the slender bond of friendship which similarity of tastes and a certain similarity of political ideals had forged between him and the stranger had been strained to snapping point, and this for a reason which he could not very well understand. He drank another draught of wine, and gave a quick sigh of satisfaction with the world in general, and also with himself, for he did not feel that he had done or said anything which could offend the keenest susceptibilities of his friend. He looked with a sudden sense of astonishment at Clifford, as if he were only seeing him now for the first time. His keen dark eyes took in with a rapid glance the Englishman's powerful personality, the square shoulders, the head well erect, the strong Anglo-Saxon chin firmly set, the slender hands always in repose. In the whole attitude of the man there was an air of will-power which had never struck de Marmont quite so forcibly as it did now, and a virility which looked as ready to challenge fate as it was able to conquer her if she proved adverse. And just now there was a curious look in those deep-set eyes, a look of contempt or of pity. De Marmont was not sure which, but somehow the look worried him, and he would have given much to read the thoughts which were hidden behind the high, square brow. However, he asked no questions, and thus the silence remained unbroken for some time, save for the soughing of the northeast wind as it whistled through the pines, whilst from the tiny chapel which held the shrine of Notre Dame de Vaux came the sound of a soft-toned bell ringing the midday angelus. Just then, round that same curve in the road where the two riders had paused an hour ago in sight of the little hamlet, a man on horseback appeared, riding at a brisk trot up the rugged stony path. Victor de Marmont woke from his reverie. "There's Emery," he cried. He jumped to his feet. Then he picked up his hat from the table where he had laid it down, tossed it up into the air as high as it would go, and shouted with all his might, "Viva l'Empereur!" End of chapter 1, part 1. Chapter 1, part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The man who now drew rein with abrupt clumsiness in front of the auberge looked hot, tired, and travel-stained. His face was covered with sweat, and his horse with lather. The lapel of his coat was torn. His breeches and boots were covered with half-frozen mud. But having brought his horse to a halt, he swung himself out of the saddle with the brisk air of a boy who has enjoyed his first ride across country. Surgeon Captain Emery was a man well over 40, but today his eyes glowed with that concentrated fire which burns in the heart at 20, and he shook de Marmont by the hand with a vigour which made the younger man wince with the pain of that iron grip. "My friend, Mr. Clifford, an English gentleman," said Victor de Marmont, hastily in response to a quick look of suspicious enquiry which flashed out from under Emery's bushy eyebrows. "You can talk quite freely, Emery, and for God's sake tell us your news." But Emery could hardly speak. He had been riding hard for the past 3 hours. His throat was parched, and through it his voice came up hoarse and raucous. Nevertheless, he at once began talking in short, jerky sentences. "He landed on Wednesday," he said. "I parted from him on Friday at Castellan. You had my message? This morning early. We came at once. I thought we could talk better here first, but I was spent last night. I had to sleep at Cours. So I sent to you. But now, in heaven's name, give me something to drink." While he drank eagerly and greedily of the cold spiced wine which Clifford had served out to him, he still scrutinized the Englishman closely from under his frowning and bushy eyebrows. Clifford's winning glance, however, seemed to have conquered his mistrust, for presently, after he had put his mug down again, he stretched out a cordial hand to him. "Now that our Emperor is back with us," he said, as if in apology for his former suspicions, "we, his friends, are bound to look askance at every Englishman we meet." "Of course you are," said Clifford, with his habitual good-humoured smile, as he grasped Surgeon Captain Emery's extended hand. "It is the hand of a friend I am grasping," insisted Emery. "Of a personal friend, if you will call him so," replied Clifford. "Politically I hardly count, you see. I am just a looker-on at the game." The surgeon captain's keen eyes under their bushy brows shot a rapid glance at the tall, well-knit figure of the Englishman. "You are not a fighting man?" he queried, much amazed. "No," replied Clifford dryly, "I am only a tradesman." "Your news, Emery, your news!" here broke in Victor de Marmont, who, during the brief colloquy between his two friends, had been hardly able to keep his excitement in check. Emery turned away from the other man in silence. Clearly there was something about that fine, noble-looking fellow, who proclaimed himself a tradesman, while that splendid physique of his should be at his country's service, which still puzzled the worthy army surgeon. But he was primarily very thirsty, and secondly as eager to impart his news as de Marmont was to hear it. So now, without wasting any further words on less important matter, he sat down close to the table and stretched his short, thick legs out before him. "My news is of the best," he said with lusty fervour. "We left Porto Ferrajo on Sunday last, but only landed on Wednesday, as I told you, for we were severely becalmed in the Mediterranean. We came on shore at Antibes at midday of March 1st, and bivouacked in an olive grove on the way to Cannes. That was a sight good for sore eyes, my friends, to see him sitting there by the campfire, his feet firmly planted upon the soil of France. What a man, sir, what a man!" he continued, turning directly to Clifford. On board the Inconstant he had composed and dictated his proclamation to the army, to the soldiers of France, the finest piece of prose, sir, I have ever read in all my life. But you shall judge of it, sir, you shall judge." And with hands shaking with excitement, he fumbled in the bulging pocket of his coat and extracted therefrom a roll of loose papers roughly tied together with a piece of tape. "You shall read it, sir," he went on mumbling, while his trembling fingers vainly tried to undo the knot in the tape. "You shall read it, and then, mayhap, you'll tell me if your Pitt was ever half so eloquent. Curse these knots!" he exclaimed angrily. "Will you allow me, sir?" said Clifford quietly, and with steady hand and firm fingers he undid the refractory knots and spread the papers out upon the table. Already de Marmont had given a cry of loyalty and of triumph. "His proclamation!" he exclaimed, and a sigh of infinite satisfaction, born of enthusiasm and of hero worship, escaped his quivering lips. The papers bore the signature of that name which had once been all-powerful in its magical charm, at sound of which Europe had trembled and crowns had felt insecure, the name which men had breathed, nay, still breathed, either with passionate loyalty or with bitter hatred, Napoleon. There were copies of the proclamation, wherewith the heroic adventurer, confident in the power of his diction, meant to reconquer the hearts of that army whom he had once led to such glorious victories. De Marmont read the long document through from end to end in a half-audible voice. Now and again he gave a little cry, a cry of loyalty at mention of those victories of Austerlitz and Jena, of Wagram and of Eckmühl, at mention of those imperial eagles which had led the armies of France conquering and glorious throughout the length and breadth of Europe, or a cry of shame and horror at mention of the traitor whose name he bore and who had delivered France into the hands of strangers, and his emperor into those of his enemies. And when the young enthusiast had read the proclamation through to the end, he raised the paper to his lips and fervently kissed the imprint of the revered name Napoleon. "Now tell me more about him," he said finally, as he leaned both elbows on the table and fastened his glowing eyes upon the equally heated face of Surgeon Captain Emery. "Well," resumed the latter, "as I told you, we bivouacked among the olive trees on the way to Cannes. The Emperor had already sent Cambronne on ahead with 40 of his grenadiers to commandeer what horses and mules he could, as we were not able to bring many across from Porto Ferrajo. 'Cambronne,' he said, 'you shall be in command of the vanguard in this the finest campaign which I have ever undertaken. My orders are to you that you do not fire a single unnecessary shot. Remember that I mean to reconquer my imperial crown without shedding one drop of French blood.' Oh, he is in excellent health and in excellent spirits. Such a man! Such fire in his eyes, such determination in his actions, younger, bolder than ever. I tell you, friends," continued the worthy surgeon captain, as he brought the palm of his hand flat down upon the table with an emphatic bang, "that it is going to be a triumphal march from end to end of France. The people are mad about him. At Rocavignon, just outside Cannes, where we bivouacked on Thursday, men, women, and children were flocking round to see him, pressing close to his knees, bringing him wine and flowers, and the people were crying 'Vive l'Empereur!' even in the streets of Grasse." "But the army, man, the army!" cried de Marmont. "The garrisons of Antibes and Cannes and Grasse. Did the men go over to him at once, and the officers?" "We hadn't encountered the army yet when I parted from him on Friday," retorted Emery with equal impatience. "We didn't go into Antibes, and we avoided Cannes. You must give him time. The people in the towns wouldn't at first believe that he had come back. General Massena, who is in command at Marseilles, thought fit to spread the news that a band of Corsican pirates had landed on the littoral and were marching inland, devastating villages as they marched. The peasants from the mountains were the first to believe that the emperor had really come, and they wandered down in their hundreds to see him first and to spread the news of his arrival ahead of him. By the time we reached Castellan, the mayor was not only ready to receive him, but also to furnish him with 5,000 rations of meat and bread, with horses and with mules. Since then he has been at Dague and at Sisteron. Be sure that the garrisons of those cities have rallied round his eagles by now." Then, whilst Emery paused for breath, de Marmont queried eagerly, "And so there has been no contretemps?" "Nothing serious so far," replied the other. "We had to abandon our guns at Grasse. The Emperor felt that they would impede the rapidity of his progress, and our second day's march was rather trying. The mountain passes were covered in snow. The lancers had to lead their horses, sometimes along the edge of sheer precipices. They were hampered, too, by their accoutrements, their long swords and their lances. Others who had no mounts had to carry their heavy saddles and bridles on those slippery paths. But he was walking too, stick in hand, losing his footing now and then, just as they did, and once he nearly rolled down one of those cursed precipices, but always smiling, always cheerful, always full of hope. At Antibes, young Casabianca got himself arrested with 20 grenadiers. They had gone into the town to requisition a few provisions. When the news reached us, some of the younger men tried to persuade the emperor to march on the city and carry the place by force of arms, before Casabianca's misfortune got bruited abroad. No, he said, every minute is precious. All we can do is to get along faster than the evil news can travel. If half my small army were captive at Antibes, I would still move on. If every man were a prisoner in the citadel, I would march on alone. That's the man, my friends, cried Emery with ever-growing enthusiasm. That's our emperor. And he cast a defiant look on Clifford, as much as to say, bring on your Wellington and your armies now. The emperor has come back. The whole of France will know how to guard him. Then he turned to de Marmont. And now tell me about Grenoble, he said. Grenoble had an inkling of the news already last night, said de Marmont, whose enthusiasm was no whit cooler than that of Emery. Marchand has been secretly assembling his troops. He has sent to Chambéry for the 7th and 11th Regiment of the line, and to Vienne for the 4th Hussars. Inside Grenoble he has the 5th Infantry Regiment, the 4th of Artillery, and 3rd of Engineers, with a train squadron. This morning he is holding a council of war, and I know that he has been in constant communication with Massena. The news is gradually filtering through into the town. People stand at the street corners and whisper among themselves. The word L'Empereur seemed wafted upon this morning's breeze, and by tonight we'll have the Emperor's proclamation to his people pinned up on the walls of the Hôtel de Ville, exclaimed Emery, and with hands still trembling with excitement, he gathered the precious papers once more together and slipped them back into his coat pocket. Then he made a visible effort to speak more quietly. And now, he said, for one very important matter, which, by the way, was the chief reason for my asking you, my good de Marmont, to meet me here before my getting to Grenoble. Yes, what is it? Queried de Marmont eagerly. Surgeon Captain Emery leaned across the table. Instinctively he dropped his voice, and though his excitement had not abated one jot, though his eyes still glowed and his hands still fidgeted nervously, he had forced himself at last to a semblance of calm. The matter is one of money, he said slowly. The Emperor has some funds at his disposal, but as you know, that scurvy government of the Restoration never handed him over one single sou of the yearly revenue which it had solemnly agreed and sworn to pay to him with regularity. Now, of course, he continued still more emphatically, we who believe in our Emperor as we believe in God, we are absolutely convinced that the army will rally round him to a man. The army loves him and has never ceased to love him. The army will follow him to victory and to death. But the most loyal army in the world cannot subsist without money, and the Emperor has little or none. The news of his triumphant march across France will reach Paris long before he does. It will enable his most excellent and most corpulent Majesty, King Louis, to skip over to England or to Ghent, with everything in the treasury on which he can lay his august hands. Now, de Marmont, do you perceive what the serious matter is which caused me to meet you here 25 kilometers from Grenoble, where I ought to be at the present moment? Yes, I do perceive very grave trouble there, said de Marmont with characteristic insouciance, but one which need not greatly worry the Emperor. I am rich, thank God, and may God bless you, my dear de Marmont, for the thought, broke in Emery earnestly, but what may be called a large private fortune is as nothing before the needs of an army. Soon, of course, the emperor will be in peaceful possession of his throne and will have all the resources of France at his command. But before that happy time arrives, there will be much fighting and many days, weeks perhaps, of anxiety to go through. During those weeks the army must be paid and fed, and your private fortune, my dear de Marmont, would, even if the emperor were to accept your sacrifice, which is not likely, be but as a drop in the mighty ocean of the cost of a campaign. What are 2 or even 3 millions, my poor dear friend? It is 40-50 millions that the emperor wants. De Marmont this time had nothing to say. He was staring moodily and silently before him. "Now that is what I have come to talk to you about," continued Emery, after a few seconds' pause, during which he had once more thrown a quick, half-suspicious glance on the impassive, though obviously interested face of the Englishman, always supposing that Monsieur here is on our side. "Neither on your side nor on the other, Captain," said Bobby Clifford, with a slight tone of impatience. "I am a mere tradesman, as I have had the honour to tell you, a spectator at this game of political conflicts. Monsieur de Marmont knows this well, else he had not asked me to accompany him to-day, nor offered me a mount to enable me to do so. But if you prefer it," he added lightly, "I can go for a stroll, while you discuss these graver matters." He would have risen from the table, only that Emery immediately detained him. "No offence, sir," said the surgeon captain bluntly. "None, I give you my word," assented the Englishman. "It is only natural that you should wish to discuss such grave matters in private. Let me go and see to our déjeuner in the meanwhile. I feel sure that the fricandeau is done to a turn by now. I'll have it dished up in 10 minutes. I pray you take no heed of me," he added in response to murmured protestations from both de Marmont and Emery. "I would much prefer to know nothing of these grave matters which you are about to discuss." This time Emery did not detain him as he rose and turned to go within in order to find mine host or Annette. The 2 Englishmen took no further heed of him. Wrapped up in the all-engrossing subject matter, they remained seated at the table, leaning across it, their faces close to one another, their eyes dancing with excitement, questions, and answers, as soon as the stranger's back was turned, already tumbling out in confusion from their lips. Clifford turned to have a last look at them before he went into the house, and while he did so, his habitual, pleasant, gently ironical smile still hovered round his lips, but anon a quickly suppressed sigh chased the smile away, and over his face there crept a strange shadow, a look of longing and of bitter regret. It was only for a moment, however. The next he had passed his hand slowly across his forehead, as if to wipe away that shadow and smooth out those lines of unspoken pain. Soon his cheerful voice was heard, echoing along the low rafters of the little inn, loudly calling for Annette, and for news of the baked omelette and the fricandeau. "You really could have talked quite freely before, Mr. Clifford, my good Emery," said de Marmont, as soon as Bobby had disappeared inside the inn. "He really takes no part in politics. He is a friend alike of the Comte de Cambrai and of glovemaker Dumoulin. He has visited our Bonapartist club. Dumoulin has vouched for him. You see, he is not a fighting man. I suppose that you are equally sure that he is not an English spy," remarked Emery dryly. "Of course I am sure," asserted de Marmont emphatically. Dumoulin has known him for years in business, though this is the first time that Clifford has visited Grenoble. He is in the glove trade in England. His interests are purely commercial. He came here with introductions to the Comte de Cambrai from a mutual friend in England, who seems to be a personage of vast importance in his own country, and greatly esteemed by the Comte. Else you may be sure that stiff-necked aristocrat would never have received a tradesman as a guest in his house. But it was in Dumoulin's house that I first met Bobby Clifford. We took a liking to one another, and since then have ridden a great deal together. He is a splendid horseman, and I was very glad to be able to offer him a mount at different times, but our political conversations have never been very heated or very serious. Clifford maintains a detached, impersonal attitude both to the Bonapartist and the Royalist cause. I asked him to accompany me this morning, and he gladly consented, for he dearly loves a horse. I assure you, you might have said anything before him. Eh bien, I'm sorry if I've been obstinate and ungracious, said the surgeon captain, but in a tone that obviously belied his words, though frankly, I am very glad that we are alone for the moment. He paused, and with a wave of his thick, short-fingered hand, he dismissed this less important subject matter, and once more spoke with his wonted eagerness on that which lay nearest his heart. Now listen, my good de Marmont, he said, do you recollect last April when the Empress, poor, wretched, misguided woman, fled so precipitately from Paris, abandoning the capital, France, and her crown at one and the same time, and taking away with her all the crown diamonds and money and treasure belonging to the emperor? She was terribly ill-advised, of course, but— Yes, I remember all that perfectly well, broke in de Marmont impatiently. Well, then, you know that abominable Talleyrand sent one of his emissaries after the Empress and her suite, that this emissary, Dudon was his name, reached Orleans just before Marie Louise herself got there, and that he ordered, in Talleyrand's name, the seizure of the Empress's convoy as soon as it arrived in the city, broke in de Marmont again. Yes, I recollect that abominable outrage perfectly. Dudon, backed by the officers of the gendarmerie, managed to rob the Empress of everything she had, even to the last knife and fork, even to the last pocket handkerchief belonging to the emperor and marked with his initials. Oh, it was monstrous, hellish, devilish. It makes my blood boil whenever I think of it. Whenever I think of those fatuous, treacherous Bourbons gloating over those treasures at the Tuileries, while our Empress went her way as effectually despoiled as if she had been waylaid by so many brigands on a public highway. Just so, resumed Emery quietly, after de Marmont's violent storm of wrath had subsided. But I don't know if you also recollect that when the various cases containing the emperor's belongings were opened at the Tuileries, there was just as much disappointment as gloating. Some of those fatuous Bourbons, as you so rightly call them, expected to find some 40 or 50 millions of the emperor's personal savings there, banknotes and drafts on the banks of France, of England, and of Amsterdam, which they were looking forward to distributing among themselves and their friends. Your friend, the Comte de Cambrai, would no doubt have come in too for his share in this distribution, but Monsieur de Talleyrand is a very wise man, always far-seeing. He knows the improvidence, the prodigality, the ostentation of these new masters whom he is so ready to serve, Ere Dudon reached Paris with his booty, Monsieur de Talleyrand had very carefully eliminated therefrom some 25 million francs in banknotes and bankers' drafts, which he felt would come in very usefully once for a rainy day. "But Monsieur de Talleyrand is immensely rich himself," protested de Marmont. "Ah, he did not eliminate those 25 millions for his own benefit," said Emery. "I would not so boldly accuse him of theft. The money has been carefully put away by Monsieur de Talleyrand for the use of his corpulent Majesty Louis de Bourbon, 18th of that name." Then, as Emery here made a dramatic pause, and looked triumphantly across at his companion, de Marmont rejoined somewhat bewildered, "But I don't understand." "Why I am telling you this," retorted Emery, still with that triumphant air, "you shall understand in a moment, my friend, when I tell you that those 25 millions were never taken north to Paris. They were conveyed in strict secrecy south to Grenoble." "To Grenoble!" exclaimed de Marmont. "To Grenoble," reasserted Emery. "But why? Why such a long way? Why Grenoble?" queried the young man in obvious puzzlement. "For several reasons," replied Emery. "Firstly, both the prefect of the department and the military commandant are hot royalists, whilst the province of Dauphine is not. In case of any army corps being sent down there to quell possible and probable revolt, the money would have been there to hand. Also, if you remember, there was talk at the time of the King of Naples proving troublesome. There, too, in case of a campaign on the frontier, the money lying ready to hand at Grenoble could prove very useful. But of course I cannot possibly pretend to give you all the reasons which actuated Monsieur de Talleyrand when he caused 25 millions of stolen money to be conveyed secretly to Grenoble rather than to Paris. His ways are more tortuous than any mere army surgeon can possibly hope to gauge. Enough that he did it, and that at this very moment there are 25 millions which are the rightful property of the Emperor locked up in the cellars of the Hôtel de Ville at Grenoble." "But," murmured de Marmont, who still seemed very bewildered at all that he had heard, "are you sure?" "Quite sure," affirmed Emery emphatically. "Desmoulins brought news of it to the Emperor at Elba several months ago, and you know that he and his Bonapartist club always have plenty of spies in and around the prefecture." "The money is there," he reiterated with still greater emphasis. "Now the question is, how are we going to get hold of it?" "Easily," rejoined de Marmont with his habitual enthusiasm. "When the Emperor marches into Grenoble and the whole of the garrison rallies around him, he can go straight to the Hôtel de Ville and take everything that he wants. Always supposing that Monsieur le Préfet does not anticipate the Emperor's coming by conveying the money to Paris or elsewhere before we can get hold of it," quoth Emery dryly. "Oh, Fourier is not sufficiently astute for that." "Perhaps not, but we must not neglect possibilities. That money would be a perfect godsend to the Emperor. It was originally his too, pardieu. Anyhow, my good de Marmont, that is what I wanted to talk over quietly with you before I get into Grenoble. Can you think of any means of getting hold of that money in case Fourier has the notion of conveying it to some other place of safety?" "I would like to think that over, Emery," said de Marmont thoughtfully. "As you say, We of the Bonapartist Club at Grenoble have spies inside the Hôtel de Ville. We must try and find out what Fourier means to do as soon as he realizes that the Emperor is marching on Grenoble, and then we must act accordingly and trust to luck and good fortune. And to the Emperor's star, rejoined Emery earnestly, it is once more in the ascendant. But the matter of the money is a serious one, de Marmont. You will deal with it seriously? Seriously, ejaculated de Marmont. Once more the unquenchable fire of undying devotion to his hero glowed in the young man's eyes. Everything pertaining to the Emperor, he said fervently, is serious to me. For a whim of his, I would lay down my life. I will think of all you have told me, Emery, and here, beneath the blue dome of God's sky, I swear that I will get the Emperor the money that he wants, or lose mine honour and my life in the attempt. Amen to that, rejoined Emery, with a deep sigh of satisfaction. You are a brave man, de Marmont. Would to heaven every Frenchman was like you. And now, he added with sudden transition to a lighter mood, let Annette dish up the fricandeau. Here's our friend the tradesman, who was born to be a soldier. Monsieur Clifford, he added loudly, calling to the Englishman, who had just appeared in the doorway of the inn, my grateful thanks to you, not only for your courtesy, but for expediting that delicious déjeuner which tickles my appetite so pleasantly. I pray you sit down without delay. I shall have to make an early start after the meal, as I must be inside Grenoble before dark. Clifford, good-humoured, genial, quiet as usual, quickly responded to the surgeon captain's desire. He took his seat once more at the table, and spoke of the weather, and the sunshine, the Alps, and the snows, the while Annette spread a cloth, and laid plates and knives and forks before the distinguished gentleman. We all want to make an early start, eh, my dear Clifford? Ejaculated de Marmont gaily. We have serious business to transact this night with Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, and partake too of his gracious hospitality, what? Emery laughed. Not I, forsooth, he said. Monsieur le Comte would as soon have Satan or Beelzebub inside his doors, and I marvel, my good de Marmont, that you have succeeded in keeping on such friendly terms with that royalist ogre. I, said de Marmont, whose inward exultation radiated from his entire personality, I, my dear Emery, did you not know that I am that royalist ogre's future son-in-law? Pardieu! But this is a glorious day for me as well as a glorious day for France. Emery, dear friend, wish me joy and happiness. On Tuesday I wed Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray. Tonight we sign our marriage contract. Wish me joy, I say. She's a bride well worth the winning. Napoleon sets forth to conquer a throne, I to conquer love. And you, old sober face, do not look so glum, he added, turning to Clifford. And his ringing laugh seemed to echo from end to end of the narrow valley, after which a lighter atmosphere hung round the table outside the Auberge du Grand Dauphin. There was but little talk of the political situation, still less of party hatred and caste prejudices. The hero's name was still on the lips of the two men who worshipped him, and Clifford, faithful to his attitude of detachment from political conflicts, listened quite unmoved to the impassioned dithyrambics of his friends. But so absorbed were these two in their conversation and their joy, that they failed to notice that Clifford hardly touched the excellent déjeuner set before him, and left mine host's fine Burgundy almost untasted. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Old Regime. On that same day, and at about the same time, when Victor de Marmont and his English friend first turned their horses up the bridle path and sighted Notre Dame de Vaux, when, if you remember, the young Frenchman drew rein and fell to apostrophizing the hamlet, the day, the hour, and the glorious news which he was expecting to hear, at about that selfsame hour, I say, in the Chateau de Brestelow, situate on the right bank of the Isère, at a couple of kilometers from Grenoble, the big folding doors of solid mahogany which lead from the suite of vast reception rooms to the small boudoir beyond were thrown open, and Hector appeared to announce that Monsieur le Comte de Cambray would be ready to receive Madame la Duchess in the library in a quarter of an hour. Madame la Duchess Douairière d'Agen thereupon closed the gilt-edged, much bethumbed missal which she was reading, since this was Sunday, and she had been unable to attend Mass owing to that severe twinge of rheumatism in her right knee, and placed it upon the table close to her elbow. Then, with delicate, bemittened hand, she smoothed out one unruly crease in her puce silk gown, and finally looked up through her round, bone-rimmed spectacles at the sober-visaged, majestic personage who stood at attention in the doorway. "Tell Monsieur le Comte, my good Hector," she said with slow deliberation, "that I will be with him at the time which he has so graciously appointed." Hector bowed himself out of the room with that perfect decorum which proclaims the well-trained domestic of an aristocratic house. As soon as the tall mahogany doors were closed behind him, Madame la Duchess took her spectacles off from her high-bred nose and gave a little sniff, which caused Mademoiselle Crystal to look up from her book and mutely to question Madame with those wonderful blue eyes of hers. "Ah, ça, my little Crystal," was Madame's tart response to that eloquent inquiry. "Does Monsieur, my brother, imagine himself to be a second Bourbon king, throning it in the Tuileries, and granting audiences to the ladies of his court? Or is it only for my edification that he plays this magnificent game of etiquette and ceremonial and other stupid paraphernalia which have set me wondering since last night? Monsieur le Comte will receive Madame la Duchess in a quarter of an hour, forsooth," she added, mimicking Hector's pompous manner. "Pardieu! I should think, indeed, that he would receive his own sister when and where it suited her convenience, not his." Crystal was silent for a moment or two, and in those same expressive eyes which she kept fixed on Madame's face, the look of mute enquiry had become more insistent. It almost seemed as if she were trying to penetrate the underlying thoughts of the older woman, as if she tried to read all that there was in that kindly glance of hidden sarcasm, of humour or tolerance, or of gentle contempt. Evidently, what she read in the wrinkled face and the twinkling eyes pleased and reassured her, for now the suspicion of a smile found its way round the corners of her sensitive mouth. There are some very old people living in Grenoble at the present day, whose mothers or fathers have told them that they remembered Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray quite well in the year that Monsieur le Comte returned from England and once more took possession of his ancestral home on the bank of the Isère, which those awful terrorists of '92 had taken away from him. Louis XVIII, the benevolent king, had promptly restored the old chateau to its rightful owner, when he himself, after years of exile, mounted the throne of his fathers, and the usurper Bonaparte was driven out of France by the armies of Europe allied against him, and sent to cool his ambitions in the island fastnesses of Elba. Mademoiselle de Cambray was just 19 in that year 1814, which was so full of grace for the Bourbon dynasty and all its faithful adherents, and in February of the following year she attained her 20th birthday. Of course, you know that she was born in England, and that her mother was English, for had not Monsieur le Comte been obliged to fly before the fury of the terrorists, whose dreaded Committee of Public Safety had already arrested him as a suspect, and condemned him to the guillotine. He had contrived to escape death by what was nothing short of a miracle, and he had lived for 20 years in England, and there had married a beautiful English girl, from whom Mademoiselle Crystal had inherited the deep blue eyes and brilliant skin, which were the greatest charm of her effulgent beauty. I like to think of her just as she was on that memorable day early in March of the year 1815, just as she sat that morning on a low stool close to Madame la Duchess's high back chair, and with her eyes fixed so inquiringly upon Madame's kind old face. Her fair hair was done up in the quaint loops and curls which characterized the mode of the moment. She had on a white dress cut low at the neck, and had wrapped a soft cashmere shawl round her shoulders, for the weather was cold, and there was no fire in the stately open hearth. Having presumably arrived at the happy conclusion that Madame's wrath was only on the surface, Crystal now said gently, "Father loves all this etiquette, ma tante. It brings back memories of a very happy past. It is the only thing he has left now," she added with a little sigh, "the only bit out of the past which that awful revolution could not take away from him. You will try to be indulgent to him, aunt darling, won't you?" "Indulgent?" retorted the old lady with a shrug of her shoulders. "Of course I'll be indulgent. It's no affair of mine, and he does as he pleases. But I should have thought that 20 years spent in England would have taught him common sense, and 20 years' experience in earning a precarious livelihood as a teacher of languages in—" "Hush, aunt, for pity's sake!" broke in Crystal hurriedly, and she put up her hands almost as if she wished to stop the words in the old lady's mouth. "All right, all right, I won't mention it again," said Madame la Duchesse, good-humouredly. "I have only been in this house 24 hours, my dear child, but I have already learned my lesson. I know that the memory of the past 20 years must be blotted right out of our minds, out of the minds of every one of us." "Not of mine, aunt, altogether," murmured Crystal softly. "No, my dear, not altogether," rejoined Madame la Duchess, as she placed one of her fine white hands on the fair head of her niece. "Your beautiful mother belongs to the unforgettable memories of those 20 years. And not only my beautiful mother, aunt dear. There are men living in England to-day whose names must remain forever engraved upon my father's heart, as well as on mine. If we should ever forget those names and neglect for one single day our prayers of gratitude for their welfare and their reward, we should be the meanest and blackest of ingrates." "Ah," said Madame, "I am glad that Monsieur my brother remembers all that in the midst of his restored grandeur." "Have you been wronging him in your heart all this while, ma tante?" asked Crystal, and there was a slight tone of reproach in her voice. "You used not to be so cynical once upon a time." "Cynical!" exclaimed the Duchess. "Bless the child's heart! Of course I am cynical. At my age, what can you expect? And what can I expect? But there, don't distress yourself. I am not wronging your father. Far from it. Only this grandeur, the state dinner last night, his gracious manner, all that upset me. I am not used to it, my dear, you see. 20 years in that diminutive house in Worcester have altered my tastes. I see more than they did your father's, and these last 10 months, which he seems to have spent in reviving the old grandeur of his ancestral home, I spent, remember, with the dear little Sisters of Mercy at Boulogne, praying amidst very humble surroundings that the future may not become more unendurable than the past. But you are glad to be back at Brestolo again? And you will remain here with us always?" queried Crystal, and with tender eagerness she clasped the older woman's hands closely in her own. "Yes, dear," replied Madame gently, "I am glad to be back in the old chateau, my dear old home, where I was very happy and very young once, oh, so very long ago, and I will remain with your father and look after him all the time that his young bird is absent from the nest." Again she stroked her niece's soft, wavy hair with a gesture which apparently was habitual with her, and it seemed as if a note of sadness had crept into her brisk, sharp voice. Over Crystal's cheeks a wave of crimson had quickly swept at her aunt's last words, and the eyes which she now raised to Madame's kindly face were full of tears. "It seems so terribly soon now, ma tante," she said wistfully. Yes," quoth Madame la Duchess dryly. "Time has a knack now and then of flying faster than we wish. Well, my dear, so long as this day brings you happiness, the old folk who stay at home have no right to grumble." Then, as Crystal made no reply, and held her little head resolutely away, Madame said more insistently, "You are happy, Crystal, are you not?" "Of course I am happy, ma tante," replied Crystal quickly. "Why should you ask?" But still she would not look straight into Madame's eyes, and the tone of Madame's voice sounded anything but satisfied. "Well," she said, "I ask, I suppose, because I want an answer, a satisfactory answer. You have had it, ma tante, have you not? Yes, my dear, if you are happy, I am satisfied, but last night it seemed to me as if your ideas of your own happiness and those of your father on the same subject were somewhat at variance, eh?" "Oh, no, ma tante," rejoined Crystal quietly. "Father and I are quite of one mind on that subject." "But your heart is pulling a different way, is that it?" Then, as Crystal once more relapsed into silence, and 2 hot tears dropped on the Duchess's wrinkled hands, the old woman added softly, "St. Genus, who hasn't a sou, was out of the question, I suppose." Crystal shook her head in silence. "And that young de Marmont is very rich." "He is his uncle's heir," murmured Crystal. "And you, child, are marrying a kinsman of that abominable Duc de Ragusa in order to regild our family escutcheon." "My father wished it so very earnestly," rejoined Crystal, who was bravely swallowing her tears, "and I could not bear to run counter to his desire. The Duc de Ragusa has promised father that when I am a de Marmont he will buy back all the forfeited Cambray estates and restore them to us. Victor will be allowed to take up the name of Cambray, and oh," she exclaimed passionately, "father has had such a hard life, so much sorrow, so many disappointments, and now this poverty is so horribly grinding. I couldn't have the heart to disappoint him in this." "You are a good child, Crystal," said Madame gently, "and no doubt Victor de Marmont will prove a good husband to you. But I wish he wasn't a Marmont, that's all." But this remark, delivered in the old lady's most uncompromising manner, brought forth a hot protest from Crystal. "Why, aunt," she said, "the Duc de Ragusa is the most faithful servant the king could possibly wish to have. It was he, and no one else, who delivered Paris to the Allies, and thus brought about the downfall of Bonaparte, and the restoration of our dear King Louis to the throne of France." "Tush, child, I know that," said Madame, with her habitual tartness of speech. "I know it just as well as history will know it presently, and methinks that history will pass on the Duc de Ragusa just about the same judgment as I passed on him in my heart last year. God knows I hate that Bonaparte as much as anyone, and our Bourbon kings are almost as much a part of my religion as is the hierarchy of saints. But a traitor like de Marmont I cannot stomach. What was he before Bonaparte made him a Marshal of France and created him Duc de Ragusa, an out at elbows ragamuffin in the ranks of the Republican army? To Bonaparte he owed everything: title, money, consideration, even the military talents which gave him the power to turn on the hand that had fed him. Delivered Paris to the Allies indeed," continued the Duchess with ever increasing indignation and volubility, "betrayed Bonaparte, then licked the boots of the Czar of Russia, of the Emperor, of King Louis, of all the deadly enemies of the man to whom he owed his very existence. Pouah! I hate Bonaparte, but men like Ney and Berthier and de Marmont sicken me. Thank God that even in his lifetime de Marmont, Duc de Ragusa, has already an inkling of what posterity will say of him. Has not the French language been enriched since the capitulation of Paris with a new word that henceforth and for all times will always spell disloyalty? And today, when we wish to describe a particularly loathsome type of treachery, do we not already speak of a ragusade? Crystal had listened in silence to her aunt's impassioned tirade. Now, when Madame paused, presumably for want of breath, she said gently, "That is all quite true, ma tante, but I am afraid that father would not altogether see eye to eye with you in this. After all," she added naively, "a pagan may become converted to Christianity without being called a traitor to his false gods, and the Duc de Ragusa may have learnt to hate the idol whom he once worshipped, and for this profession of faith we should honour him, I think." "Yes," grunted Madame, unconvinced, "but we need not marry into his family." "But in any case," retorted Crystal, "poor Victor cannot help what his uncle did." "No, he cannot," assented the Duchess decisively, "and he is very rich, and he loves you, and as your husband he will own all the old Cambray estates, which his uncle of Ragusade fame will buy up for him, and presently your son, my darling, will be Comte de Cambray, just as if that awful revolution and all that robbing and spoliation had never been, and of course everything will be for the best, in the best possible world. If only," concluded the old lady with a sigh, "if only I thought that you would be happy." Crystal took care not to meet Madame's kindly glance just then, for of a surety the tears would have rushed in a stream to her eyes, but she would not give way to any access of self-pity. She had chosen her part in life, and this she meant to play loyally, without regret and without murmur. "But of course, ma tante, I shall be happy," she said after a while. "As you say, Monsieur de Marmont is very kind and good, and I know that father will be happy when Brestolo and Cambray and all the old lands are once more united in his name. Then he will be able to do something really great and good for the king and for France, and I too, perhaps." "You, my poor darling?" exclaimed Madame. "What can you do, I should like to know?" A curious dreamy look came into the girl's eyes, just as if a foreknowledge of the drama in which she was so soon destined to play the chief role had suddenly appeared to her through the cloudy and distant veils of futurity. "I don't know, ma tante," she said slowly, "but somehow I have always felt that one day I might be called upon to do something for France. There are times when that feeling becomes so strong that all thoughts of myself and of my own happiness fade from my knowledge, and it seems as if my duty to France and to the king were more insistent than my duty to God." "Poor France!" sighed Madame. "Yes, that is just what I feel, ma tante. Poor France! She has suffered so much more than we have, and she has regained so much less. Enemies still lurk around her. The prowling wolf is still at her gate. Even the throne of her king is still insecure. Poor, poor France, our country, ma tante. She should be our pride, our glory, and she is weak and torn and beset by treachery. Oh, if only I could do something for France and for the king, I would count myself the happiest woman on God's earth." Now she was a woman transformed. She seemed taller and stronger. Her girlishness, too, had vanished. Her cheeks burned, her eyes glowed, her breath came and went rapidly through her quivering nostrils. Madame la Duchesse d'Agen looked down on her niece with naive admiration. "Hey, my little Joan of Arc," she said merrily. "Pardieu, your eloquence, ma mignonne, has warmed up my old heart too. But, please God, our dear old country will not have need of heroism again." "I am not so sure of that, ma tante." "You are thinking of that ugly rumour which was current in Grenoble yesterday." "Yes. If that Corsican brigand dares to set his foot again upon this land," began the old lady vehemently. "Let him come, ma tante," broke in Crystal exultantly. "We are ready for him. Let him come, and this time, when God has punished him again, it won't be to Elba that he will be sent to expiate his villainies." "Amen to that, my child," concluded Madame fervently. "And now, my dear, don't let me forget the hour of my audience. Hector will be back in a moment or two, and I must not lose any more time gossiping. But before I go, little one, will you tell me one thing?" "Of course I will, ma tante." "Quite frankly?" "Absolutely." "Well, then, I want to know about that English friend of yours." "Mr. Clifford, you mean?" asked Crystal. "What about him?" "I want to know, my dear, what I ought to make of this Mr. Clifford." Crystal laughed lightly, and looked up with astonished, inquiring, wide-open eyes to her aunt. "What should you want to make of him, ma tante?" she asked, wholly unperturbed under the scrutinizing gaze of Madame. "Nothing," said the Duchess abruptly. "I have had my answer. Thank you, dear." Evidently she had no intention of satisfying the girl's obvious curiosity, for she suddenly rose from her chair, gathered her lace shawl round her shoulders, and said with abrupt transition, "The hour for my audience is at hand. Not 1 minute must I keep my august brother waiting. I can hear Hector's footsteps in the corridor, and I will not have him see me in a fluster." Crystal looked as if she would have liked to question Madame a little more closely about her former cryptic utterance, but there was something in the sarcastic twinkle of those sharp eyes which caused the young girl to refrain from too many questions, and very wisely she decided to hold her peace. Madame la Duchesse threw a quick glance into the gilt-framed mirror close by. She smoothed a stray wisp of hair which had escaped from under her lace cap. She gave a tug to her fichu and a pat to her skirts. Then, as the folding doors were once more thrown open, and Hector, stiff, solemn, and pompous, appeared under the lintel, Madame threw back her head in the grand manner pertaining to the old days at Versailles. "Precede me, Hector," she said with consummate dignity, "to Monsieur le Comte's audience chamber." And with hands folded before her, her aristocratic head very erect, her mouth and eyes composed to reposeful majesty, she sailed out through the mahogany doors in a style which no one who had never curtsied to the bien-aimé monarch could possibly hope to imitate. For some little while after her aunt had sailed out of the room, Crystal remained where she was sitting on the low stool beside the high-backed chair just vacated by the Duchess. Her eyes were still glowing with the enthusiasm which had excited the admiration of the older woman a while ago, and the high colour in her cheeks, the tremor of her nostrils, showed that that same enthusiasm still kept her nerves on the quiver, and caused the young, hot blood to course swiftly through her veins. But something of the lightness of her mood had vanished. Something of the exultant joy of the heroine had given place to the calmer resignation of the potential martyr. Gradually the color faded from her cheeks, the light died slowly out of her eyes, and the young fair head, so lately tossed triumphantly in the ardor of patriotism, sunk gradually upon the still heaving breast. Crystal was alone, and she was not ashamed to let the tears well up to her eyes. Despite her proud profession of faith, the insistent longing for happiness, which is the inalienable share of youth, knocked at the portals of her heart. Not even to the devoted aunt who had brought her up, who had known her every childish sorrow, and gleaned her every childish tear, not even to her would she show what it cost her to sink her individuality, her longings, her hopes of happiness into that overwhelming sense of duty to her father's wishes and to the demands of her name, her country, and her caste. She had repeated it to herself often, and often, that her father had suffered so much for the sake of his convictions, had endured poverty and exile, where opportunism would have dictated submission to the usurper Bonaparte and the acceptance of riches and honors at his hands. He had remained loyal in his beliefs, steadfast to his king through 20 years of misery, akin to squalor, the remembrance of which would forever darken the rest of his life. But he had endured all that without bitterness, scarcely without a murmur, and now that 20 years of self-abnegation were at last finding their reward, now that the king had come into his own, and the king's faithful friends were being compensated in accordance with the length of the king's purse, would it not be arrant cowardice and disloyalty for her, an only child, to oppose her father's will in the ordering of her own future, to refuse the rich marriage which would help to restore dignity and grandeur to the ancient name and to the old home? Crystal de Cambray was born in England. She had lived the whole of her life in a small provincial town in this country, but she had been brought up by her aunt, the Duchess Douairière de Gien, and through that upbringing she had been made to imbibe from her earliest childhood all the principles of the old regime. These principles consisted chiefly of implicit obedience by the children to the parents' decrees anent marriage, of blind worship of the dignity of station, and of duty to name and caste, to king and country. The thought would never have entered Crystal's head that she could have the right to order her own future, or to demand from life her own special brand of happiness. Now her fate had been finally decided on by her father, and she was on the point of taking, at his wish, the irrevocable step which would bind her forever to a man whom she could never love. But she did not think of rebellion. She had no thought of grumbling at fate or at her father. Crystal de Cambray had English blood in her veins, the blood that makes men and women accept the inevitable with set teeth and a determination to do the right thing, even if it hurts. Crystal, therefore, had no thought of rebellion. She only felt an infinity of regret for something sweet and intangible which she had hardly realized, hardly expected, which had been too elusive, to be called hope, too remote to be termed happiness. She gave herself the luxury of this short outburst of tears, since nobody was near and nobody could see. There was a fearful pain in her heart while she rested her head against the cushion of the stiff, high-backed chair, and cried till it seemed that she never could cry again, whatever sorrow life might still have in store for her. But when that outburst of grief had subsided, she dried her eyes resolutely, rose to her feet, arranged her hair in front of the mirror, and feeling that her eyes were hot and her head heavy, she turned to the tall French window, opened it, and stepped out into the garden. It had suffered from years of neglect. The shrubs grew rank and stocky. The paths were covered with weeds, but there was a slight feeling of spring in the air. The bare branches of the trees seemed swollen with the rising sap, and upon the edge of the terrace balustrade a red-breasted robin cocked its mischievous little eye upon her. At the bottom of the garden there was a fine row of ilex, with here and there a stone seat, and in the centre an old stone fountain, moss-covered and overshadowed by the hanging boughs of the huge melancholy trees. Crystal was very fond of this avenue. She liked to sit and watch the play of sunshine upon the stone of the fountain. The melancholy quietude of the place suited her present mood. It was so strange to look on these big evergreen trees, and on the havoc caused by weeds and weather, on the fine carving of the fountain, and to think of their going on here year after year for the past 20 years, while that hideous revolution had devastated the whole country, while men had murdered each other, slaughtered women and children, and committed every crime and every infamy which lust of hate and revenge can engender in the hearts of men. The old trees and the stone fountain had remained peaceful and still the while, unscathed and undefiled, grand, dignified, and majestic, while the owner of the fine chateau, of the gardens and the fountain, and of half the province around, earned a precarious livelihood in a foreign land, half starved in wretchedness and exile. She, Crystal, had never seen them until some 10 months ago, when her father came back into his own, and leading his daughter by the hand, had taken her on a tour of inspection to show her the magnificence of her ancestral home. She had loved at once the fine old chateau, with its lichen-covered walls, its fine portcullis and crenellated towers. She had wept over the torn tapestries, the broken furniture, the family portraits which a rough and impious rabble had wilfully damaged. She had loved the wide sweep of the terrace walls, the views over the Isère and across the mountain range to the peaks of the Grand Chartreuse. But above all, she had loved this sombre row of ilex trees, the broken fountain, the hush and peace which always lay over this secluded portion of the neglected garden. The earth was moist and soft under her feet. The cheeky robin, curious after the manner of his kind, had followed her, and was flying from seat to seat ahead of her, watching her every movement. Crystal! At first she thought that it was the wind sighing through the trees, so softly had her name been spoken, so like a sigh did it seem as it reached her ears. Crystal! This time she could not be mistaken. Someone had called her name. Someone was walking up the avenue rapidly behind her. She would not turn round, for she knew who it was that had called, and she would not allow surprise to resuscitate the outward signs of regret. But she stood quite still while those hasty footsteps drew nearer, and she made a great and successful effort to keep back the tears which once more threatened to fill her eyes. A minute later she felt herself gently drawn to the nearest stone seat, and she sank down upon it, still trying very hard to remain calm, and above all not to cry. "Oh, why did you come, Maurice?" she said at last, when she felt that she could look with some semblance of composure on the half-sitting, half-kneeling figure of the young man beside her. Despite her obstinate resistance, he had taken her hand in his and was covering it with kisses. "Why did you come?" she reiterated pleadingly. "You must know that it is no use." "I can't believe it. I won't believe it," he protested passionately. "Crystal, if you really cared, you would not send me away from you." "If I really cared," she said dully. "Maurice, sometimes I think that if you really cared, you would not make it so difficult for me. Can't you see," she added more vehemently, "that every time you come, you make me more wretched, and my duties seem more hard, till sometimes I feel as if I could not bear it any longer, as if in the struggle my poor heart would suddenly break." "And because your father is so heartless," he began vehemently. "My father is not heartless, Maurice," she broke in firmly, "but you must try and see for yourself how impossible it was for him to give his consent to our marriage, even if he knew that my happiness was bounded by your love. Just think it over quietly. If you had a sister who was all the world to you, would you consent to such a marriage?" "With a penniless, out at elbows, good for nothing, you mean," he said, with a kind of resentful bitterness. "No, I dare say I should not." "Money!" he cried impetuously as he jumped to his feet, and burying his hands in the pockets of his breeches, he began pacing the path up and down in front of her. "Money, money, always talk of duty and of obedience, always your father and his sorrows and his desires. Do I count for nothing, then? Have I not suffered as he has suffered? Did I not live in exile as he did? Have I not made sacrifices for my king and for my ideals? Why should I suffer in the future as well as in the past? Why, because my king is powerless or supine in giving me back what was filched from my father, should that be taken from me, which alone gives me incentive to live? You, Crystal," he added, as once again he knelt beside her. He encircled her shoulders with his arms. Then he seized her 2 hands and covered them with kisses. "You are all that I want in this world. After all, we can live in poverty. We have been brought up in poverty, you and I, and even then it is only a question of a few years, months perhaps. The king must give us back what that abominable revolution took from us who remained loyal to him, and because we were loyal. My father owned rich lands in Burgundy. The king must give those back to me. He must. He shall. He will. If only you will be patient, Crystal. If only you will wait." The fiery blood of his race had rushed into Maurice de St. Genis's head. He was talking volubly and at random, but he believed for the moment everything that he said. Tears of passion and of fervour came to his eyes, and he buried his head in the folds of Crystal's white gown. and heavy sobs shook his bent shoulders. She, moved by that motherly tenderness which is seldom absent from a good woman's love, stroked with soothing fingers the matted hair from his hot forehead. For a while she remained silent, while the paroxysm of his passionate revolt spent itself in tears. Then she said quite softly, "I think, Maurice, that in your heart you do us all an injustice, to me, to father, to yourself, even to the king. The king cannot give you that which is not his. Your property, like ours, was confiscated by that awful revolutionary government, because your father and mine followed their king into exile. The rich lands were sold for the benefit of the nation. The nation presumably has spent the money, but the people who bought the lands in good faith cannot be dispossessed by our king without creating bitter ill feeling against himself, as you well know, and once more endangering his throne. Those are the facts, Maurice, against which no hot-blooded argument, no passionate outbursts can prevail. The king gave my father back this dear old castle because it happened to have proved unsaleable and was still on the nation's hands. Our rich lands, like yours, can never be restored to us. That hard fact has been driven into poor father's head for the past 10 months, and now it has gone home at last. These grey walls, this neglected garden, a few sticks of broken furniture, a handful of money from an over-generous king's treasury, is all that fate has rescued for him from out the ashes of the past. My father is every whit as penniless as you are yourself, Maurice, as penniless as ever he was in England when he gave French and drawing lessons to a lot of young ragamuffins in a middle-class school. But Victor de Marmont is rich, and his money, once I am his wife, will purchase back all the estates which have been in our family for hundreds of years. For my father's sake, for the sake of the name which I bear, I must give my hand to Victor de Marmont, and pray to God that some semblance of peace, the sense of duty accomplished, will compensate me for the happiness to which I shall bid good-bye to-day." "And you are willing to be sold to young de Marmont for the price of a few acres of land?" retorted Maurice de St. Genis hotly. "Oh, it's monstrous, Crystal, monstrous, all the more monstrous as you seem quite unconscious of the iniquity of such a bargain. Women of our caste, Maurice," she said in her turn, with a touch of bitterness, "have often before now been sacrificed for the honour of their name. Men have been accustomed to look to them for help when their own means of gilding their escutcheons have failed." "And you are willing, Crystal, to be sold like this?" he insisted. "My father wishes me to marry Victor de Marmont," she replied with calm dignity, "and after all that he has suffered for the honour and dignity of our name, I should deem myself craven and treacherous if I refused to obey him in this." Maurice de St. Genis once more rose to his feet. All his vehemence, his riotous outbreak of rebellion, seemed to have been smothered beneath a pall of dreary despair. His young, good-looking face appeared sombre and sullen. His restless, dark eyes wandered obstinately from Crystal's fair, bent head to her stooping shoulders, to her hands, to her feet. It seemed as if he was trying to engrave an image of her upon his turbulent brain, or that he wished to force her to look on him again before she spoke the last words of farewell. but she wouldn't look at him. She kept her head resolutely averted, looking far out over the undulating lands of Dauphine and Savoy, to where in the far distant sky the stately Alps reared their snow-crowned heads. At last, unable to bear her silence any longer, he said dully, "Then it is your last word, Crystal?" "You know that it must be, Maurice," she murmured in reply. "My marriage contract will be signed tonight, and on Tuesday I go to the altar with Victor de Marmont." "And you mean to tear your love for me out of your heart?" "Yes. Were its roots a little deeper, a little stronger, you could not do it, Crystal. But they are not so deep as those of your love for your father." She made no reply. Perhaps something in her heart told her that after all he might be right, that unbeknown to herself even, there were tendrils of affection in her that bound her ivy-like and so closely to her father that even her girlish love for Maurice de St. Genis, the first hint of passion that had stirred the smooth depths of her young heart, could not tear her from that bulwark to which she clung. "This is the last time that I shall see you, Crystal," said Maurice with a sigh, seeing that obviously she meant to allow his taunt to pass unchallenged. "You are going away?" she asked. "How can I stay here under this roof, where anon, in a few hours, Victor de Marmont will have claims upon you which, if he exercised them before me, would make me wish to kill him or myself. I shall leave to-morrow early," he added more quietly. "Where will you go?" "To Paris, or abroad, or the devil, I don't know which," he replied moodily. "Father will be sorry if you go," she murmured under her breath, for once again the tears were very insistent, and she felt an awful pain in her heart, because of the misery which she had to inflict upon him. "Your father has been passing kind to me. He gave me a home when I was homeless, but it is not fitting that I should trespass any longer upon his hospitality." "Have you made any plans?" "Not yet, but the king will give me a commission. There will be some fighting now. There was a rumour in Grenoble last night that Bonaparte had landed at Antibes and was marching on Paris." "A false rumour as usual, I suppose," she said indifferently. "Perhaps," he replied. There was silence between them for a while after that, silence only broken by the twitter of birds waking to the call of spring. The word "good-bye" remained unspoken. Neither of them dared to say it, lest it broke the barrier of their resolve. "Will you not go now, Maurice?" said Crystal at last in pitiable pleading. "We only make each other hopelessly wretched by lingering near one another after this." "Yes, I will go, Crystal," he replied, and this time he really forced his voice to tones of gentleness, although his inward resentment still bubbled out with every word he spoke. "I wish I could have left this house altogether, now, at once, but your father would resent it, and he has been so kind. I wish I could go to-day," he reiterated obstinately. "I dread seeing Victor de Marmont in this house, where the laws of chivalry forbid my striking him in the face." "Maurice," she exclaimed reproachfully. "Nay, I'll not say it again. I have sufficient reason left in me, I think, to show these parvenus how we, of the old regime, bear every blow which fate chooses to deal to us. They have taken everything from us, these new men, our lives, our lands, our very means of subsistence.
Now they have taken to filching our sweethearts. Curse them! But at least let us keep our dignity." But again she was silent. What was there to say that had not been said, save that unspoken word, "Good-bye"? And he asked very softly, "May I kiss you for the last time, Crystal?" "No, Maurice," she replied, "never again." "You are still free," he urged. "You are not plighted to de Marmont yet." "No, not actually, not till to-night." "Then mayn't I?" "No, Maurice," she said decisively. "Your hand, then?" "If you like." He knelt down close to her. She yielded her hand to him, and he, with his usual impulsiveness, covered it with kisses, into which he tried to infuse the fervour of a last farewell. Then, without another word, he rose to his feet and walked away with a long and firm stride down the avenue. Crystal watched his retreating figure until the overhanging branches of the ilex hid him from her view. She made no attempt now to restrain her tears. They flowed uninterruptedly down her cheeks, and dropped hot and searing upon her hands. With Maurice's figure disappearing down the dark avenue, with the echo of his footsteps dying away in the distance, the last chapter of her first book of romance seemed to be closing with relentless finality. The afternoon sun was hidden behind a bank of grey clouds. The northeast wind came whistling insistently through the trees. Even that feeling of spring in the air had vanished. It was just a bleak, grey winter's day now. Crystal felt herself shivering with cold. She drew her shawl more closely round her shoulders. Then, with eyes still wet with tears, but small head held well erect, she rose to her feet and walked rapidly back to the house. End of chapter 2, part 1. Chapter 2, part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Madame la Duchesse had in the meanwhile followed Hector along the corridor and down the finely carved marble staircase. At a monumental door on the ground floor the man paused, his hand upon the massive ormolu handle, waiting for Madame la Duchesse to come up. He felt a little uncomfortable at her approach, for here in the big square hall the light was very clear, and he could see Madame's keen, searching eyes looking him up and down and through and through. She even put up her lorgnon, and though she was not very tall, she contrived to look Hector through them, straight between the eyes. "Is Monsieur le Comte in there?" Madame la Duchesse deigned to ask, as she pointed with her lorgnon to the door. "In the small library beyond, Madame la Duchesse," replied Hector stiffly. "And," she queried with sharp sarcasm, "is the antechamber very full of courtiers and ladies just now?" A quick, almost imperceptible blush spread over Hector's impassive countenance, and as quickly vanished again. "Monsieur le Comte," he said imperturbably, "is disengaged at the present moment. He seldom receives visitors at this hour." On Madame's mobile lips the sarcastic curl became more marked. "And I suppose, my good Hector," she said, "that since Monsieur le Comte has only granted an audience to his sister to-day, you thought it was a good opportunity for putting yourself at your ease and wearing your patched and mended clothes, eh?" Once more that sudden wave of colour swept over Hector's solemn old face. He was evidently at a loss how to take Madame la Duchess's remark, whether as a rebuke or merely as one of those mild jokes of which every one knew that Madame was inordinately fond. Something of his dignity of attitude seemed to fall away from him as he vainly tried to solve this portentous problem. His mouth felt dry and his head hot, and he did not know on which foot he could stand with the least possible discomfort, and how he could contrive to hide from Madame la Duchess's piercing eyes that very obvious patch in the right knee of his breeches. "Madame la Duchess will forgive me, I hope," he stammered painfully. But already Madame's kind old face had shed its mask of raillery. "Never mind, Hector," she said gently. "You are a good fellow, and there's no occasion to tell me lies about the rich liveries which are put away somewhere, nor about the numerous retinue and countless numbers of flunkeys, all of whom are having unaccountably long holidays just now. It's no use trying to throw dust in my eyes, my poor friend, or put on that pompous manner with me. I know that the carpets are not all temporarily rolled up, or the best of the furniture at a repairer's in Grenoble. What's the use of pretending with me, old Hector? Those days at Worcester are not so distant yet, are they, when all the family had to make a meal off a pound of sausages, or your wife Jean, God bless her, had to pawn her wedding ring to buy Monsieur le Comte de Cambray a second-hand overcoat. Madame la Duchess, I humbly pray your grace," entreated Hector, whose wrinkled parchment-like face had become the colour of a peony, and who, torn between the respect which he had for the great lady and his horror at what she said, was ready to sink through the floor in his confusion. "Eh, what, man?" retorted the Duchess lightly. "There is no one but these bare walls to hear me, and my words, you'll find, will clear the atmosphere round you. It was very stifling, my good Hector, when I arrived. There now," she added, "announce me to Monsieur le Comte, and then go down to Jean and tell her that I, for one, have no intention of forgetting Worcester, or the pawned ring, or the sausages, and that the array of Grenoble louts, dressed up for the occasion in moth-eaten liveries, dragged up out of some old chests, do not please me half as much round a dinner table as did her dear old streaming face when she used to bring us the omelette straight out of the kitchen." She dropped her lorgnon, and folding her aristocratic hands upon her bosom, she once more assumed the grand manner pertaining to Versailles, and Hector, having swallowed an uncomfortable lump in his throat, threw open the huge folding doors, and announced in a stentorian voice, "Madame la Duchesse Douairier de Gênes." Monsieur le Comte de Cambray was at this time close on 60 years of age, and the hardships which he had endured for close upon a quarter of a century had left their indelible impress upon his wrinkled, careworn face. But no one, least of all a younger man, could possibly rival him in dignity of bearing and gracious condescension of manner. He wore his clothes after the old-time fashion, and clung to the powdered perroquet which had been the mode at the Tuileries and Versailles, before these vulgar young republicans took to wearing their own hair in its natural colour. Now, as he advanced from the inner room to meet Madame la Duchess, he seemed a perfect representation, or rather resuscitation, of the courtly and vanished epoch of the Roi Soleil. He held himself very erect, and walked with measured step and a stereotyped smile upon his lips. He paused just in front of Madame la Duchess, then stopped and lightly touched with his lips the hand which she held out to him. "Tell me, monsieur, my brother," said Madame, in her loudly pitched voice, "do you expect me to make before you my best Versailles curtsy? For with my rheumatic knee, I warn you that once I get down, you might find it very difficult to get me up on my feet again." "Hush, Sophie," admonished Monsieur le Comte impatiently. "You must try and subdue your voice a little. We are no longer in Worcester, remember." But Madame only shrugged her thin shoulders. "Bah!" she retorted, "there's only good old Hector on the other side of the door, and you don't imagine you are really throwing dust in his eyes, do you? Good old Hector with his threadbare livery and his ill-fed belly." "Sophie," exclaimed Monsieur le Comte, who was really vexed this time, "I must insist." All right, my dear Andre, I won't say anything more. Take me to your audience chamber, and I'll try to behave like a lady." A smile that was distinctly mischievous still hovered round Madame's lips, but she forced her eyes to look grave. She held out the tips of her fingers to her brother, and allowed him to lead her in the correct manner into the next room. Here Monsieur le Comte invited her to sit in an upright chair, which was placed at a convenient angle close to his bureau, while he himself sat upon a stately, throne-like armchair, one shapely knee bent, the other slightly stretched forward, displaying the fine silk stocking and the set of his well-cut satin breeches. Madame la Duchess kept her hands folded in front of her, and waited in silence for her brother to speak. But he seemed at a loss how to begin, for her piercing gaze was making him feel very uncomfortable. He could not help but detect in it the twinkle of good-humoured sarcasm. Madame, of course, would not help him out. She enjoyed his obvious embarrassment, which took him down somewhat from that high altitude of dignity wherein he delighted to soar. "My dear Sophie," he began at last, speaking very deliberately and carefully choosing his words, "before the step which Crystal is about to take to-day becomes absolutely irrevocable, I desired to talk the matter over with you, since it concerns the happiness of my only child." "Isn't it a little late, my good Andre," remarked Madame dryly, "to talk over a question which has been decided a month ago? The contract is to be signed to-night. Our present conversation might have been held to some purpose soon after the New Year. It is distinctly useless to-day." At Madame's sharp and uncompromising words, a quick blush had spread over the Comte's sunken cheeks. "I could not consult you before, Sophie," he added coldly. "You chose to immure yourself in a convent rather than come back straight away to your old home as we all did when our king was restored to his throne. The post has been very disorganized, and Boulogne is a far cry from Brestolo. But I did write to you as soon as Victor de Marmont made his formal request for Crystal's hand. To this letter I had no reply, and I could not keep him waiting in indefinite uncertainty. Your letter did not reach me until a month after it was written, as I had the honour to tell you in my reply." "And that same reply only reached me a fortnight ago," retorted the Comte, "when Cristel had been formally engaged to Victor de Marmont for over a month, and the date for the signature of the contract and the wedding day had both been fixed. I then sent a courier at great expense and in great haste immediately to you," he added with a tone of dignified reproach. "I could do no more." "Or less," she assented tartly. "And here I am, my dear brother, and I am not blaming you for delays in the post. I merely remarked that it was too late now to consult me upon a marriage which is to all intents and purposes an accomplished fact already." "That is so, of course, but it would be a great personal satisfaction to me, my good Sophy, to hear your views upon the matter. You have brought Cristel up from babyhood. In a measure you know her better than even I, her father, do, and therefore you are better able than I am to judge whether Cristel's marriage with de Marmont will be conducive to her permanent happiness." "As to that, my good André," quoth Madame, "you must remember that when our father and mother decided that a marriage between me and Monsieur le Duc d'Agen was desirable, my personal feelings and character were never consulted for a moment, and I suppose that, taking life as it is, I was never particularly unhappy as his wife." "And what do you adduce from those reminiscences, my dear Sophy?" queried the Comte de Cambray suavely. "That Victor de Marmont is not a bad fellow," replied Madame, "that he is no worse than was Monsieur le Duc d'Agen, and that therefore there is no reason to suppose that Cristel will be any more unhappy than I was in my time. But there is no but about it, my good André. Cristel is a sweet girl and a devoted daughter. She will make the best, never you fear, of the circumstances into which your blind worship of your own dignity and of your rank have placed her." "My good Sophy," broke in the Count hotly, "you talk, pardieu, as if I was forcing my only child into a distasteful marriage." "No, I do not talk as if you were forcing Cristel into a distasteful marriage, but you know quite well that she only accepted Victor de Marmont because it was your wish, and because his millions are going to buy back the old Cambray estates, and she is so imbued with the sense of her duty to you and to the family escutcheon that she was willing to sacrifice every personal feeling in the fulfilment of that duty." "By personal feeling, I suppose that you mean Saint Genus." "Well, yes, I do," said Madame laconically. "Cristel was very much in love with him at one time." "She still is. But even you, my dear sister, must admit that a marriage with Saint Genus was out of the question," retorted the Count in his turn with some acerbity. "I am very fond of Maurice, and his name is as old and great as ours, but he hasn't a sou, and you know as well as I do by now that the restoration of confiscated lands is out of the question. Parliament will never allow it, and the King will never dare." "I know all that, my poor André," sighed Madame in a more conciliatory spirit. "I know, moreover, that you yourself haven't a sou either, in spite of your grandeur and your prejudices. Money must be got somehow, and our ancient family scutcheon must be regilt at any cost. I know that we must keep up this state pertaining to the old regime. We must have our lackeys and our liveries, sycophants around us, and gaping yokels on our way when we sally out into the open. We must blot out from our lives those 20 years spent in a democratic and enlightened country where no one is ashamed either of poverty or of honest work, and above all things we must forget that there has ever been a revolution which sent Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai, Commander of the Order of the Holy Ghost, Grand Cross of the Order du Lys, Seigneur of Montfleury, and Saint Eynard, Hereditary Grand Chamberlain of France, to teach French and drawing in an English grammar school. You wrong me there, Sophie. I wish to forget nothing of the past 20 years. I thought that you had given your memory a holiday. I forget nothing, he reiterated with dignified emphasis, neither the squalid poverty which I endured, nor the bitter experiences which I gleaned in exile, nor the devotion of those who saved your life, and yours, he interposed, and mine, at risk of their own. Perhaps you will believe me when I tell you that not a day goes by but Crystal and I speak of Sir Percy Blakeney, and of his gallant League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. Well, we owe our lives to them, said Madame, with deep-drawn sigh. I wonder if we shall ever see any of those fine fellows again. God only knows, sighed Monsieur le Comte in response, but he continued more lightly, as you know, the League itself has ceased to be. We saw very little of Sir Percy and Lady Blakeney latterly, for we were too poor ever to travel up to London. Crystal and I saw them before we left England, and I then had the opportunity of thanking Sir Percy Blakeney for the last time for the many valuable French lives which his plucky little League had saved. He is indeed a gallant gentleman, said Madame la Duchess gently, even whilst her bright shrewd eyes gazed straight out before her as if on the great bare walls of her own ancestral home. The ghostly hand of memory had conjured up pictures of long ago, her own, her husband's, and her brother's arrest here in this very room, the weeping servants, the rough half-naked soldiery, then the agony of a 9 days' imprisonment in a dark, dank prison cell, filled to overflowing with poor wretches in the same pitiable plight as herself, the hasty trial, the insults, the mockery, her husband's death in prison, and her own thoughts of approaching death. Then the gallant deed. After all these years she could still see herself, her brother and Jean, her faithful maid, and poor devoted Hector, all huddled up in a rickety tumbrel, being dragged through the streets of Paris on the road to death. On ahead she had seen the weird outline of the guillotine silhouetted against the evening sky, whilst all around her a howling, jeering mob sang that awful refrain, Ça ira, ça ira, les aristos à la lanterne. Then it was that she had felt unseen hands snatching her out of the tumbrel. She had felt herself being dragged through that yelling crowd to a place where there was silence and darkness, and where she knew that she was safe. Thence she was conveyed, she hardly realized how, to England, where she and her brother and Jean and Hector, their faithful servants, had found refuge for over 20 years. It was a gallant deed, whispered Madame la Duchess once again, and one which will always make me love every Englishman I meet, for the sake of one who was called the Scarlet Pimpernel. Then why should you attribute vulgar ingratitude to me? Retorted the Comte reproachfully. My feelings, I imagine, are as sensitive as your own. Am I not trying my best to be kind to that Mr. Clifford, who is an honoured guest in my house, just because it was Sir Percy Blakeney who recommended him to me. It can't be very difficult to be kind to such an attractive young man, was Madame la Duchess's dry comment. Recommendation or no recommendation, I liked your Mr. Clifford, and if it were not so late in the day, and there was still time to give my opinion, I would suggest that Mr. Clifford's money could quite well regild our family scutcheon. He is very rich, too, I understand. My good Sophie, exclaimed the Comte in horror, what can you be thinking of? Crystal, principally, replied the Duchess. I thought Clifford a far nicer fellow than de Marmont. My dear sister, said the Comte stiffly, I really must ask you to think sometimes before you speak. Of a truth, you make suggestions and comments at times which literally stagger one. I don't see anything so very staggering in the idea of a penniless aristocrat marrying a wealthy English gentleman. A gentleman, my dear, exclaimed the Comte. Well, Mr. Clifford is a gentleman, isn't he? His family is irreproachable, I believe. Well, then, but Mr. Clifford, you know, my dear. No, I don't know, said Madame decisively. What is the matter with Mr. Clifford? Well, I didn't like to tell you, Sophie, immediately on your arrival yesterday, said the Comte, who was making visible efforts to mitigate the horror of what he was about to say. But as a matter of fact, this Mr. Clifford, whom you met in my house last night, who sat next to you at my table, with whom you had that long and animated conversation afterwards, is nothing better than a shopkeeper. No doubt, Monsieur le Comte de Cambray expected that at this awful announcement, Madame la Duchess's indignation and anger would know no bounds. He was quite ready, even now, with a string of apologies which he would formulate directly she allowed him to speak. He certainly felt very guilty towards her for the undesirable acquaintance which she had made in her brother's own house. Great was his surprise, therefore, when Madame's wrinkled face wreathed itself into a huge smile, which presently broadened into a merry laugh as she threw back her head and said, still laughing, a shopkeeper, my dear Comte, a shopkeeper at your aristocratic table, and your meal did not choke you? Why, God forgive you, but I do believe you are actually becoming human. I ought to have told you sooner, of course, began the Comte stiffly. Why, bless your heart, I knew it soon enough. You knew it? Of course I did. Mr. Clifford told me that interesting fact before he had finished eating his soup. Did he tell you that he traded in gloves? Well, and why not gloves? She retorted. Gloves are very nice things, and better manufactured at Grenoble than anywhere else in the world. The English coquettes are very wise in getting their gloves from Grenoble through the good offices of Mr. Clifford. But, my dear Sophie, Mr. Clifford buys gloves here from Dumoulin and sells them again to a shop in London. He buys and sells other things too, and does it for profit. Of course he does. You don't suppose that anyone would do that sort of thing for pleasure, do you? Mr. Clifford, continued Madame, with sudden seriousness, lost his father when he was 6 years old. His mother and 4 sisters had next to nothing to live on after the bulk of what they had went for the education of the boy. At 18, he made up his mind that he would provide his mother and sisters with all the luxuries which they had lacked for so long, and instead of going into the army, which had been the burning ambition of his boyhood, he went into business, and in less than 10 years has made a fortune." "You seem to have learnt a great deal of the man's family history in so short a time." "I liked him, and I made him talk to me about himself. It was not easy, for these English men are stupidly reticent, but I dragged his story out of him bit by bit, or at least as much of it as I could, and I can tell you, my good Andre, that never have I admired a man so much as I do this Mr. Clifford, for never have I met so unselfish a one. I declare that if I were only a few years younger," she continued whimsically, "and even so, hey, but I am not so old after all." "My dear Sophy," ejaculated the Comte. "Eh, what?" she retorted tartly. "You would object to a tradesman as a brother-in-law, would you? What about a de Marmont for a son, eh?" "Victor de Marmont is a soldier in the army of our legitimate king, his uncle, the Duc de Ragusa." "That's just it," broke in Madame again. "I don't like de Marmont because he is a de Marmont." "Is that the only reason for your not liking him?" "The only one," she replied. "But I must say that this Mr. Clifford—" "You must not harp on that string, Sophy," said the Comte sternly. "It is too ridiculous. To begin with, Clifford never cared for Crystal, and secondly, Crystal was already engaged to de Marmont when Clifford arrived here, and thirdly, let me tell you that my daughter has far too much pride in her ever to think of a shopkeeper in the light of a husband, even if he had 10 times this Mr. Clifford's fortune." "Then everything is comfortably settled, Andre, and now that we have returned to our sheep, and have both arrived at the conclusion that nothing stands in the way of Crystal's marriage with Victor de Marmont, I suppose that I may presume that my audience is at an end." "I only wished to hear your opinion, my good Sophy," rejoined Monsieur le Comte, and he rose stiffly from his chair. "Well, and you have heard it, Andre?" concluded Madame, as she too rose and gathered her lace shawl round her shoulders. "You may thank God, my dear brother, that you have in Crystal such an unselfish and obedient child, and in me such a submissive sister. Frankly, since you have chosen to ask my opinion at this 11th hour, I don't like this de Marmont marriage, though I have admitted that I see nothing against the young man himself. If Crystal is not unhappy with him, I shall be content. If she is, I will make myself exceedingly disagreeable both to him and to you, and that being my last word, I have the honour to wish you a polite good day." She swept her brother an imperceptibly ironical curtsy, but he detained her once again as she turned to go. "One word more, Sophy," he said solemnly. "You will be amiable with Victor de Marmont this evening?" "Of course I will," she replied tartly. "Ah, ça, monsieur, my brother, do you take me for a washerwoman?" "I am entertaining the Prefet for the super du contract," continued the Comte, quietly ignoring the old lady's irascibility of temper, "and the general in command of the garrison. They are both converted Bonapartists, remember." "Hum," grunted Madame crossly. "Whom else are you going to entertain?" "Madame Fourier, the Prefet's wife, and Mademoiselle Marchand, the general's daughter, and of course the D'Umbrans and the Genevois." "Is that all?" "Some half dozen or so notabilities of Grenoble. We shall sit down 20 to supper, and afterwards I hold a reception in honour of the coming marriage of Mademoiselle de Cambray de Brestelot with Monsieur Victor du Marmont. One must do one's duty." "And pander to one's love of playing at being a little king in a limited way." All right, I won't say anything more. I promise that I won't disgrace you, and that I'll put on a grand manner that will fill those worthy notabilities and their wives with awe and reverence. And now I'd best go," she added whimsically, "ere my good resolutions break down before your pomposity. I suppose the louts from the village will be again braced up in those moth-eaten liveries, and the bottles of thin Medoc, purchased surreptitiously at a local grocer's, will be duly smothered in the dust of ages. All right, I'm going. For gracious sake, don't conduct me to the door, or I'll really disgrace you under Hector's uplifted nose. Oh, shades of cold beef and treacle pies of Worcester, and washing day, do you remember? All right, monsieur, my brother. I am dumb as a carp at last." And with a final outburst of sarcastic laughter, Madame finally sailed across the room, while Monsieur fell back into his throne-like chair with a deep sigh of relief. End of chapter 2, part 2.
Chapter 3, Part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Return of the Emperor. But even as Madame la Duchesse Douairière de Jeanne placed her aristocratic hand upon the handle of the door, it was opened from without with what might almost be called undue haste, and Hector appeared in the doorway. Hector, in truth, but not the sober-faced, pompous, dignified Hector of the household of Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, but a red-visaged, excited, fussy Hector, who for the moment seemed to have forgotten where he was, as well as the etiquette which surrounded the august personality of his master. He certainly contrived to murmur a humble, if somewhat hasty, apology, when he found himself confronted at the door by Madame la Duchesse herself, but he did not stand aside to let her pass. She had stepped back into the room at sight of him, for obviously something very much amiss must have occurred thus to ruffle Hector's ingrained dignity, and even Monsieur le Comte was involuntarily dragged out of his aristocratic aloofness, and almost, though not quite, jumped up from his chair. "What is it, Hector?" he exclaimed peremptorily. "Monsieur le Comte," gasped Hector, who seemed to be out of breath from sheer excitement. "The Corsican, he has come back. He is marching on Grenoble. Monsieur le Préfet is here." But already Monsieur le Comte had, with a wave of the hand as it were, swept the unwelcome news aside. "What rubbish is this?" he said wrathfully. "You have been dreaming in broad daylight, Hector, and this excitement is most unseemly. Show Madame la Duchesse to her apartments," he added with a great show of calm. Hector, thus reproved, coloured a yet more violent crimson to the very roots of his hair. He made a great effort to recover his pomposity, and actually took up the correct attitude which a well-trained servant assumes when he shows a great lady out of a room. But even then, despite the well-merited reproof, he took it upon himself to insist. "Monsieur le Préfet is here, Monsieur le Comte," he added, "and begs to be received at once." "Well, then, you may show him up when Madame la Duchesse has retired," said the Comte, with quiet dignity. "By your leave, my brother," quoth the Duchess decisively,
I'll wait and hear what Monsieur le Préfet has to say. The news, if news there be, is too interesting to be kept waiting for me." And accustomed as she was to get her own way in everything, Madame la Duchess calmly sailed back into the room, and once more sat down in the chair beside her brother's bureau, whilst Hector, with as much grandeur of mien as he could assume under the circumstances, was still waiting for orders. Monsieur le Comte would undoubtedly have preferred that his sister should leave the room before the Prefet was shown in. He did not approve of women taking part in political conversations, and his manner now plainly showed to Madame la Duchess that he would like to receive Monsieur le Préfet alone. But he said nothing, probably because he knew that words would be useless if Madame had made up her mind to remain, which she evidently had. So, after a brief pause, he said curtly to Hector, "Show Monsieur le Préfet in." He took up his favourite position in his throne-shaped chair, one leg bent, the other stretched out, displaying to advantage the shapely calf and well-shod foot. Monsieur le Préfet Fourier, mathematician of great renown and member of the Institute, was one of those converted Bonapartists to whom it behooved at all times to teach a lesson of decorum and dignity. And certainly, when presently Hector showed Monsieur Fourier in, the two men, the aristocrat of the old regime and the bureaucrat of the new, presented a marked and curious contrast. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, calm, unperturbed, slightly supercilious, in a studied attitude, and moving with pompous deliberation to greet his guest, and Jacques Fourier, man of science and prefect of the Isère department, short of stature, scant of breath, flurried and florid. Both men were conscious of the contrast, and Monsieur Fourier did his very best to approach Madame la Duchess with a semblance of dignity, and to kiss her hand in something of the approved courtly manner. When he had finally sat down and mopped his streaming forehead, Monsieur le Comte said with kindly condescension, "You are perturbed, my good Monsieur Fourier." "Alas, Monsieur le Comte," replied the worthy Préfet, still somewhat out of breath, "how can I help being agitated? This awful news." "What news?" queried the Comte, with a lifting of the brows, which was meant to convey complete detachment and indifference to the subject matter. "What news?" exclaimed the Prefet, who, on the other hand, was unable to contain his agitation, and had obviously given up the attempt. "Haven't you heard?" "No," replied the Comte, and Madame also shook her head. "Town gossip does not travel as far as the castle of Brestolo," added Monsieur le Comte gravely. "Town gossip!" reiterated Monsieur Fourier, who seemed to be calling heaven to witness this extraordinary levity. "Town gossip, Monsieur le Comte! But God in heaven help us all. Bonaparte landed at Antibes 5 days ago. He was at Sisteron this morning, and unless the earth opens and swallows him up, he will be on us by Tuesday." "Bah! You have had a nightmare, Monsieur le Préfet," rejoined the Comte dryly. "We have had news of the landing of Bonaparte at least once a month this half-year past. But it is authentic news this time, Monsieur le Comte," retorted Fourier, who gradually, under the influence of de Cambray's calm demeanour, had succeeded in keeping his agitation in check. The prefect of the Var department, Monsieur le Comte de Bouthillier, sent an express courier on Thursday last to the prefect of the Basses Alpes, who sent that courier straight on to me, telling me that he and General Loverdo, who is in command of the troops in that district, promptly evacuated Digues because they were not certain of the loyalty of the garrison. The Corsican, it seems, only landed with about 1,000 of his old guard, but since then the troops in every district which he has traversed have deserted in a body and rallied round his standard. It has been, so I hear, a triumphal march for him from the Littoral to Digne, and together the news which the courier brought me this morning was of such alarming nature that I thought it my duty, Monsieur le Comte, to apprise you of it immediately. That, said Monsieur le Comte condescendingly, was exceedingly thoughtful and considerate, my good Monsieur Fourier. And what is the alarming news? Firstly, that Bonaparte made something like a state entry into Digne yesterday. The city was beflagged and decorated. The National Guard turned out and presented arms. Drums were beating. The population acclaimed him with cries of Vive l'Empereur. The prefect and the general in command had intended to resist his entry into the city, but all the nobilities of the town forced them into submission. Duval, the prefect, fled to a neighboring village, taking the public funds with him, while General Laverdo, with a mere handful of loyal troops, has retreated on Sisteron. Though Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai had listened to the prefect's narrative with all his habitual grandeur of mien, it soon became obvious that some of his aristocratic sang-froid had already abandoned him. His furrowed cheeks had become a shade paler than usual, and the slender hand which toyed with an ivory paper-knife on his desk had not its wonted steadiness. Madame la Duchess perceived this, no doubt, for her keen eyes were fixed scrutinizingly upon her brother. She saw, too, that his thin lips were quivering, and that the reason why he had made no comment on what he had just heard was because he could not quite trust himself to speak. It was she, therefore, who now remarked quietly, "And in your department, Monsieur le Préfet, in Grenoble itself, is the garrison equally likely to go over to the Corsican brigand?" Monsieur Fourier shrugged his shoulders. He was not at all sure. "After what has happened at Digne, Madame la Duchess," he said, "I would not care to prophesy. General Marchand does not intend to trust entirely to the garrison. He has sent to Vienne and to Chambéry for reinforcements, but—" The prefect was hesitating. Evidently he had not a great deal of faith in the loyalty of those reinforcements either. Monsieur le Comte made a vigorous protest. "Surely, Monsieur Fourier," he said, "you don't mean to suggest that Grenoble is going to turn traitor to the king?" But Monsieur le Préfet apparently had meant to suggest it. "Alas, Monsieur le Comte," he said, "we must always bear in mind that the whole of the Dauphiné has remained throughout a bed of Bonapartism." "But in that case," ejaculated the Comte, "General Marchand is doing all he can to ensure effectual resistance, Monsieur le Comte, but we are in the hands of the army, and the army has never been truly loyal to the king. At the bottom of every soldier's haversack there is an old and worn tricolor cockade, which is there ready to be fetched out at a moment's notice, and will be fetched out at the mere sound of the Corsican's voice. We are in the hands of the army, Monsieur le Comte, and in the Dauphine. Alas! the army is only too ready to cry, Viva l'Empereur! There was silence in the stately room now, silence only broken by the tapping of the ivory paper knife with which Monsieur le Comte was still nervously fidgeting. Monsieur Fourier was wiping the perspiration from his overheated brow. "For God's sake, André, stop that irritating noise," said Madame Duchess after a while. "That tapping has got on my nerves." "I beg your pardon, Sophie," said the Comte loftily. He was offended with her for drawing Monsieur Fourier's attention to his own nervous restlessness, yet grateful to be thus forcibly made aware of it himself. His attitude was on the verge of incorrectness. Where was the aristocratic sang-froid which should have made him proof even against so much perturbing news? What had become of the lesson in decorum which should have been taught to this vulgar little bureaucrat? Monsieur le Comte pulled himself together with a jerk. He straightened out his spare figure, put on that air of detachment which became him so well, and finally turned once more to the prefect, a perfectly calm and unruffled countenance. Then he said with his accustomed urbanity, "And now, my good Monsieur Fourier, since you have so admirably put the situation before me, will you also tell me in what way I may be of service to you in this or to General Marchand?" "I am coming to that, Monsieur le Comte," replied the prefect. "It will explain the reason of my disturbing you at this hour, when I was coming anyhow to partake of your gracious hospitality later on. But I do want your assistance, Monsieur le Comte, as the matter of which I wish to speak with you concerns the King himself. Everything that you have told me hitherto, my good Monsieur Fourier, concerns his Majesty and the security of his throne. I cannot help wondering how much of this news has reached him by now. All of it at this hour, I should say, for already on Friday the Prince d'Essling sent a dispatch to his Majesty by courier as far as Lyons, and thence by aerial telegraph to Paris. The King, may God preserve him, added the ex-Bonapartist fervently, knows as much of the Corsican's movements at the present moment as we do, and God alone knows what he will decide to do." "Whatever happens," interjected the Comte de Cambrai solemnly, "Louis de Bourbon, 18th of his name, by the grace of God, will act like a king and a gentleman." "Amen to that," retorted the prefect. "And now let me come to my point, Monsieur le Comte, and the chief object of my visit to you." "I am at your service, my dear Monsieur Fourier." "You will remember, Monsieur le Comte, that directly you were installed at Brestolo, and I was confirmed in my position as prefect of this department, I thought it was my duty to tell you of the secret funds which are kept in the cellars of our Hotel de Ville by order of Monsieur de Talleyrand. Yes, of course, I remember that perfectly. French money, which the unfortunate wife of that brigand Bonaparte was taking out of the country." "Quite so," assented Fourier. "The funds are in a convenient and portable form, being chiefly notes and bankers' drafts to bearer, but the amount is considerable, namely 25 millions of francs." "A comfortable sum," interposed Madame la Duchess dryly. "I did not know that Grenoble sheltered so vast a treasure." "The money was seized," said the Comte, "from Marie Louise when she was fleeing the country. Talleyrand did it all, and it was his idea to keep the money in this part of the country against likely emergencies. But the emergency has arisen," exclaimed Monsieur Fourier excitedly, "and the money at Grenoble is useless to his Majesty in Paris. Nay, it is worse than useless. It is in danger of spoliation," he added with unconscious naivete. "If the Corsican marches into Grenoble, if the garrison and the townspeople rally to him, he will of a truth occupy the Hôtel de Ville, and the brigand will seize the king's treasure, which lies now in one of its cellars." "True," mused the Comte, "I hadn't thought of that." "Well," exclaimed Madame with light sarcasm, "seeing that the money was originally taken from his wife, the brigand will not be committing an altogether unlikely act, I imagine, by taking what was originally his." "His, my good Sophie!" exclaimed the Comte, highly shocked. "Money robbed by that usurper from France? His?" "We won't argue, André," said Madame sharply. "Let us hear what Monsieur le Préfet proposes." "Propose, Madame la Duchesse!" ejaculated the unfortunate Prefet. "I have nothing to propose. I am at my wits' end what to do. I came to Monsieur le Comte for advice." "And you were quite right, my dear Monsieur Fourier," said the Comte affably. He paused for a few seconds in order to collect his thoughts, then continued, "Now let us consider this question from every side, and then see to what conclusion we can arrive that will be for the best. Firstly, of course, there is the possibility of your following the example of the Prefet of the Basses Alpes, and taking yourself and the money to a convenient place outside Grenoble." But at this suggestion, Monsieur Fourier was ready to burst into tears. "Impossible, Monsieur le Comte," he cried pitiably. "I could not do it. Where could I go? The existence of the money is known to the Bonapartists, I am convinced. There's Dumoulin, the glovemaker, he knows everything that goes on in Grenoble, and his friend Emery, who is an army surgeon in the pay of Bonaparte. Both these men have been to and from Elba incessantly these past few months. Then there's the Bonapartist Club in Grenoble, with a membership of over 2,000. The members have friends and spies everywhere, even inside the Hôtel de Ville. Why, the other day I had to dismiss a servant who—" "Easy, easy, Monsieur le Préfet," broke in Monsieur le Comte impatiently. "The long and the short of it is that you would not feel safe with the money anywhere outside Grenoble." "Or inside it, Monsieur le Comte. Very well, then, the money must be deposited there where it will be safe. Now, what do you think of Dupont's bank?" "Oh, Monsieur le Comte, an avowed Bonapartist. Monsieur de Talleyrand would not trust him with the money last year." "It is so, but it seems to me," here interposed Madame la Duchess abruptly, "that by far the best plan, since this district seems to be a hotbed of disloyalty, would be to convey the money straightway to Paris, and then the King or Monsieur de Talleyrand can dispose of it as best they like." "Ah, Madame la Duchess," sighed Monsieur Fourier ecstatically, as he clasped his podgy little hands together, and looked on Madame with eyes full of admiration for her wisdom. How cleverly that was spoken! If only I could be relieved from that awful responsibility. 25 millions under my charge, and that Corsican ogre at our gates. That is all very well, quoth the Comte with marked impatience, but how is it going to be done? Convey the money to Paris is easily said, but who is going to do it? Monsieur le Préfet here says that the Bonapartists have spies everywhere round Grenoble, and— "Ah, Monsieur le Comte," exclaimed the Prefet eagerly, "I have already thought of such a beautiful plan, if only you would consent." Monsieur le Comte's thin lips curled in a sarcastic smile. "Oh, you have thought it all out already, Monsieur le Préfet," he said. "Well, let me hear your plan, but I warn you that I will not have the money brought here. I don't half trust the peasantry of the neighbourhood, and I won't have a fight or an outrage committed in my house." Monsieur le Préfet was ready with a protest. "No, no, Monsieur le Comte," he said, "I wouldn't suggest such a thing for the world. If the Corsican brigand is successful in capturing Grenoble, no place would be sacred to him. No, my idea was if you, Monsieur le Comte, who have oft before journeyed to Paris and back, would do it now, before Bonaparte gets any nearer to Grenoble, and take the money with you." "I!" exclaimed the Comte. "But, man, if, as you say, Grenoble is full of Bonapartist spies, my movements are, no doubt, just as closely watched as your own." "No, no, Monsieur le Comte, not quite so closely, I am sure." The insinuating manner of the worthy man, however, was apparently getting on Monsieur le Comte's nerves. "Ah, ça, Monsieur le Préfet," he ejaculated abruptly, "but meseems that the splendid plan you thought on merely consists in transferring responsibility from your shoulders to mine own." And Monsieur le Comte cast such a wrathful look on poor Monsieur Fourier that the unfortunate man was stricken dumb with confusion. "Moreover," concluded the Comte, "I don't know that you, Monsieur le Préfet, have the right to dispose of this money, which was entrusted to you by Monsieur de Talleyrand in the King's behalf, without consulting his Majesty's wishes in the matter." "Bah, André," broke in the Duchess in her incisive way, "you are talking nonsense, and you know it. There is no time for red tapeism now, with that ogre at our gates. How are you going to consult his Majesty's wishes, who is in Paris, between now and Tuesday, I would like to know?" she added with a shrug of the shoulders. Whereupon Monsieur le Comte waxed politely sarcastic. "Perhaps," he said, "you would prefer us to consult yours." "You might do worse," she retorted imperturbably. "The question is one which is very easily solved. Ought His Majesty the King to have that money, or should Monsieur le Préfet here take the risk of its falling in Bonaparte's hands? Answer me that," she said decisively, "and then I will tell you how best to succeed in carrying out your own wishes." "What a question, my good Sophie," said the Comte stiffly. "Of course we desire His Majesty to have what is rightfully his." "You mean he ought to have the 25 millions which the Prince de Benevent stole from Marie Louise. Very well, then. Obviously that money ought to be taken to Paris before Bonaparte gets much nearer to Grenoble. But it should not be taken by you, my good André, nor yet by Monsieur le Préfet." "By whom, then?" queried the Comte irritably. "By me," replied Madame la Duchess. "By you, Sophie? Impossible!" And God alive, why impossible, I pray you, she retorted. The money, I understand, is in a very portable form, notes and bankers' drafts, which can be stowed away quite easily. Why shouldn't I be journeying back to Paris after Crystal's wedding? Who would suspect me, I should like to know, of carrying 25 millions under my petticoats? All I should want would be a couple of sturdy fellows on the box to protect me against footpads. Impossible? She continued tartly. Men are always so ready with that word. Get a sensible woman, I say, and she will solve your difficulties before you have finished exclaiming, impossible. And she looked triumphantly from one man to the other. There was obvious relief on the ruddy face of little Monsieur Fourier, and even Monsieur le Comte was visibly taken with the idea. Well, he at last condescended to say, it does sound feasible after all. Feasible? Of course it's feasible, said Madame, with a shrug of contempt. Either the king is in want of the money, or he is not. Either Bonaparte is likely to get it, or he is not. If the king wants it, he must have it at any cost and any risk. 25 millions in Bonaparte's hands at this juncture would help him to reconstitute his army and make it very unpleasant for the king and for us all. Monsieur le Préfet, who has been in charge of the money all along, and Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai, who is the only true royalist in the district, are both marked down by spies. Ergo, Madame la Duchesse d'Agen is the only possible agent for the business, and an inoffensive old woman without any political standing is the least likely to be molested in her task. If I fail, I fail, concluded Madame decisively. If I am stopped on the way and the money taken from me, well, I am stopped, that's all. And Monsieur le Préfet, or Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai, or any male agent they may have sent would have been stopped likewise. But I maintain that a woman travelling alone is far safer at this business and more likely to succeed than a man. So now, for God's sake, don't let's argue any more about it. Crystal is to be married on Tuesday, and I could start that same afternoon. Can you bring the money over with you tonight? She put her query directly to the prefect, who was obviously overjoyed and intensely relieved at the suggestion. Monsieur le Comte, too, seemed to be won over by his sister's persuasive rhetoric. Her strength of mind and firmness of purpose always imposed themselves on those over whom she chose to exert her will, and men of somewhat weak character, like the Comte de Cambrai, came very easily under the sway of her dominating personality. But he thought it incumbent upon his dignity to make one more protest before he finally yielded to his sister's arguments. I don't like, he said, the idea of your travelling alone through the country without sufficient escort. The roads are none too safe, and— Bah! broke in Madame impatiently. I pray you, Monsieur, my brother, to strengthen your arguments if you are really determined to oppose this sensible scheme of mine. Travelling alone, forsooth! Did I not arrive only yesterday, having travelled all the way from Boulogne, and with no escort save 2 louts on the box of a hired coach? You chose to travel alone, my dear sister, for reasons best known to yourself, retorted the Comte, greatly angered that Monsieur le Préfet should hear the fact that Madame la Duchesse Douairier had travelled at any time without an escort. And who shall say me nay if I choose to travel back alone again, I should like to know. So now, if you have exhausted your string of objections, my dear brother, perhaps you will allow Monsieur le Préfet to answer my question." Whereupon Monsieur le Préfet promptly satisfied Madame la Duchess on the point. He certainly could and would bring the money over with him this evening, and Monsieur le Comte had no further objections to offer. In the archives of the Ministry of War in Paris, any one who looks may read that in the subsequent trial of General Marchand for high treason, after the 100 Days and Napoleon's second abdication, Prefet Fourier, during the course of his evidence, gave a detailed account of this same interview which he had with Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai and Madame la Duchesse Douairière d'Agen on Sunday, March the 5th. In his deposition, he naturally laid great stress upon his own zeal in the matter, declaring that he it was who finally overcame by his eloquence Monsieur le Comte's objections to the scheme, and decided him to give his acquiescence thereto. Certain it is that there was but little argument after this between Madame la Duchess and the two men, and that the details of the scheme were presently discussed soberly and in all their bearings. "I shall have the honour presently," said Fourier, "of coming back here to respond to Monsieur le Comte's gracious invitation to dinner. Why shouldn't I bring the money with me then?" "Indeed, you must bring the money then," retorted the irascible old lady, "and let there be no shirking or delay. Promptitude is our great chance of success. I ought not to start later than Tuesday, and I could do so soon after the wedding ceremony. I could arrange to sleep at Lyons that night, at Dijon the next day, be in Paris by Thursday evening, and in the King's presence on Friday." "Provided you are not delayed," sighed the Comte. "If I am delayed, my good André, then anyhow the game is up. But we are not going to anticipate misfortune, and we are going to believe in our lucky star. Would to God I could bring myself to approve wholeheartedly of this expedition. The whole thing seems to me chivalrous and romantic, rather than prudent, and heaven knows how prudent we should be just now." "You look back on history, my dear brother," remarked Madame dryly, "and you'll see that more great events have been brought about by chivalry and romance than by prudence and circumspection. The romance of Joan of Arc delivered France from foreign yoke. The chivalry of Francois I saved the honour of France after the disaster of Pavie, and it certainly was not prudence which set Henry of Navarre upon the throne of France and in the heart of his people. So, for gracious' sake, do not let us talk of prudence any more. Rather, let us allow Monsieur le Préfet to return quietly to the Hôtel de Ville, so that he and Madame Fourier may proceed to dress for to-night's ceremony, just as if nothing untoward had happened. In the meanwhile, I will complete my preparations for Tuesday. There are one or two little details in connection with my journey, hostelries, servants, horses, and so on, which you, my dear André, will kindly decide for me. And now, gentlemen," she added, rising from her chair, "I have the honour to wish you both a very good afternoon." She did not wait long enough to allow Monsieur le Comte time to ring for Hector, and she appeared so busy with her lace shawl that she was unable to do more than acknowledge, with a slight inclination of the head, Monsieur le Préfet's respectful salute. But then Madame la Duchesse Douairière d'Agen, though a fervent royalist herself, had a wholesome contempt for these opportunists. Fourier, celebrated mathematician, loaded with gifts and honours by Napoleon, who had made him a member of the Institute of Science and given him the prefecture of the Isère, had turned his coat very readily at the Restoration, and the oaths of loyalty which he had tendered to the Emperor seemed not to weigh over heavily upon his conscience when he reiterated them to the King. Madame la Duchesse d'Agen, therefore, did not willingly place her aristocratic fingers in the hand of a renegade, who she felt might turn renegade again, if his personal interest so dictated it. Perhaps something of what lay behind Madame's curt nod to him struck the prefect's sensibilities, for the high colour suddenly fled from his round face, and he did not attempt to approach her for the ceremonial hand-kissing. But he ran across the room as fast as his short legs would carry him, and he opened the door for her and bowed to her as she sailed past him with all the deference which in the olden days of the Empire he had accorded to the Empress Marie Louise. "It is a mad scheme, my good Monsieur Fourier," sighed the Comte, when he found himself once more alone with the Prefect, "but such as it is, I can think of nothing better." "Monsieur le Comte," exclaimed the Prefect with delight, "no one could think of anything better. Ah, the women of France!" he added ecstatically. "The women! How often have they saved France in moments of crisis! France owes her grandeur to her women, Monsieur le Comte." "And also her reverses, my dear Monsieur Fourier," remarked the Comte dryly. When Bobby Clifford came back to Brestolo after his long day's ride, he found the stately rooms of the old castle already prepared for the arrival of Monsieur le Comte's guests. The large reception hall had been thrown open, as, after supper, Monsieur le Comte would be receiving some of the notabilities of Grenoble in honour of a great occasion, the signature of the contrat de marriage between Mademoiselle Christel de Cambray de Brestolo and Monsieur Victor de Marmont. There was an array of liveried servants in the hall, and along the corridor through which Bobby had to pass on the way to his own room, their liveries of purple with canary facings, the heraldic colours of the family of Cambray de Brestolo, hardly showed in the flickering light of wax candles the many ravages of moth and mildew which 20 years of neglect had wrought upon the once fine and brilliant cloth. Downstairs, the formal supper which was to precede the reception was laid for 20 guests. The table was resplendent with the silver so kindly lent by a benevolent and far-seeing king to those of his friends who had not the means of replacing the ancient family treasures filched from them by the revolutionary government. There were no flowers upon the table, and only very few wax candles burned in the ormolu and crystal chandelier overhead. Flowers and wax candles were luxuries which must be paid for with ready money, a commodity which was exceedingly scarce in the grandiose Chateau de Brestolo. But they also were a luxury which could be easily dispensed with, for did not Monsieur le Comte de Cambray set the fashions and give the tone to the whole department? And if he chose to have no flowers upon his supper table, and but few candles in his silver sconces, why, then, society must take it for granted that such now was bon ton and the prevailing fashion at the Tuileries. Bobby, knowing his host's fastidious tastes in such matters, had made a very careful toilet, all the while that his thoughts were busy with the wonderful news which Emery had brought this day, and which was all over Grenoble by now. He and his two companions had left Notre Dame de Vaux soon after their déjeuner, and together had entered the city at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On their way, they had encountered the travelling coach of General Mouton Duvernet, who, accompanied by his aide-de-camp, was on his way to Gap, where he intended to organize strong resistance against Bonaparte. He parleyed some time with Emery, whom he knew by sight and suspected of being an emissary of the Corsican. Emery, with true southern verve, gave the worthy general a highly coloured account of the triumphal progress through Provence, and the Dauphin of Napoleon, whom he boldly called the Emperor. Mouton, in no way belying his name, was very upset not only by the news, but by his own helplessness with regard to Emery, who he knew would presently be in Grenoble, distributing the usurper's proclamations all over the city, whilst he, Mouton, with his one aide-de-camp and a couple of loutish servants on the box of his coach, could do nothing to detain him. As soon as the three men had ridden away, however, he sent his aide-de-camp back to Grenoble by a roundabout way, ordering him to make as great speed as possible, and to see General Marchand as soon as may be, so that immediate measures might be taken to prevent that emissary, if not from entering the city, at least from posting up proclamations on public buildings. But Mouton's aide-de-camp was no match against the enthusiasm and ingenuity of Emery and de Marmont, and when he, in his turn, entered Grenoble soon after 5 o'clock, he was confronted by the printed proclamations signed by the familiar and dreaded name Napoleon, affixed to the gates of the city, to the Hotel de Ville, the Mairie, the prison, the barracks, and to every street corner in Grenoble. The three friends had parted at the Porte de Bonne, Emery to go to his friend Dumoulin, the glovemaker, de Marmont to his lodgings in the Rue Montorge, whilst Bobby Clifford rode straight back to Brestolo. A couple of hours later, Victor de Marmont had also arrived at the castle. He, too, had made an elaborate toilet, and then had driven over in a hackney coach in advance of the other guests, seeing that he desired to have a final interview with Monsieur le Comte before he affixed his name to his contrat de marriage with Mademoiselle de Cambray. An air of solemnity sat well upon his good-looking face, but it was obvious that he was trying, somewhat in vain, to keep an inward excitement in check. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, believing that this excitement was entirely due to the solemnity of the occasion, had smiled indulgently, a trifle contemptuously too, at young de Marmont's very apparent eagerness, a vulgar display of feelings, an inability to control one's words and movements when under the stress of emotion, was characteristic of the parvenus of today, and de Marmont's unfettered agitation when coming to sign his own marriage contract was only on a par with Prefet Fourier's nervousness this afternoon. The Comte received his future son-in-law with a gracious smile. The thought of an alliance between Mademoiselle de Cambray de Brestolo and a de Marmont of nowhere had been a bitter pill to swallow, But Monsieur le Comte was too proud to show how distasteful it had been. Chatting pleasantly, the two men repaired together to the library. Bobby Clifford, immaculately dressed in fine cloth coat and satin breeches, with fine Mechlin lace at throat and wrist, and his light brown hair tied at the nape of the neck with a big black bow, came down presently to the reception-room. He found the place silent and deserted, but the stately apartment looked more cozy and homelike than usual. A cheerful fire was burning in the monumental hearth, and the soft light of the candles fixed in sconces round the walls tempered to a certain degree that bare and severe look of past grandeur, which usually hung upon every corner of the old chateau. Clifford went up to the tall hearth. He rested his hand on the ledge of the mantel, and leaning his forehead against it, he stared moodily into the fire. Thoughts of all that he had learned in the past few hours, of the new chapter in the book of the destinies of France, begun a few days ago in the Bay of Juan, crowded in upon his mind. What difference would the unfolding of that new chapter make to the destinies of the Comte de Cambrai and of Crystal? What had fate in store for the bold adventurer who was marching across France with a handful of men to reconquer a throne and remake an empire? What had she in store for the stiff-necked aristocrat of the old regime, who still believed that God himself had made special laws for the benefit of one class of humanity, and that he had even created them differently to the rest of mankind? And what had fate in store for the beautiful, delicate girl whose future had been so arbitrarily settled by two men, father and lover, one the buyer, the other the seller of her exquisite person, the shrine of her pure and idealistic soul, and bargained for by father and lover as the price of so many acres of land, a farm, a chateau, an ancestral estate? Father and lover were sitting together even now, discussing values, the purchase price. You give me back my lands, I will give you my daughter. Blood money, soul money, Clifford called it as he ground his teeth together in impotent rage. What folly it was to care! What folly to have allowed the tendrils of his oversensitive heart to twine themselves round this beautiful girl, who was as far removed from his destiny as were the ambitions of his boyhood, the hopes, the dreams, which the hard circumstances of fate had forced him to bury beneath the grave mound of rigid and unswerving duty. But what a dream it had been, this love for Crystal de Cambrai! It had filled his entire soul from the moment when first he saw her, down in the garden under an avenue of ilex trees which cast their mysterious shadows over her. Her father had called to her, and she had come across to where he, Clifford, stood silently watching this approaching vision of loveliness which never would vanish from his mental gaze again. Even at that supreme moment, when her blue eyes, her sweet smile, the exquisite grace of her took possession of his soul, even then he knew already that his dream could have but one awakening. She was already plighted to another, a happier man, but even if she were free, Crystal could never have bestowed a thought upon the stranger, the commonplace tradesman, whose only merit in her sight lay in his friendship with another gallant English gentleman. And knowing this, when he saw her after that, day after day, hour after hour, poor Bobby Clifford grew reconciled to the knowledge that the gates of his paradise would forever be locked against him. He grew contented just to peep through those gates, and the angel who was on guard there, holding the flaming sword of caste prejudice against him, would relent at times and allow him to linger on the threshold and to gaze into a semblance of happiness. Those thoughts, those dreams, those longings he had been able to endure. Today, reality had suddenly become more insistent and more stern. The angel's flaming sword would sear his soul after this, if he lingered any longer by the enchanted gates, and thus had the semblance of happiness yielded at last to dull regret. He sank into a chair and buried his face in his hands. The sound of the opening and shutting of a door, the soft frou-frou of a woman's skirt, roused him from his gloomy reverie and caused him to jump to his feet. Mademoiselle Crystal was coming across the long reception-room, walking with a slow and weary step toward the hearth. She was obviously not yet aware of Clifford's presence, and he had full leisure to watch her as she approached, to note the pallor of her cheeks and lips, and that pathetic look of childlike self-pity and almost of appeal which veiled the brilliance of her deep blue eyes. A moment later she saw him, and came more quickly across the room with hand extended, and an air of gracious condescension in her whole attitude. "Ah, Monsieur Clifford," she said in perfect English, "I did not know you were here, and all alone. My father," she added, "is occupied with serious matters downstairs, else he would have been here to receive you." "I know, mademoiselle," he said, after he had kissed the tips of 3 cold little fingers which had been held out to him. "My friend de Marmont is with him just now. He desired to speak with Monsieur le Comte in private, on a matter which closely concerns his happiness." "Ah, then you knew?" she asked coldly. "Yes, mademoiselle, I knew," he replied. She had settled herself down in a high-backed chair close to the hearth. The ruddy light of the wood-fire played upon her white satin gown, upon her bare arms and the ends of her lace scarf, upon her satin shoes and the bunch of snowdrops at her breast. But her face was in shadow, and she did not look up at Clifford, whilst he, poor fool, stood before her, absorbed in the contemplation of this dainty picture, which mayhap, after tonight, would never gladden his eyes again. "You are a great friend of Monsieur de Marmont?" she added after a while. "Oh, mademoiselle, a friend?" he replied with a self-deprecatory shrug of the shoulders. "Friendship is too great a name to give to our chance acquaintanceship. I met Victor de Marmont less than a fortnight ago in Grenoble." "Ah, yes, I had forgotten. He told me that he had first met you at the house of a Monsieur Dumoulin." "In the shop of Monsieur Dumoulin, mademoiselle," broke in Clifford, with his good-humoured smile. "Monsieur Dumoulin, the glove-maker, with whom I was transacting business at the moment when Monsieur de Marmont walked in order to buy himself a pair of gloves. Of course," she added coldly, "I had forgotten." "You were not likely to remember such a trivial circumstance, mademoiselle. Monsieur de Marmont saw me after that here as guest in your father's house. He was greatly surprised at finding me, a mere tradesman, in such an honoured position. Surprise laid the foundation of pleasing intercourse between us. But you see, mademoiselle, that Monsieur de Marmont has no cause to boast of his friendship with me." "Ah, Monsieur de Marmont is not so prejudiced as you are, mademoiselle," he asked quietly, for she had paused, and he saw that she bit her lips with her tiny white teeth, as if she meant to check the words that would come tumbling out. Thus directly questioned, she gave a little shrug of disdain. "My opinions in the matter are not in question, sir," she said coldly. She smothered a little yawn, which may have been due to ennui, but also to the tingling of her nerves. Clifford saw that her hands were never still for a moment. She was either fingering the snowdrops in her belt or smoothing out the creases in her lace scarf. From time to time she raised her head, and a tense expression came into her face, as if she were trying to listen to what was going on elsewhere in the house, downstairs perhaps, in the library, where she was being finally bargained for and sold. Clifford felt an intense and unreasoning pity for her, and because of that pity, the gentle kinsman of fierce love, he found it in his heart to forgive her all her prejudices, that almost arrogant pride of caste which was in her blood, for which she was no more responsible than she was for the color of her hair, or the vivid blue of her eyes. She seemed so forlorn, such a child, in the midst of all this decadent grandeur. She was being so ruthlessly sacrificed for ideals that were no longer tenable, that had ceased to be tenable 25 years ago, when this chateau and these lands were overrun by a savage and vengeful mob, who were loudly demanding the right to live in happiness, in comfort, and in freedom. That right had been denied to them through the past centuries by those who were of her own kith and kin, and it was snatched with brutal force, with lust of hate and thirst for reprisals, by the revolutionary crowd when it came into its own at last. Something of the pity which he felt for this beautiful and innocent victim of rancor, oppression, and prejudice must have been manifest in Clifford's earnest eyes, for when Crystal looked up to him and met his glance, she drew herself up with an air of haughty detachment, and with that she wished to convey still more tangibly to him the idea of that barrier of caste which must forever divide her from him. Obviously his look of pity had angered her, for now she said abruptly and with marked coldness, "My father tells me, sir, that you are thinking of leaving France shortly." "Indeed, mademoiselle," he replied, "I have trespassed too long, as it is, on Monsieur le Comte's gracious hospitality. My visit originally was only for a fortnight. I thought of leaving for England tomorrow." A little lift of the eyebrows, an unnecessary smoothing of an invisible crease in her gown, and Crystal asked lightly, "Before my wedding, sir?" "Before your wedding, mademoiselle." She frowned, vaguely stirred to irritation by his ill-concealed indifference. "I trust," she rejoined pointedly, "that you are satisfied with your trade in Grenoble?" The little shaft was meant to sting, but if Bobby felt any pain, he certainly appeared to bear it with perfect good humour. "I am quite satisfied," he said. "I thank you, mademoiselle." "It must be very pleasing to conclude such affairs satisfactorily," she continued. "Very pleasing, mademoiselle. Of course, given the right temperament for such a career, it must be so much more comfortable to spend one's life in making money, buying and selling things, and so on, rather than to risk it every day for the barren honor of serving one's king and country." "As you say, mademoiselle," he said quite imperturbably, "given the right temperament, it certainly is much more comfortable." "And you, sir, I take it, are the happy possessor of such a temperament? I suppose so, mademoiselle. You are content to buy and to sell and to make money, to rest at ease and let the men who love their country and their king fight for you and for their ideals?" Her voice had suddenly become trenchant and hard, her manner contemptuous, at strange variance with the indifferent kindliness wherewith she had hitherto seemed to regard her father's English guest. Certainly her nerves, he thought, were very much on edge, and no doubt his own always unruffled calm, the combined product of temperament, nationality, and education, had an irritating effect upon her. Had he not been so intensely sorry for her, he would have resented this final taunt of hers, an arrow shot this time with intent to wound. But as it was, he merely said with a smile, "Surely, mademoiselle, my contentment with my own lot and any other feelings of which I may be possessed are of such very little consequence, seeing that they are only the feelings of a very commonplace tradesman, that they are not worthy of being discussed." Then as quickly her manner changed, the contemptuous look vanished from her eyes, the sarcastic curl from her lips, and with one of those quick transitions of mood which were perhaps the principal charm of Crystal de Cambray's personality, she looked up at Bobby with a winning smile and an appeal for forgiveness. "Your pardon, sir," she said softly. "I was shrewish and ill-tempered, and deserve a severe lesson in courtesy. I did not mean to be disagreeable," she added with a little sigh, "but my nerves are all a-quiver to-day, and this awful news has weighed upon my spirit." "What awful news, mademoiselle?" he asked. "Surely you have heard—" "You mean the news about Napoleon." "I mean the awful certainty," she retorted with a sudden outburst of vehemence, "that brigand, that usurper, that scourge of mankind has escaped from an all too lenient prison, where he should never have been confined, seeing how easy was escape from it. I mean that all the horrors of the past 20 years will begin again now. Misery, starvation, exile probably." End of chapter 3, part 1. Chapter 3, part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. "Oh, surely," she added with ever-increasing passion, "surely God will not permit such an awful thing to happen. Surely he will strike the ogre dead ere he devastates France once again." "I am afraid that you must not reckon quite so much on divine interference, mademoiselle. A nation, like every single individual, must shape its own destiny, and must not look to God to help it in its political aims." "And France must look once more to England, I suppose. It is humiliating to be always in need of help," she said with an impatient little sigh. "Each nation in its turn has it in its power to help a sister. Sometimes help may come from the weaker vessel. Do you remember the philosopher's fable of the lion and the mouse? France may be the mouse just now. Some day it may be in her power to requite the lion." She shook her head reprovingly. "I don't know," she said, "that I approve of your calling France the mouse." "I only did so in order to drive my parable still further home." Then, as she looked a little puzzled, he continued, speaking very slowly this time, and with an intensity of feeling which was quite different to his usual pleasant, good-tempered, oft-times flippant manner. "Mademoiselle Crystal, if you will allow me to speak of such an insignificant person as I am at present in the position of the mouse with regard to your father and yourself, the lions of my parable. You might so easily have devoured me, you see," he added with a quaint touch of humor. "Well, the time may come when you may have need of a friend, just as I had need of one when I came here, a stranger in a strange land. Events will move with great rapidity in the next few days, Mademoiselle Crystal, and the mouse might at any time be in a position to render a service to the lion. Will you remember that?" "I will try, monsieur," she replied. But already her pride was once more up in arms. She did not like his tone, that air of protection which his attitude suggested, and indeed she could not think of any eventuality which would place the Comte de Cambray de Brestolo in serious need of a tradesman for his friend. Then as quickly again her mood softened, and as she raised her eyes to his, he saw that they were full of tears. Indeed, she said gently, "I do deserve your contempt, sir, for my shrewishness and vixenish ways. How can any of us, afford to turn our backs upon a loyal friend, today, too, of all days, when that awful enemy is once more at our gates? Oh," she added, clasping her hands together with a sudden gesture of passionate entreaty, "you are English, sir, a friend of all those gallant gentlemen who saved my dear father and his family from those awful revolutionaries. You will be loyal to us, will you not? The English hate Bonaparte as much as we do. You hate him too, do you not? You will do all you can to help my poor father through this awful crisis. You will, won't you?" she pleaded. "Have I not already offered you my humble services, mademoiselle?" he rejoined earnestly. Indeed, this was a very serious ordeal for quiet, self-contained Bobby Clifford, an Englishman, remember, with all an Englishman's shyness of emotion, all an Englishman's contempt of any display of sentiment. Here was this beautiful girl, whom he loved with all the passionate ardor of his virile, manly temperament, sitting almost at his feet, he looking down upon her fair head with its wealth of golden curls, and into her blue eyes, which were full of tears. Who shall blame him if just then a desperate longing seized him to throw all prudence, all dignity, and honor to the winds, and to clasp this exquisite woman for one brief and happy moment in his arms, to forget the world, her position and his, to risk disgrace and betray hospitality for the sake of one kiss upon her lips? The temptation was so fierce, indeed for one short second it was all but irresistible, that something of the battle which was raging within his soul became outwardly visible, and in the girl's tear-dimmed eyes there crept a quick look of alarm, so strange, so ununderstandable was his glance, the rigidity of his attitude, as if every muscle had become taut and every nerve strained to snapping point, while his face looked hard and lined, almost as if he were fighting physical pain. Thus a few seconds went by in absolute silence, while the great gilt clock upon its carved bracket ticked on with stolid relentlessness, marking another minute, and yet another, of this hour which was so full of portent for the destinies of France. Clifford would gladly have bartered the future years of his life for the power to stay the hand of time just now, for the power to remain just like this, standing before this beautiful woman whom he loved, feeling that at any moment he could take her in his arms and kiss her eyes and her lips, even if she were unwilling, even if she hated him forever afterwards. The sense of power to do that which he might regret to the end of his days was infinitely sweet. The power to fight against that all-compelling passion was perhaps sweeter still. Then came the pride of victory. The habits of a lifetime had come to his aid, self-respect and self-control. Hard and willful taskmasters fought against passion until it yielded inch by inch. The battle was fought and won in those few moments of silence. The strains of the man's attitude relaxed. The set lines on his face vanished, leaving it serene and quietly humorous, calm and self-deprecatory. Only his voice was not quite so steady as usual, as he said softly, "Mademoiselle Crystal, is there anything that I can do for you? Now, at once, I mean. If there is, I do entreat you most earnestly to let me serve you." Had the pure soul of the woman been touched by the fringe of that magnetic wave of passion, even as it rose to its utmost height, nearly sweeping the man off his feet, and in its final retreat leaving him with quivering nerves and senses bruised and numb, did something of the man's suffering, of his love and of his despair appear, despite his efforts, upon his face and in the depth of his glance, and thus made visible did they, even through their compelling intensity, cause that invisible barrier of social prejudices to totter and to break? It were difficult to say. Certain it is that Crystal's whole heart warmed to the stranger as it had never warmed before. She felt that here was a man standing before her now, whose promises would never be mere idle words, whose deeds would speak more loudly than his tongue. She felt that in the midst of all the enmity which encompassed her and her father in their newly regained home and land, here at any rate was a friend on whom they could count to help, to counsel, and to accomplish. And deep down in the very bottom of her soul there was a curious, unexplainable longing that circumstances should compel her to ask one day for his help, and a sweet knowledge that that help would be ably rendered and pleasing to receive. But for the moment, of course, there was nothing that she could ask. She would be married in a couple of days, alas, so soon, and after that it would be to her husband that she must look for devotion, for guidance, and for sympathy. A little sigh of regret escaped her lips, and she said gently, "I thank you, sir, from the bottom of my heart, for the words of friendship which you have spoken. I shall never forget them, never, and if at any time in my life I am in trouble—" "Which God forbid," he broke in fervently. "If any time I have need of a friend," she resumed, "I feel that I should find one in you. Oh, if only I could think that you would extend your devotion to my poor country and to our king," she exclaimed with passionate earnestness. "You love your country very dearly, mademoiselle," he rejoined. "I think that I love France more than anything else in the world," she replied, "and I feel that there is no sacrifice which I would deem too great to offer up for her." "And by France you mean the Bourbon dynasty?" he said almost involuntarily, with an impatient little sigh. "I mean the king, by the grace of God," she retorted proudly. She had thrown back her head with an air of challenge as she said this, meeting his glance eye to eye, She looked strong and wilful all of a sudden, no longer girlish and submissive, and to the man who loved her, this trait of power and latent heroism added yet another to the many charms which he saw in her. Loyal to her country and to her king, she would be loyal in all things, to husband, kindred, and to friends. But he realized at the same time how impossible it would be for any man to win her love if he were an enemy to her cause. St. Genus, royalist, emigre, retrograde like herself, had obviously won his way to her heart, chiefly by the sympathy of his own convictions. But what of de Marmont, to whom she was on the eve of plighting her troth? De Marmont, the hot-headed Bonapartist who owned but one god, Napoleon, and yet had deliberately, and with his cynical opportunism, hidden his fanatical aims and beliefs from the woman whom he had wooed and won. The thought of that deception and of the awakening which would await the girl-wife on the very morrow of her wedding day mayhap, was terribly repellent to Clifford's straightforward, loyal nature, and bitter was the contention within his soul as he found himself at the crossroads of a divided duty. Every instinct of chivalry towards the woman loudly demanded that he should warn her, now at once, before it was too late, before she had actually pledged her life and future to a man whom her very soul, if she knew the truth, would proclaim a renegade and a traitor. And every instinct of loyalty to the man, that male solidarity of sex which will never permit one man, if he be a gentleman, to betray another, prompted him to hold his peace. Crystal's gentle voice fell like dream tones upon his ear. Vaguely only did he hear what she said. She was still speaking of France, of all that the country had suffered, and all that was due to her from her sons and daughters. She spoke of the king, God's own anointed, as she called him, endowed with rights divine, and all the while his thoughts were far away, flying on the wings of memory to the little hamlet among the mountains, where two enthusiasts had exhausted every panegyric in praise of their own hero, whom this girl called a usurper and a brigand. He remembered every trait in de Marmont's face, every inflection of his voice, as he said with almost cruel cynicism, "She will learn to love me in time." That Clifford knew now, Crystal de Cambray would never do. Indifferent to de Marmont today, she would hate and loathe him the day that she discovered how infamously he had deceived her, and to Clifford's passionate temperament, the thought of Crystal's future unhappiness was absolutely intolerable. Here indeed was a battle far more strenuous and difficult of issue than that of a man's will against his passions. Here was a problem far more difficult to solve than any that had assailed Bobby Clifford throughout his life. His heart cried out, she must know the truth. She must. Today, this minute, while there was yet time. Anon, she will be pledged irrevocably to a man who has lied to her, whom she will curse as a renegade, a traitor, false to his country, false to his king. And the words hovered on his lips. Mademoiselle Crystal, do not plight your troth to de Marmont. He is no friend of yours. His people are not your people. His God is not your God, and there is neither blessing nor holiness in a union twixt you and him. But the words remained unspoken, because the unwritten code, the bond twixt man and man, tried to still this natural cry of his heart and reason argued that he must hold his peace. His heart rebelled, contending that to remain silent was cowardly, that his first duty was to the woman whom he loved better than his soul, whilst ingrained principles, born and bred in the bone of him, threw themselves into the conflict, warning him that if he spoke he would be no better than an informer, meriting the contempt alike of those whom he wished to help and of the man whom he would betray. It was one sound coming from below which settled the dispute twixt heart and reason, the sound of de Marmont's voice, which, though he was apparently speaking of indifferent matters, had that same triumphant ring in it which Clifford had heard at Notre Dame de Vaux this morning. The sound had caused Crystal to give a quick gasp, and to clasp her hands against her breast, as she said with a nervous little laugh, "Imagine how happy we are to have Monsieur de Marmont's support in this terrible crisis. His influence in Grenoble and in the whole province is very great. His word in the town itself may incline the whole balance of public feeling on the side of the king, and who knows, it may even help to strengthen the loyalty of the troops. Oh, that Corsican brigand little guesses what kind of welcome we in the Dauphin are preparing for him." Her enthusiasm, her trust, her loyalty ended the conflict in Clifford's mind far more effectually than any sober reasoning could have done. He realized in a moment that neither abstract principles nor his own feelings in the matter were of the slightest account at such a juncture. What was obvious, certain, and not to be shirked, was duty to a woman who was on the point of being shamefully deceived, also duty to the man whose hospitality he had enjoyed. To remain silent would be cowardly. Of that he became absolutely certain. And once Bobby had made up his mind what duty was, no power on earth could make him swerve from its fulfillment. "Mademoiselle Crystal," he began slowly and deliberately, "just now, when I was bold enough to offer you my friendship, you deigned to accept it, did you not?" "Indeed I did, sir," she replied a little astonished. "Why should you ask?" "Because the time has come sooner than I expected for me to prove the truth of that offer to you. There is something which I must say to you, which no one but a friend ought to do. May I?" But before she could frame the little "yes," which already trembled on her lips, her father's voice and de Marmont's rang out from the further end of the room itself. The folding doors had been thrown open. Monsieur le Comte and his son-in-law elect were on the point of entering, and had paused for a moment just under the lintel. De Marmont was talking in a loud voice, and apparently in response to something which Monsieur le Comte had just told him. "Ah," he said, "Madame la Duchess will be leaving Brestolo? I am sorry to hear that. Why should she go so soon?" "An affair of business, my dear de Marmont," replied the Comte. "I will tell you about it at an early opportunity." After which there was a hubbub of talk in the corridors outside, the sound of greetings, the pleasing confusion of questions and answers which marks the simultaneous arrival of several guests. Crystal rose and turned to Bobby with a smile. "You will have to tell me some other time," she said lightly. "Don't forget." The psychological moment had gone by, and Clifford cursed himself for having fought too long against the promptings of his heart, and lost the precious moments which might have changed the whole of Cristel's future. He cursed himself for not having spoken sooner, now that he saw de Marmont with glowing eyes and ill-concealed triumph approach his beautiful fiancée, and with the air of a conqueror raise her hand to his lips. She looked very pale, and to the man who loved her so ardently and so hopelessly, it seemed as if she gave a curious little shiver, and that for one brief second her blue eyes flashed a pathetic look of appeal up to his. Monsieur le Comte's guests followed closely on the triumphant bridegroom's heels. Monsieur le Préfet, fussy and nervous, secretly delighted at the idea of affixing his official signature to such an aristocratic contrat de marriage as was this between Mademoiselle de Cambray de Brestelot and Monsieur Victor de Marmont, own nephew to Marshal the Duc de Ragusa. Madame la Préfète, resplendent in the latest fashion from Paris, the Duke and Duchess de Embrun, cousins of the bride, the Vicomte de Genevois and his mother, who was Abbess of Pont Haut, and godmother by proxy to Cristel de Cambray, whilst General Marchand, in command of the troops of the district, fresh from the council of war which he had hastily convened, was trying to hide behind a debonair manner all the anxiety which the brigands' march on Grenoble was causing him. The chief notabilities of the province had assembled to do honour to the occasion. Later on others would come, lesser lights by birth and position, than this select crowd who would partake of the souper des fiancales before the contract was signed in their presence as witnesses to the transaction. Everyone was talking volubly. The ogre's progress through France, no longer to be denied, was the chief subject of conversation. Some spoke of it with contempt, others with terror. The ex-Bonapartists, Fourier and Marchand, were loudest in their curses against the usurper. Clifford, silent and keeping somewhat aloof from the brilliant throng, saw that de Marmont did not enter into any of these conversations. He kept resolutely close to Cristel, and spoke to her from time to time in a whisper, and always with that assured air of the conqueror, which grated so unpleasantly on Clifford's irritable nerves. The Comte, affable and gracious, spoke a few words to each of his guests in turn, while Madame la Duchesse Douairière d'Agen was talking openly of her forthcoming return journey to the north. "I came in great haste," she said loudly, to the circle of ladies gathered around her, "for my little Cristel's wedding. But I was in the middle of a Lenten retreat at the Sacred Heart, and I only received permission from my confessor to spend 3 days in all this gaiety." "When do you leave us again, Madame la Duchesse?" queried Mademoiselle Marchand, the General's daughter, in a honeyed voice. "On Tuesday, directly after the religious ceremony, Mademoiselle," replied Madame, whilst Monsieur le Préfet tried to look unconcerned. He had brought the money over as Madame la Duchesse had directed. 25 millions of francs in notes and drafts had been transferred from the cellar of the Hôtel de Ville to his own pockets first, and then into the keeping of Madame. He had driven over from the Hôtel de Ville in his private coach, he himself in an agony of fear every time the road looked lonely or he heard the sound of horses' hoofs upon the road behind him, for there might be mounted highwaymen about. Now he felt infinitely relieved. He had shifted all responsibility of that vast sum of money on to more exalted shoulders than his own, and inwardly he was marvelling how coolly Madame la Duchess seemed to be taking such an awful responsibility. Now Hector threw open the great doors and announced that Monsieur le Comte was served. Through the vast corridor beyond appeared a vista of liveried servants in purple and canary, wearing powdered peruke, silk stockings, and buckled shoes. There was a general hubbub in the room. The men moved towards the ladies who had been assigned to them for partners. Monsieur le Comte, in his grandest manner, approached Madame la Duchesse d'Embrun in order to conduct her down to supper. An air of majestic grandeur, of solemnity, and splendid decorum pervaded the fine apartment. It sought out every corner of the vast reception-room, flickered round every wax candle. It spread itself over the monumental hearth, the stiff brocade-covered chairs, the gilt consoles, and tall mirrors. It emanated alike from the graciousness of Monsieur le Comte de Cambray and the pompousness of his major domo. Hector, in fact, appeared at this moment as the high priest in a temple of good manners and bon ton. The muscles of his face were rigid. His mouth was set as if ready to pronounce sacrificial words. In his right hand he carried a gold-headed wand, emblem of his high office. But suddenly there was a disturbance. An unseemly noise came from the further end of the corridor, where rose the magnificent staircase. Hector's face became a study in rapidly changing expressions, from pompousness to astonishment, then horror, and finally wrath, when he realized that an intruder in stained cloth clothes and booted and spurred was actually making his way through the ranks of liveried and gaping servants, and loudly demanding to speak with Monsieur le Comte. Such an unseemly disturbance had not occurred at the Chateau de Brestillo since Hector had been installed there as major domo nearly 12 months ago, and he was on the point of literally throwing himself upon the impious malapert who thus dared to thrust his ill-clad person upon the brilliant company, when he paused, more aghast than before. In this same impious malapert he had recognized Monsieur le Marquis de Saint-Genès. The young man looked to be laboring under terrible excitement. His face was flushed, and he was panting as if he had been running hard. Monsieur le Comte, he cried breathlessly as soon as he caught sight of Hector, tell Monsieur le Comte that I must speak with him at once. But Monsieur le Marquis, Monsieur le Marquis, that was all that poor bewildered Hector could stammer. His slowly moving brain was torn between the duties of his position and his respect for Monsieur le Marquis, and in the struggle the worthy man was enduring throes of anxiety. Fortunately, Monsieur le Comte himself put an end to Hector's dilemma. He had recognized Saint Genès's voice. Unlike his major domo, he knew at once that something terribly grave must have happened, else the young man would never have committed such a serious breach of good manners, and Monsieur le Comte himself was never at a loss how to turn any situation to a dignified and proper issue. He murmured a quick and courteous apology to Madame la Duchesse d'Embrun, and a comprehensive one to all his guests. Then he hastened to meet St. Genus at the door. Already St. Genus had entered. His rough clothes and muddy boots looked strangely in contrast to the immaculate get-up of the Comte's guests, but of this he hardly seemed to be aware. His face was flushed. With his right hand he clutched a small writing cane, and his glowering dark eyes swept a rapid glance over everyone in the room. And to the Comte he said hoarsely, "I must offer you my humblest apologies, my dear Comte, for obtruding my very untidy person upon you at this hour. I have walked all the way from Grenoble, as I could not get a hackney coach, else I had been here earlier, and spared you this unpleasantness." "You are always welcome in this house, my good Maurice," said the Comte, in his loftiest manner, "and at any hour of the day." And he added with a certain tone of dignified reproach, "I did ask you to be my guest to-night, if you remember." "And I," said St. Genus, "was churlish enough to refuse. I would not have come now, only that I felt I might be in time to avert the most awful catastrophe that has yet fallen upon your house." Again his restless dark eyes, sullen and wrathful, and charged with a look of rage and of hate, wandered over the assembled company. The look frightened the ladies. They took to clinging to one another, standing in compact little groups together, like frightened birds, watchful and wide-eyed. They feared that the young man was mad, but the men exchanged significant glances and significant smiles. They merely thought that St. Genus had been drinking, or that jealousy had half turned his brain. Only Clifford, who stood somewhat apart from the others, knew, by some unexplainable intuition, what it was that had brought Maurice de St. Genus to this house in this excited state and at this hour. He felt excited too, and mightily thankful that the catastrophe would be brought about by others, not by himself. But all his thoughts were for Crystal, and an instinctive desire to stand by her, and to shield her, if necessary, from some unknown or unguessed evil, made him draw nearer to her. She stood on the fringe of the little crowd, as isolated as Bobby was himself. De Marmont, whose face had become the colour of dead ashes, had left her side. One step at a time, and very slowly, he was getting nearer and nearer to St. Genus, as if the latter's wrath-filled eyes were drawing him against his will. At the young man's ominous words, Monsieur le Comte's sunken cheeks grew a shade more pale. "What catastrophe, mon Dieu," he exclaimed, "could fall on my house that would be worse than 20 years of exile?" "An alliance with a traitor, Monsieur le Comte," said St. Genus firmly. A gasp went round the room, a sigh, a cry. The women looked in mute horror from one man to the other. The men already had their right hand on their swords, but Clifford's eyes were fixed upon Crystal, who, pale, silent, rigid as a marble statue, with lips parted and nostrils quivering, stood not 5 paces away from him, her dilated eyes wandering ceaselessly from the face of St. Genus to that of de Marmont, and thence to that of her father. But beyond that look of tense excitement, she revealed nothing of what she thought and felt. Already de Marmont, his hand upon his sword, had advanced menacingly towards St. Genus. "Monsieur le Marquis," he said between set teeth, "you will, by God, eat those words, or—" "Eat my words, man! retorted St. Genus with a harsh laugh. By heaven, have I not come here on purpose to throw my words into your lying face? There was a brief but violent skirmish, for de Marmont had made a movement as if he meant to spring at his rival's throat, and General Marchand and the Vicomte de Genevois, who happened to be near, had much ado to seize and hold him. Even so, they could not stop the hoarse cries which he uttered. Liar! 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 Let me go! Let me get to him! I must kill him! I must kill him! The Comte interposed his dignified person between the two men. Maurice, he said in tones of calm and dispassionate reproof, your conduct is absolutely unjustifiable. You seem to forget that you are in the presence of ladies and of my guests. If you had a quarrel with Monsieur de Marmont— a quarrel, my dear Comte, exclaimed St. Genus. Nay, 'tis no quarrel I have with him, and my conduct would have been 1,000 times more vile if I had not come to-night, and stopped his hand from touching that of Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray, his hand which was engaged less than 2 hours ago in affixing to the public buildings of Grenoble the infamous message of the Corsican brigand to the army and the people of France. A hoarse murmur, a sure sign that men or women are afraid, came from every corner of the room. The message? What message? Some people turned instinctively to Monsieur le Préfet, others to General Marchand. Every one knew that Bonaparte had landed on the littoral. Every one had heard the rumour that he was marching in triumph through Provence and the Dauphiné, but no one had altogether believed this. As for a message, a proclamation, a call to the army, and this in Grenoble itself, no one had heard of that. Every one had been at home, getting dressed for this festive function, thinking of good suppers and of wedding bells. It was as if, after a clap of thunder and a flash of lightning, the house was found to be in flames. Monsieur le Préfet, in answer to these mute queries, had shrugged his shoulders, and General Marchand looked grim and silent. But St. Genus, with arm uplifted and shaking hand, pointed a finger at de Marmont. Ask him, he cried, ask him, my dear Comte, ask the miserable traitor who, with lies and damnable treachery, has stolen his way into your house, has stolen your regard, your hospitality, and was on the point of stealing your most precious treasure, your daughter. Ask him. He knows every word of that infamous message by heart. I doubt not but a copy of it is inside his coat now. Ask him. General Mouton Duverret met him outside Grenoble in company with that cur Emery, and I saw him with mine own eyes distributing these hellish papers among our townspeople and pinning them up at the street corners of our city. While St. Genus was speaking, or rather screaming, for his voice, pitched high, seemed to fill the entire room, every glance was fixed upon de Marmont. Every one, of course, expected a contradiction as hot and intemperate as was the accusation. It was unthinkable, impossible, that what St. Genus said could be true. They all knew de Marmont well, nephew of the Duc de Raguse, who had borne the lion's share in surrendering Paris to the Allies and bringing about the downfall of the Corsican usurper. He was one of the most trusted members of the royalist set in Dauphiné. They had talked quite freely before him, consulted with him when local Bonapartism appeared uncomfortably rampant. De Marmont was one of themselves, And yet he said nothing even now when St. Genus accused him, and hurled insult upon insult at him. He said nothing to refute the awful impeachment, to justify his conduct, to explain his companionship with Emery. His face was still livid, but it was with rage, not indignation. Marchand and Genevois still held him by the arms, else he and St. Genus would have been at one another's throat before now. But his gestures, as he struggled to free himself, the imprecations which he uttered, were those of a man who was baffled and found out, not of one who is innocent. But as St. Genus continued to speak, and worked himself up every moment into a still greater state of excitement, de Marmont gradually seemed to calm down. He ceased to curse, he ceased to struggle, and on his face, which still was livid, there gradually crept a look of determination and of defiance. He dug his teeth into his under lip until tiny drops of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth and trickled slowly down his chin. Marchand and Genevois relaxed the grip upon his arms, since he no longer fought, and thus released, he contrived to pull himself together. He tossed back his head and looked his infuriated accuser boldly in the face. By the time St. Genus paused in his impassioned denunciation, he had himself completely under control. Only his eyes appeared to glow with an unnatural fire, and little beads of moisture appeared upon his brow, and matted the dark hair against his forehead. The Comte de Cambray at this juncture would certainly have interposed with one of those temperate speeches, full of dignity and brimming over with lofty sentiments, which he knew so well how to deliver, but de Marmont gave him no time to begin. When St. Genus paused for breath, he suddenly freed himself completely, with a quick movement, from Marchand's and Genevois' hold, and then he turned to the Comte and to the rest of the company. "And what if I did pin the Emperor's proclamation on the walls of Grenoble?" he said proudly, and with a tremor of enthusiasm in his voice. "The Emperor, whom treachery more vile than any since the days of the Iscariot sent into humiliation and exile. The Emperor has come back," cried the young devotee with that extraordinary fervour which Napoleon alone, of all men that have ever walked upon this earth, was able to suscitate. His imperial eagles once more soar over France, carrying on their wings her honour and glory to the outermost corners of Europe. His proclamation is to his people who have always loved him, to his soldiers who in their hearts have always been true to him. His proclamation, he added, as with a kind of exultant war cry, he drew a roll of paper from his pocket and held it out at arm's length above his head. His proclamation, here it is: Viva l'Empereur, by the grace of God. Who shall attempt to describe the feelings of all those who were assembled round this young enthusiast, as he hurled his challenge right in the face of those who called him a liar and a traitor? Surely it were a hard task for the chronicler to search into the minds and hearts of this score of men and women who worshipped one God and reverenced one king, at the moment when they saw that king threatened upon his throne, their faith mocked, and their God blasphemed. That the young man spoke words of truth no one thought of denying. Napoleon's name had the power to strike terror in the heart of every citizen who desired peace above all things, and of every royalist who wished to see King Louis in possession of the throne of his fathers, but the army which had fought under him, the army which he had led in triumph and to victory from one end of the continent of Europe to the other, that army still loved him, and had never been rightly loyal to King Louis. The horrors of war which had lain so heavily over France and over Europe for the past 20 years were painfully vivid still in everybody's mind, and all these horrors were intimately associated with the name which stood out now in bold characters on the paper which de Marmont was triumphantly waving. Monsieur le Comte had become a shade or two paler than he had been before. He looked very old, very careworn, all of a sudden, and his pale eyes had that look in them which comes into the eyes of the old after years of sorrow and of regret. But never for a moment did he depart from his attitude of dignity. When de Marmont's exultant cry of "Vive l'Empereur" had ceased to echo round the majestic walls of this stately chateau, he straightened out his spare figure, and with one fine gesture begged for silence from his guests. Then he said very quietly, "Monsieur Marmont, this is neither the place nor the opportunity which I should have chosen for confronting you with all the lies which you have told in the past 10 months, ever since you entered my house as an honoured guest. But Monsieur de St. Genis has left me no option. Burning with indignation at your treachery, he came hot foot to unmask you, before my daughter's fair hand had affixed her own honourable name beneath that of a cheat and a traitor. Yes, Monsieur de Marmont," he reiterated with virile force, breaking in on the hot protests which had risen to the young man's lips. No one but a cheat and a traitor could thus have wormed himself into the confidence of an old man and of a young girl. No one but a villainous blackguard could have contemplated the abominable deceptions which you have planned against me and against my daughter." For a moment or two after the old man had finished speaking, Victor de Marmont remained silent. There were murmurs of indignation among the guests, also of approval of the Comte's energetic words. De Marmont was in the midst of a hostile crowd, and he knew it. Here was no drawing-room quarrel which could be settled at the point of a sword, though, as fate and man so oft ordain it, a woman was the primary reason for the quarrel. She was not its cause, and the hostility expressed against him by every glance which de Marmont encountered was so general and so great that it overawed him even in the midst of his enthusiasm. "Monsieur le Comte," he said at last, and he made a great effort to appear indifferent and unconcerned, "I wish, for your daughter's sake, that Monsieur de St. Genis had chosen some other time to make this fracas. We who have learned chivalry at the Emperor's school would have hit our enemy when he was in a position to defend himself. This, obviously, I cannot do at this moment without trespassing still further upon your hospitality, and causing Mademoiselle Crystal still more pain. I might even make a direct appeal to her, since the decision in this matter rests, I imagine, primarily with her. But with the Emperor at our gates, with the influence of his power and of his pride dominating my every thought, I will, with your gracious permission, relieve you of my unwelcome presence without taking another leaf out of Monsieur de Genis's book." "As you will, Monsieur," said the Comte stiffly. De Marmont bowed quite ceremoniously to him, and the Comte, courtly and correct to the last, returned his salute with equal ceremony. Then the young man turned to Crystal. For the first time, perhaps, since the terrible fracas had begun, he realized what it all must mean to her. She did not try to evade his look, or to turn away from him. On the contrary, she looked him straight in the face, and watched him while he approached her without retreating one single step. But she watched him just as one would watch an abject and revolting cur that was too vile and too mean even to merit a kick. Crystal's blue eyes were always expressive, but they had never been so expressive as they were just then. De Marmont met her glance squarely, and he read in it everything that she meant to convey: her contempt, her loathing, her hatred, but above all her contempt. So overwhelming, so complete was this contempt that it made him wince as if he had been struck in the face with a whip. He stood still, for he knew that she would never allow him to kiss her hand in farewell, and he had had enough of insults. He knew that he could not bear that final one. A red mist suddenly gathered before his eyes, a mad desire to strike, to wound, or to kill, and with it a wave of passion. He called it love, for this woman, such as he had never felt for her before. He gave her back with a glance, hatred for hatred, but whereas her hatred for him was smothered in contempt, his for her was leavened with a fierce and dominant passion. All this had taken but a few seconds in accomplishment. Monsieur le Comte had not done more than give a sign to Hector to see Monsieur de Marmont safely out of the castle, and Maurice de St. Genis had only had time to think of interposing, if de Marmont tried to take Crystal's hand. Only a few seconds, but a lifetime of emotion was crammed into them. Then de Marmont, with Crystal's look of loathing still eating into his soul, caught sight of Clifford, who stood close by. Clifford, whose one thought throughout all this unhappy scene had been of Crystal, who through it all had eyes and ears only for her. Some kind of instinct made the young girl look up to him just then, probably only in response to a wave of memory which brought back to her at that very moment the words of devotion and offer of service which he had spoken a while ago, or it may have been that same sense which had told her at the time that here was a man whom she could always trust, that he would always prove a friend as he had promised, and the look which she gave him was one of simple confidence. But de Marmont just happened to intercept that look. He had never been jealous of Clifford, of course. Clifford, the foreigner, the bourgeois tradesman, never could under any circumstances be a rival to reckon with. At any other time he would have laughed at the idea of Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray bestowing the slightest favour upon the Englishman. But within the last few seconds everything had become different. Victor de Marmont, the triumphant and wealthy suitor of Mademoiselle de Cambray, had become a pariah among all these ladies and gentlemen, and he had become a man scorned by the woman whom he had wooed and thought to win so easily. The fierce love engendered for Crystal in his turbulent heart by all the hatred and all the scorn which she lavished upon him brought an unreasoning jealousy into being. He felt suddenly that he detested Clifford. He remembered Clifford's nationality and its avowed hatred of the hero whom he, de Marmont, worshipped, and he realized also that that same hatred must of necessity be a bond between the Englishman and Crystal de Cambray. Therefore, though this new untamed jealousy seized hold of him with extraordinary power, though it brought that ominous red film before his eyes, which makes a man strike out blindly and stupidly against his rival, it also suggested to de Marmont a far simpler and far more efficacious way of ridding himself once for all of any fear of rivalry from Clifford. When he had bowed quite formally to Crystal, he looked up at Bobby and gave him a pleasant and friendly nod. "I suppose you will be coming with me, my good Clifford," he said lightly. "We are rowing in the same boat, you and I. We were a very happy party, were we not, you and Emery and I, when General Mouton met us outside Grenoble, for we had just heard the glorious news that the Emperor is marching triumphantly through France." Then he turned once more to St. Genus. "Did not," he said, "the General's aide-de-camp tell you that, Monsieur de St. Genus?" St. Genus had, during these few seconds, while de Marmont held the centre of the stage, succeeded in controlling his excitement. At any rate, outwardly, he was so absolutely master of the situation, and had put his successful rival so completely to rout, that the sense of satisfaction helped to soothe his nerves, and when de Marmont spoke directly to him, he was able to reply with comparative calm. "Had you," he said to de Marmont, "attempted to deny the accusation which I have brought against you, I was ready to confront you with the report which General Mouton's aide-de-camp brought into the town. I had no intention of denying my loyalty to the Emperor," rejoined de Marmont, "but I would like to know what report General Mouton's aide-de-camp brought into Grenoble. The worthy general did not belie his name, I assure you. He looked mightily scared when he recognized Emery." "He was alone with his aide-de-camp and in his coach," retorted St. Genus, "whilst that traitor Emery, you and your friend Mr. Clifford, were on horseback. You gave him the slip easily enough." "That's true, of course," said de Marmont simply. "Well, shall we go, my dear Clifford?" He had accomplished the purpose of his jealousy even more effectually than he could have wished. He looked round, and saw that every one had thrown a casual glance of contempt upon Clifford, and then turned away to murmur with scornful indifference, "I always mistrusted that man," or "The Comte ought never to have had the fellow in the house," while the words "English spy" and "informer" were on every lip. But Clifford had made no movement during this brief colloquy. He saw, just as de Marmont did, that everyone was listening more with indifference than with horror. He, the stranger, was of so little consequence after all. A tradesman and an Englishman. What mattered what his political convictions were? De Marmont was an object of hatred, but he, Clifford, was only one of contempt. He heard the muttered words, "English spy," "informer," and others of still more overwhelming disdain. But he cared little what these people said. He knew that they would never trouble to hear any justification from himself. They would not worry their heads about him a moment longer once he had left the house in company with de Marmont. He was not quite sure either whether de Marmont's spite had been directed against himself personally, or that it was merely the outcome of his present humiliating position. Monsieur le Comte had not bestowed more than a glance upon him, and that from under haughtily raised brows and across half the width of the room. But Crystal had looked up to him, and was still looking, and it was that look which had driven all the blood from Clifford's face, and caused his lips to set closely, as if with a sense of physical pain. The insults which her father's guests were overtly murmuring she had in her mind, and her eyes were conveying them to him far more plainly than her lips could have done. English spy, traitor to friendship and to trust, liar, deceiver, hypocrite. That and more did her scornful glance imply, but she said nothing. He tried to plead with eyes as expressive as were her own, and she merely turned away from him, just as if he no longer existed. She drew her skirt closer round her, and somehow, with that gesture, she seemed to sweep him entirely out of her existence. Even Madame la Duchess had not one glance for him. To these passionate, hot-headed, impulsive royalists, an adherent of the Corsican ogre was lower than the scum of the earth. They loathed de Marmont because he had been one of themselves. He was a traitor, and not one man there but would have liked to see him put up against a wall and summarily shot. But the stranger they wiped out of their lives. Was there any chance for Clifford if he tried to defend himself? None, of a certainty. He could not call the accusation a lie, since he had been in the company of Emery and of de Marmont most of the day, and mere explanations would have fallen on deaf and unwilling ears. Clifford knew this, nor did he attempt any explanation. There is a certain pride in the heart of every English gentleman, which in moments of acute crisis rises to its full power and height. That pride would not allow Clifford to utter a single word in his own defence. The futility of attempting it also influenced his decision. He scorned the idea of speaking on his own behalf, words which were doomed to be disbelieved. In a moment he had found himself absolutely isolated in the centre of the room, not far from the hearth where he had stood a little while ago talking to Crystal, and close to the chair where she had sat with the light of the fire playing upon her satin gown. The cushions still bore the impress of her young figure as she had leaned up against them. The sight of it was an additional pain which almost made Clifford wince. He bowed silently and very low to Crystal and to Madame la Duchess, and then to all the ladies and gentlemen who cold-shouldered him with such contemptuous ostentation. De Marmont, with head erect and an air of swagger, was already waiting for him at the door. Clifford, in taking leave of Monsieur le Comte, made a violent effort to say, at any rate, the one word which weighed upon his heart. "Will you at least permit me, Monsieur le Comte," he said, "to thank you for—" But already the Comte had interrupted him, even before the words were clearly out of his mouth. "I will not permit you, sir," he broke in firmly, "to speak a single word other than a plain denial of Monsieur de St. Genis's accusations against you." Then, as Clifford relapsed into silence, Monsieur le Comte continued with haughty peremptoriness, "A plain yes or no will suffice, sir. Were you or were you not in the company of those traitors, Emery and de Marmont, when General Mouton Duvernet had come upon them outside Grenoble?" "I was," replied Clifford simply. With a stiff nod of the head, the Comte turned his back abruptly upon him. No one took any further notice of the English spy. The accused had been condemned without enquiry and without trial. In times like these, all one's friends must be above suspicion. Clifford knew that there was nothing to be said. With a quickly suppressed sigh, he too turned away, and in his habitual English dogged way, he resolutely set his teeth, and with a firm soldierly step walked quietly out of the room. "Hector, see that Monsieur de Marmont's coach is ready for him," said Monsieur le Comte with well-assumed indifference, "and that supper is no longer delayed." He then once more offered his arm to Madame la Duchesse d'Embrun. "Madame la Duchesse," he said in his most courtly manner, "I beg that you will accept my apologies for this unforeseen interruption. May I have the honour of conducting you to supper?" End of chapter 3, part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. De Marmont, having successfully shot his poisoned arrow and brought down his enemy, had no longer any ill feeling against Clifford. His jealousy had been short-lived. It was set at rest by the brief episode which had culminated in the Englishman's final exit from the castle of Brustolo. Not a single detail of that moving little episode had escaped de Marmont's keen eyes. He had seen Crystal's look of positive abhorrence wherewith she had regarded Clifford. He had seen the gathering up of her skirts away, as it were, from the contaminating propinquity of the English spy, and de Marmont was satisfied. He was perfectly ready to pick up the strained strands of friendship with the Englishman, and affected not to notice the latter's absorption and moodiness. "Can I drive you into Grenoble, my good Clifford?" he asked airily as he paused on the top of the Perron steps, waiting for the hackney coach. "I thank you," replied Clifford. "I prefer to walk. It is 8 kilometers and a pitch dark night. I know my way, I thank you." "Just as you like." He paused a moment and began humming the Marseillaise. Clifford started walking down the monumental steps. "Well, I'll say good night, de Marmont," he said coldly, "and good-bye, too." "You are not going away?" queried the other. "As soon as I get the means of going. Troops will be on the move all over the country soon. Foreigners will be interned. You will have some difficulty in getting away." "I know that. That's why I want to make arrangements as early as possible." "Where will you stay in the meanwhile?" "Possibly at the Trois Dauphins, if I can get a room." "I shall see you again then. The Emperor will stay there while he is in Grenoble." "Well, good night, my dear friend," said de Marmont, as he extended a cordial hand to Clifford, who in the dark evidently failed to see it. "And don't take the insults of all these fools too much to heart." And he gave an expressive nod in the direction of the stately castle behind him. "They are dolts," he continued airily. "If they possessed a grain of sense, they would have kept on friendly terms with me. As that old fool's son-in-law, I could have saved him from all the reprisals which will inevitably fall on all these royalist traitors, now that the Emperor has come into his own again." Clifford was halfway down the stone steps when these words of de Marmont struck upon his ear. Instinctively he retraced his steps. There was a suggestion of impending danger to Crystal in what the young man had said. "What do you mean by talking about reprisals?" he asked. "Oh, only the inevitable," replied de Marmont. "The people of the Dauphin never cared for these royalists, you know, and didn't learn to like them any better in these past 11 months since the Restoration. Monsieur le Comte de Cambray has been very high and mighty since his return from exile. He may yet come to wish that he had never quitted the comfortable little provincial town in England where he gave drawing lessons and French lessons to some very bourgeois boys. But here's that coach at last, he continued with that jaunty air which he had assumed since turning his back upon the reception halls of Brestolo. Are you sure that you would rather walk than drive with me? No, replied Clifford abruptly, I am not sure. Thank you very much. I think that if you don't object to my somewhat morose company, I would like a lift as far as Grenoble. He wanted to make de Marmont talk, to hear what the young man had to say. From it he thought that he could learn more accurately what danger would threaten Brestolo in the event of Napoleon's successful march to Paris. That the great adventurer's triumph would be short-lived, Clifford was perfectly sure. He knew the temper of England and believed in the military genius of Wellington. England would never tolerate for a moment longer than she could help that the firebrand of Europe should once more sit upon the throne of France, and unless the Allies had greatly altered their policy in the past 10 months and refused England the necessary support, Wellington would be more than a match for the decimated army of Bonaparte. But a few weeks, months perhaps, might elapse before Napoleon was once again put entirely out of action, and this time more completely and more effectually than with a small kingdom wherein to dream again of European conquests. During those weeks and months, Brestolo and its inhabitants would be at the mercy of the man from Corsica, the island of unrest and of never-sleeping vendetta. De Marmont was ready enough to talk. He knew nothing, of course, of Napoleon's plans and ideas, save what Emery had told him. But what he lacked in knowledge, he more than made up in imagination. Excitement, too, had made him voluble. He talked freely and incessantly. The Emperor would do this. The Emperor will never tolerate that, was all the time on his lips. He bragged and he swaggered, launched into passionate eulogies of the Emperor and fiery denunciations of his enemies. Berthier, Clark, Foucher, de Marmont, they all deserved death. Ney alone was to be pardoned, for Ney was a fine soldier, always supposing that Ney would repent. But men like the Comte de Cambrai were a pest in any country, mischief-making and intriguing. Bah! The Emperor will never tolerate them. Suddenly Clifford, who had become half-drowsy, lulled to somnolence by de Marmont's incessant chatter and the monotonous jog-trot of the horses, woke to complete consciousness. He pricked his ears, and in a moment was all attention. "They think that they can deceive me," de Marmont was saying airily. "They think that I am as great a fool as they are, with their talk of Madame la Duchess's journey north directly after the wedding. Bah! Any dolt can put two and two together. The Comte tells me in one breath that he had a visit from Fourier in the afternoon, and that the Duchess, who only arrived in Brestolo yesterday, would leave again for Paris on the day after tomorrow, and he tells it me with a mysterious air, and adds a knowing wink, and a promise that he would explain himself more fully later on. I could have laughed, if it were not all so miserably stupid." He paused for want of breath, and tried to peer through the window of the coach. "It is pitch dark," he said, "but we can't be very far from the city now." "I don't see," rejoined Clifford, ostentatiously smothering a yawn, what Monsieur le Préfet's visit to Brestolo had to do with the Duchess's journey to the north. You have got intrigues on the brain, my good de Marmont." And with well-feigned indifference he settled himself more cosily into the dark corner of the carriage. De Marmont laughed. "What Fourier's afternoon visit has to do with Madame d'Agen's journey," he retorted, "I'll tell you, my good Clifford. Fourier went to see Monsieur le Comte de Cambray this afternoon because he is a poltroon. He is terrified at the thought that the unfortunate Empress's money and treasure are still lying in the cellars of the Hôtel de Ville, and he went out to Brestolo in order to consult with the Comte what had best be done with the money." "I didn't know the ex-Empress's money was lying in the cellar of the Hôtel de Ville," remarked Clifford, with well-assumed indifference. "Nor did I, until Emery told me," rejoined de Marmont. "The money is there, though, stolen from the Empress Marie Louise by that arch intriguer Talleyrand. 25 millions in notes and drafts. The Emperor reckons on it for current expenses until he has reached Paris and taken over the treasury. Even then I don't see what Madame la Duchesse d'Agen has to do with it." "You don't," said de Marmont dryly, "but I did in a moment. Fourier wouldn't keep the money at the Hôtel de Ville. The Comte de Cambray would not allow it to be deposited in his house. They both want the Bourbon to have it. So in order to lull suspicion, they have decided that Madame la Duchesse shall take the money to Paris." "Well, perhaps," said Clifford with a yawn, "but are we not in Grenoble yet?" Once more he lapsed into silence, closed his eyes, and to all intents and purposes fell asleep, for never another word did de Marmont get out of him until Grenoble was reached, and the Rue Montorge. Here de Marmont had his lodgings, 3 doors from the Hôtel des Trois Dauphins, where fortunately Clifford managed to secure a comfortable room for himself. He parted quite amicably from de Marmont, promising to call in upon him in the morning. It would be foolish to quarrel with that young windbag now. He knew some things, and talked of a great many more. Preparations against the arrival of the Corsican ogre were proceeding apace. General Marchand had been overconfident throughout the day, which was the 5th of March. The troops, he said, were loyal to a man. They were coming in fast from Chambéry and Vienne. The garrison would and could repulse that band of pirates, and take upon itself to fulfill the promise which Ney had made to the king, namely, to bring the ogre to his majesty, bound and gagged in an iron cage. But the following day, which was the 6th, many things occurred to shake the commandant's confidence. Napoleon's proclamation was not only posted up all over the town, but the citizens were distributing the printed leaflets among themselves. One of the officers on the staff pointed out to General Marchand that the 4th Regiment of Artillery quartered in Grenoble was the one in which Bonaparte had served as a lieutenant during the Revolution. The men, it was argued, would never turn their arms against one whom they had never ceased to idolize. It would not be safe to march out into the open with men whose loyalty was so very doubtful. There was a rumor current in the town that when the men of the 5th Regiment of Engineers and the 4th of Artillery were told that Napoleon had only 1,100 men with him, they all murmured with one accord, "And what about us?" Therefore, General Marchand, taking all these facts into consideration, made up his mind to await the ogre inside the walls of Grenoble. Here, at any rate, defections and desertions would be less likely to occur than in the field. He set to work to organize the city into a state of defense. 47 guns were put in position upon the ramparts, which dominate the road to the south, and he sent a company of engineers and a battalion of infantry to blow up the bridge of Pont-Haut at Lamure. The royalists in the city, who were beginning to feel very anxious, had assembled in force to cheer these troops as they marched out of the city. But the attitude of the Sepoys created a very unpleasant impression. They marched out in disorder. Some of them tore the white cockade from their shakos, and one or two cries of "Vive l'Empereur" were distinctly heard in their ranks. At Lamure, Monsieur le Maire argued very strongly against the destruction of the bridge of Pont-Haut. It would be absurd, he said, to blow up a valuable bridge, since not 1 kilometre away there was an excellent ford across which Napoleon could march his troops with perfect ease. The Sepoys murmured an assent, and their officer, Colonel Delessart, feeling the temper of his men, did not dare insist. He quartered them at Lamure to await the arrival of the infantry and further orders from General Marchand. When the 5th Regiment of Infantry was reported to have reached La Fraye, Delessart had the Sepoys out and marched out to meet them, although it was then close upon midnight. While Delessart and his troops encamped at La Fraye, Cambron, who was in command of Napoleon's vanguard, himself occupied Lamure. This was on the 7th. The mayor, who had so strongly protested against the destruction of the bridge of Pont-Haut, gathered the population around him, and in a body, men, women, and children marched out of the borough along the Cours Sisteron road in order to give the emperor a rousing welcome. It was still early morning. Napoleon, at the head of his old guard, entered Lamure. A veritable ovation greeted him. Everyone pressed round him to see him or touch his horse, his coat, his stirrups. He spoke to the people and held the mayor and municipal officials in long conversation. Just as practically everywhere else on his route, he had won over every heart. But his small column, which had been 1,100 strong when he landed at Jouan, was still only 1,100 strong. He had only rallied 4 recruits to his standard. True, he had met with no opposition. True that the peasantry of the Dauphiné had loudly acclaimed him, had listened to his harangues, and presented him with flowers, but he had not had a single encounter with any garrison on his way, nor could he boast of any defections in his favour. Now he was nearing Grenoble, which was strongly fortified and well garrisoned, and Grenoble would be the winning or losing cast of this great gamble for the sovereignty of France. It was close on 11 when the great adventurer set out upon this momentous stage of his journey, the Polish lancers leading, then the chasseurs of his old guard, with their time-worn grey coats and heavy bearskins. Some of them were on foot, others packed closely together in wagons and carts, which the enthusiastic agriculturalists of Lamure had placed at the disposal of the emperor. Napoleon himself followed in his coach, his horse being led along. Amidst thundering cries of "God-speed," the small column started on its way. As for the rest, 'Tis in the domain of history. Every phase of it has been put on record. Delasart, worried in his mind that he had not been able to obey General Marchand's orders and destroy the bridge of Pont Haut, his desire to communicate once more with the general, his decision to await further orders, and in the meanwhile to occupy the narrow defile of Lefray as being an advantageous position wherein to oppose the advance of the ogre. All this on the one side. On the other, the advance of the Polish lancers, of the carts and wagons wherein are crowded the soldiers of the Old Guard, and Napoleon himself, the great gambler, sitting in his coach, gazing out through the open windows at the fair land of France, the peaceful valley on his left, the chain of ice-covered lakes, and the turbulent Drac on his right beyond the hills, frowning Taillefer, snow-capped and pine-clad, and far ahead Grenoble still hidden from his view, as the future too was still hidden, the mysterious gate beyond which lay glory and an empire, or the ignominy of irretrievable failure. History has made a record of it all, and it is not the purpose of this true chronicle to do more than recall with utmost brevity the chief incident of that memorable encounter, the Polish lancers galloping back with the report that the narrow pass was held against them in strong force, the Old Guard climbing helter-skelter out of carts and wagons, examining their arms, making ready, Napoleon stepping quickly out of his coach and mounting his charger. On the other side, Delasart holding hurried consultation with the Vicomte de Saint-Genis, whom General Marchand has dispatched to him, with orders to shoot the brigand and his horde as he would a pack of wolves. Napoleon is easily recognizable in the distance, with his grey overcoat, his white horse, and his bicorn hat. Presently he dismounts and walks up and down across the narrow road, evidently in a state of great mental agitation. Delasart's men are sullen and silent. A crowd of men and women from Grenoble have followed them up thus far. They work their way in and out among the infantrymen. They have printed leaflets in their hands, which they cram one by one into the hands or pockets of the soldiers, copies of Napoleon's proclamation. Now an officer of the Old Guard is seen to ride up the pass. Delasart recognizes him. They were brothers in arms 2 years ago, and served together under the greatest military genius the world has ever known. Napoleon has sent the man on as an emissary, but Delasart will not allow him to speak. "I mean to do my duty," he declares, but in his voice, too, there has already crept that note of sullenness which characterized the Sapeurs from the first. Then Captain Raoul, own aide-de-camp to Napoleon, comes up at full gallop, nor does he draw rein till he is up with the entire front of Delasart's battalion. "Your Emperor is coming," he shouts to the soldiers. "If you fire, the first shot will reach him, and France will make you answerable for this outrage." While he shouts and harangues, the men are still sullen and silent, and in the distance the lances of the Polish cavalry gleam in the sun, and the shaggy bearskins of the Old Guard are seen to move forward up the pass. Delasart casts a rapid, piercing glance over his men. Sullenness had given place to obvious terror. "Right about turn! Quick! March!" he commands. Resistance obviously would be useless with these men, who are on the verge of laying down their arms. He forces on a quick march, but the Polish lancers are already gaining ground. The sound of their horses' hoofs stamping the frozen ground, the snorting, the clanging of arms is distinctly heard. Delisart now has no option. He must make his men turn once more and face the ogre and his battalion before they are attacked in the rear. As soon as the order is given and the two little armies stand face to face, the Polish lancers halt and the old guard stands still. And it almost seems for the moment as if nature herself stood still and listened and looked on. The genial midday sun is slowly melting the snow on pine trees and rocks. One by one, the glistening tiny crystals blink and vanish under the warmth of the kiss. The hard white road darkens under the thaw, and slowly a thin covering of water spreads over the icy crust of the lakes. Napoleon tells Colonel Mallet to order the men to lower their arms. Mallet protests, but Napoleon reiterates the command more peremptorily this time, and Mallet must obey. Then, at the head of his old chasseurs, thus practically disarmed, the Emperor, and he is every inch an emperor now, walks straight up to Delisart's opposing troops. Hot-headed St. Genus cries, "Here he is! Fire in heaven's name!" But the Sapeurs, the old regiment in which Napoleon had served as a young lieutenant in those glorious olden days, are now as pale as death. Their knees shake under them. Their arms tremble in their hands. At 10 paces away from the foremost ranks, Napoleon halts. "Soldiers," he cries loudly, "here I am, your emperor. Do you know me?" Again he advances, and with a calm gesture throws open his well-worn grey redingote. "Fire!" cries St. Genus in mad exasperation. "Fire!" commands Delisart in a voice rendered shaky with overmastering emotion. Silence reigns supreme. Napoleon still advances step by step, his redingote thrown open, his broad chest challenging the first bullet which would dare to end the bold, adventurous, daring life. Is there one of you soldiers here who wants to shoot his emperor? If there is, here I am. Fire! Which of these soldiers who have served under him at Jena and Austerlitz could resist such a call? His voice has lost nothing yet of its charm, his personality nothing of its magic. Ambitious, ruthless, selfish he may be, but to the army a friend, a comrade, as well as a god. Suddenly the silence is broken. Shouts of "Vive l'Empereur" rend the air. They echo down the narrow valley, re-echo from hill to hill, and reverberate upon the pine-clad heights of Taillefer. Broken are the ranks. White cockades fly in every direction. Tricolors appear in their hundreds everywhere. Shakos are waved on the points of the bayonets, and always, always that cry, "Vive l'Empereur." Sapeurs and infantrymen crowd around the little man in the worn grey redingote, and he, with that rough familiarity which bound all soldiers' hearts to him, seizes an old sergeant by the ends of his long moustache. "So, you old dog," he says, "you were going to shoot your emperor, were you?" "Not me," replies the man with a growl. "Look at our guns. Not one of them was loaded." Delisart, in despair, yet shaken to the heart, his eyes swimming in tears, offers his sword to Napoleon, whereupon the Emperor grasps his hand in friendship and comforts him with a few inspiring words. Only St. Genus has looked on all this scene with horror and contempt. His royalist opinions are well known. His urgent appeal to Delisart a while ago to shoot the brigand and his hordes still rings in every soldier's ear. He is half crazy with rage, and there is quite an element of terror in the confused thoughts which crowd in upon his brain. Already the sepoys and infantrymen have joined the ranks of the Old Guard, and Napoleon, with that inimitable verve and inspiring eloquence of which he was past master, was haranguing his troops. Just then 3 horsemen, dressed in the uniform of officers of the National Guard, and wearing enormous tricolour cockades as large as soup plates on their shakos, are seen to arrive at a break-neck gallop down the pass from Grenoble. St. Genus recognized them at a glance. They were Victor de Marmont, Surgeon Captain Emery, and their friend the glovemaker Dumoulin. The next moment these 3 men were at the feet of their beloved hero. "Sire," said Dumoulin, the glovemaker, "in the name of the citizens of Grenoble, we hereby offer you our services and 100,000 francs collected in the last 24 hours for your use." "I accept both," replied the Emperor, while he grasped vigorously the hands of his 3 most devoted friends. St. Genus uttered a loud and comprehensive curse. Then he pulled his horse abruptly round, and with such a jerk that it reared and plunged madly forward ere it started galloping away with its frantic rider in the direction of Grenoble. And Grenoble itself was in a turmoil. In the barracks the cries of "Vive l'Empereur" were incessant. General Marchand was indefatigable in his efforts to still that cry, to rouse in the hearts of the soldiers a sense of loyalty to the king. "Your country and your king," he shouted from barrack room to barrack room. "Our country and our emperor," responded the soldiers with ever-growing enthusiasm. The spirit of the army and of the people were Bonapartist to the core. They had never trusted either Marchand or Prefet Fourier, who had turned their coats so readily at the Restoration. They hated the émigrés, the Comte de Cambrai, the Vicomte de St. Genus, the Duc de Embrun, with their old-fashioned ideas of the semi-divine rights of the nobility, second only to the godlike ones of the king. They thought them arrogant and untamed, over-ready to grab once more all the privileges which a bloody revolution had swept away. To them, Napoleon, despite the brilliant days of the empire, despite his autocracy, his militarism, and his arrogance, represented the people, the advanced spirit of the revolution. His downfall had meant a return to the old regime, the regime of feudal rights, of farmers general, of heavy taxation, and dear bread. "Vive l'Empereur" was cried in the barracks, and "Vive l'Empereur" at the street corners. A squadron of hussars had marched into Grenoble from Vienne just before noon, the same squadron which a few months ago, at a review by the Comte d'Artois in the presence of the king, had shouted "Vive l'Empereur." What faith could be put in their loyalty now? But 2 infantry regiments came in at the same time from Chambéry, and on these General Marchand hoped to be able to reckon. The Comte Charles de la Bédoyère was in command of the 7th Regiment, and though he had served in Prussia under Napoleon, he had tendered his oath loyally to Louis XVIII at the Restoration. He was a tried and able soldier, and Marchand believed in him. The general himself reviewed both infantry regiments on the Place d'Armes on their arrival, and then posted them upon the ramparts of the city, facing direct to the southeast and dominating the road to Namur. de la Bédoyère remained in command of the 7th. For 2 hours he paced the ramparts in a state of the greatest possible agitation. The nearness of Napoleon, of the man who had been his comrade in arms first and his leader afterwards, had a terribly disturbing effect upon his spirit. From below in the city, the people's mutterings, their grumbling, their sullen excitement seemed to rise upwards like an intoxicating incense. The attitude of the troops, of the gunners, as well as of the garrison and of his own regiment, worked more potently still upon the colonel's already shaken loyalty. Then suddenly his mind is made up. He draws his sword and shouts, "Vive l'Empereur!" "Soldiers," he calls, "follow me. I will show you the way to duty. Follow me. Vive l'Empereur!" "Vive l'Empereur!" vociferate the troops. "After me, my men, to the Bon Gate! After me!" cries de la Bédoyère. And to the shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" the 7th Regiment of Infantry passes through the gate and marches along the streets of the suburb on towards Le Mur. General Marchand, hastily apprised of the wholesale defection, sends Colonel Villiers in hot haste in the wake of de la Bédoyère. Villiers comes up with the latter 2 kilometers outside Grenoble. He talks, he persuades, he admonishes, he scolds. De la Bédoyère and his men are firm. "Your country and your king," shouts Villiers. "Our country and our emperor," respond the men, and they go to join the old guard at Lefray, while Villiers, in despair, rides back into Grenoble. In the town, the desertion of the 7th has had a very serious effect. The muttered cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" are open shouts now. General Marchand is at his wits' ends. He has ordered the closing of every city gate, and still the soldiers in batches of 10s and 20s at a time contrive to escape out of the town, carrying their arms and in many cases baggage with them. The royalist faction, the women as well as the men, spend the whole day in and out of the barrack rooms, talking to the men, trying to infuse into them loyalty to the king, and to cheer them up by bringing them wine and provisions. In the afternoon, the Vicomte de Saint-Genès, sick, exhausted, his horse covered with lather, comes back with the story of the pass of Lefray and Napoleon's triumphant march toward Grenoble. Marchand seriously contemplates evacuating the city in order to save the garrison and his stores. Prefect Fourier congratulates himself on his foresight and on that he has transferred the 25 million francs from the cellars of the Hôtel de Ville into the safekeeping of Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai. He and General Marchand both hope and think that the brigand and his horde cannot possibly be at the gates of Grenoble before the morrow, and that Madame la Duchesse d'Agen would be well on her way to Paris with the money by that time. Marchand, in the meanwhile, has made up his mind to retire from the city with his troops. It is only a strategical measure, he argues, to save bloodshed and to save his stores pending the arrival of the Comte d'Artois at Lyons with the army corps. He gives the order for the general retreat to commence at 2 o'clock in the morning. Satisfied that he has done the right thing, he finally goes back to his quarters in the Hôtel du Dauphin, close to the ramparts. The Comte de Cambrai is his guest at dinner, and toward 7 o'clock the two men at last sit down to a hurried meal, both their minds filled with apprehension and not a little fear as to what the next few days will bring. "It is, of course, only a question of time," says the Comte de Cambrai airily. "Monseigneur le Comte d'Artois will be at Lyons directly with 40,000 men, and he will easily crush that marauding band of pirates. But this time the Corsican, after his defeat, must be put more effectually out of harm's way. I personally was never much in favor of Elba. The English have some islands out in the Atlantic or the Pacific," responds General Marchand with firm decision. "It would be safest to shoot the brigand, but failing that, let the English send him to one of those islands, and undertake to guard him well. Let us drink to that proposition, my dear Marchand," concludes Monsieur le Comte with a smile. Hardly had the two men concluded this toast when a fearful din is heard, regular howls, proceeding from the suburb of Bonn. The windows of the hotel give on the ramparts, and the house itself dominates the Bonn gate and the military ground beyond it. Hastily, Marchand jumps up from the table and throws open the window. He and the Comte step out upon the balcony. The din has become deafening. With a hand that slightly trembles now, General Marchand points to the extensive grounds that lie beyond the city gate, and Monsieur le Comte quickly smothers an exclamation of terror. A huge crowd of peasants, armed with scythes and carrying torches which flicker in the frosty air, have invaded the slopes and flats of the military zone. They are yelling "Vive l'Empereur" at the top of their voices, and from walls and bastions reverberates the answering cry "Vive l'Empereur," vociferated by infantrymen and gunners and sappeurs, and echoed and re-echoed with passionate enthusiasm by the people of Grenoble, assembled in their thousands in the narrow streets which abut upon the ramparts. And in the midst of the peasantry, surrounded by them as by a cordon, Napoleon and his small army, just reinforced by the 7th Regiment of Infantry, have halted, expectant. Napoleon's aide-de-camp, Capitaine Raoul, accompanied by half a dozen lancers, comes up to the palisade which bars the immediate approach to the city gates. "Open!" he cries loudly, so loudly that his young, firm voice rises above the tumult around. "Open, in the name of the Emperor!" Marchand sees it all. He hears the commanding summons, hears the thunderous and enthusiastic cheers which greet Captain Raoul's call to surrender. He and the Comte de Cambrai are still standing upon the balcony of the hotel that faces the gate of Bonn and dominates from its high ground the ramparts opposite. White-cheeked and silent, the two men have gazed before them and have understood. To attempt to stem this tide of popular enthusiasm would inevitably be fatal. The troops inside Grenoble were as ready to cross over to the brigand standard as was Colonel de la Bédoyère's regiment of infantry. The ramparts and the surrounding military zone were lit up by hundreds of torches. By their flickering light, the two men on the balcony could see the faces of the people and those of the soldiers who were even now being ordered to fire upon Raoul and the lancers. Colonel Roussel, who is in command of the troops at the gate, sends a hasty messenger to General Marchand. "The brigand demands that we open the gate," reports the messenger breathlessly. "Tell the colonel to give the order to fire," is Marchand's peremptory response. "Are you coming with me, Monsieur le Comte?" he asks hurriedly, but he does not wait for a reply. Wrapping his cloak around him, he goes in the wake of the messenger. Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai is close on his heels. 5 minutes later, the general is up on the ramparts. He has thrown a quick, piercing glance round him. There are 2,000 men up here, 20 guns, ammunition in plenty. Out there only peasants and a heterogeneous band of some 1,500 men. One shot from a gun, perhaps, would send all that crowd flying. The first fusillade might scatter the band of brigands, but Marchand cannot, dare not, give the positive order to fire. He knows that rank insubordination, positive refusal to obey, would follow. He talks to the men, he harangues, he begs them to defend their city against this horde of Corsican pirates. To every word he says, the men but oppose the one cry, "Vive l'Empereur!" The Comte de Cambrai turns in despair to Monsieur de Saint-Genès, who is a captain of artillery, and whose men had hitherto been supposed to be tried and loyal royalists. "If the men won't fire, Maurice," asks the Comte in despair, "cannot the officers at least fire the first shot?" "Monsieur le Comte," replies Saint Genès through set teeth, for his heart was filled with wrath and shame at the defection of his men, "the gunners have declared that if the officers shoot, the men will shatter them to pieces with their own batteries." The crowds outside the gate itself are swelling visibly. They press in from every side toward the city, loudly demanding the surrender of the town. "Open the gates! Open!" they shout, and their clamour becomes more insistent every moment. Already they have broken down the palisades which surround the military zone. They pour down the slopes against the gate, but the ladder is heavy and massive, studded with iron, stoutly resisting axe or pick. "Open!" they cry, "open in the Emperor's name!" They are within hailing distance of the soldiers on the ramparts. "What price your plums?" they shout gaily to the gunners. "Quite cheap," retort the latter with equal gaiety, "but there's no danger of the Emperor getting any." The women sing the old couplet, "Bon, bon, Napoleon va rentrer dans sa maison," and the soldiers on the ramparts take up the refrain, "Nous allons voir le grand Napoleon, le vainqueur de toutes les nations." "What can we do, Monsieur le Comte?" says General Marchand at last. "We shall have to give in." "I'll not stay and see it," replies the Comte. "I should die of shame." Even while the two men are talking and discussing the possibilities of an early surrender, Napoleon himself has forced his way through the tumultuous throng of his supporters, and, accompanied by Victor de Marmont and Colonel de la Bédoyère, he advances as far as the gate, which still stands barred defiantly against him. "I command you to open this gate," he cries aloud. Colonel Roussel, who is in command, replies defiantly, "I only take orders from the general himself." "He is relieved of his command," retorts Napoleon. "I know my duty," insists Roussel. "I only take orders from the general." Victor de Marmont, intoxicated with his own enthusiasm, maddened with rage at sight of Saint Genès, whose face is just then thrown into vivid light by the glare of the torches, cries wildly, "Soldiers of the Emperor, who are being forced to resist him, turn on those treacherous officers of yours, tear off their epaulettes. I say." His shrill and frantic cries seem to precipitate the inevitable climax. The tumult has become absolutely delirious. The soldiers on the ramparts tumble over one another in a mad rush for the gate, which they try to break open with the butt end of their rifles, but they dare not actually attack their own officers, and in any case they know that the keys of the city are still in the hands of General Marchand, and General Marchand has suddenly disappeared. Feeling the hopelessness and futility of further resistance, he has gone back to his hotel, and is even now giving orders and making preparations for leaving Grenoble. Prefet Fourier, hastily summoned, is with him, and the Comte de Cambrai is preparing to return immediately to Brestolo. "We shall all leave for Paris tomorrow as early as possible," he says, as he finally takes leave of the general and the prefect, "and take the money with us, of course. If the king, which God forbid, is obliged to leave Paris, it will be most acceptable to him, until the day when the allies are once more in the field, and ready to crush, irretrievably this time, this Corsican scourge of Europe." One or two of the royalist officers have succeeded in massing together some 200 or 300 men out of several regiments, who appear to be determined to remain loyal. St. Genus is not among these. His men had been among the first to cry "Vive l'Empereur" when ordered to fire on the brigand and his hordes. They had even gone so far as to threaten their officers' lives. Now, covered with shame and boiling with wrath at the defection, St. Genus asks leave of the general to escort Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai and his party to Paris. "We shall be better off for extra protection," urges Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai in support of St. Genus's plea for leave. "I shall only have the coachman and 2 postilions with me. Monsieur de St. Genus would be of immense assistance in case of footpads." "The road to Paris is quite safe, I believe," says General Marchand, "and at Lyons you will meet the army of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, but perhaps Monsieur de St. Genus had better accompany you as far as there, at any rate. He can then report himself at Lyons. 25 millions is a large sum, of course, but the purpose of your journey has remained a secret, has it not?" "Of course," says Monsieur le Comte unhesitatingly, for he has completely erased Victor de Marmont from his mind. "Well then, all you need fear is an attack from footpads, and even that is unlikely," concludes General Marchand, who by now is in a great hurry to go. "But Monsieur de St. Genus has my permission to escort you." The general entrusts the keys of the Bon Gate to Colonel Roussel. He has barely time to execute his hasty flight, having arranged to escape out of Grenoble by the St. Laurent Gate on the north of the town. In the meanwhile, a carter from the suburb of St. Joseph, outside the Bon Gate, has harnessed a team of horses to one of his wagons and brought along a huge joist. 20 pairs of willing and stout arms are already manipulating this powerful engine for the breaking open of the resisting gate. Already the doors are giving way, the hinges creak, and while General Marchand and Prefet Fourier, with their small body of faithful soldiers, rush precipitately across the deserted streets of the town, Colonel Roussel makes ready to open the gate of Bonn to the Emperor and to his soldiers. "My regiment was prepared to turn against me," he says to his men, "but I shall not turn against them." Then he formally throws open the gate. Ecstatic delight, joyful enthusiasm succeeds the frantic cries of a while ago. Napoleon entering the city of Grenoble was nearly crushed to death by the frenzy of the crowd. Cheered to the echoes, surrounded by a delirious populace which hardly allowed him to move, it was hours before he succeeded in reaching the Hotel des Trois Dauphins, where he was resolved to spend the night, since it was kept by an ex-soldier, one of his own old guard of the Italian campaign. The enthusiasm was kept up all night. The town was illuminated. Until dawn, men and women paraded the streets, singing the Marseillaise and shouting Vive l'Empereur. In a small room, simply furnished, but cozy and comfortable, the great adventurer, who had conquered half the world and lost it, and had now set out to conquer it again, sat with half a dozen of his most faithful friends, Cambron and Raoul, Victor de Marmont and Emery. On the table, spread out before him, was an ordnance map of the province. His clenched hand rested upon it. His eyes, those eagle-like piercing eyes which had so often called his soldiers to victory, gazed out straight before him, as if through the bare whitewashed walls of this humble hotel room he saw the vision of the brilliant halls of the Tuileries, the imperial throne, the empress beside him, all her faithlessness and pusillanimity forgiven, his son whom he worshipped, his marshals grouped around him, and with a gesture of proud defiance he threw back his head and said loudly, "Until today I was only an adventurer. Tonight I am a prince once more." It was the next morning in that same sparsely furnished and uncarpeted room of the Hotel des Trois Dauphins that Napoleon spoke to Victor de Marmont, to Emery and Dumoulin about the money which had been stolen last year from the Empress, and which he understood had been deposited in the cellars of the Hotel de Ville. "I am not going," he said, "to levy a war tax on my good city of Grenoble, but my good and faithful soldiers must be paid, and I must provision my army in case I encounter stronger resistance at Lyons than I can cope with, and am forced to make a detour. I want the money, the Empress's money, which that infamous Talleyrand stole from her. So you, de Marmont, had best go straight away to the Hotel de Ville, and in my name summon the prefect to appear before me. You can tell him at once that it is on account of the money." "I will go at once, sire," replied de Marmont with a regretful sigh, "but I fear me that it is too late." "Too late?" snapped out the Emperor with a frown. "What do you mean by too late?" "I mean that Fourier has left Grenoble in the trail of Marchand, and that 2 days ago, unless I'm very much mistaken, he disposed of the money." "Disposed of the money? You are mad, de Marmont." "Not altogether, sire. When I say that Fourier disposed of the Empress's money, I only mean that he deposited it in what he would deem a safe place." "The cur!" exclaimed Napoleon, with a yet tighter clenching of his hand and mighty fist, turning against the hand that fed him and made him what he is. "Well," he added impatiently, "where is the money now?" "In the keeping of Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai at Brustolo," replied de Marmont without hesitation. "Very well," said the Emperor, "take a company of the 7th Regiment with you to Brustolo, and requisition the money at once. If, as I believe, the Comte no longer has the money by him, make him tell you where it is." "I mean, sire, that it is my belief that Monsieur le Comte's sister and daughter will undertake to take the money to Paris, hoping by their sex and general air of innocence to escape suspicion in connection with the money. "Don't worry me with all these details, de Marmont," broke in Napoleon with a frown of impatience. "I told you to take a company with you and to get me the Empress's money. See to it that this is done, and leave me in peace." He hated arguing, hated opposition, the very suggestion of any difficulty. His followers and intimates knew that. Already de Marmont had repented that he had allowed his tongue to ramble on quite so much. Now he felt that silence must redeem his blunder, silence now, and success in his undertaking. He bent the knee for this homage the great Corsican adventurer and one-time dictator of civilized Europe loved to receive. He kissed the hand which had once wielded the scepter of a mighty empire, and was ready now to grasp it again. Then he rose and gave the military salute. "It shall be done, sire," was all that he said. His heart was full of enthusiasm, and the task allotted to him was a congenial one, the baffling and discomfiture of those who had insulted him. If, as he believed, Crystal would be accompanying her aunt on the journey toward Paris, then indeed would his own longing for some sort of revenge for the humiliation which he had endured on that memorable Sunday evening be fully gratified. It was with a light and swinging step that he ran down the narrow stairs of the hotel. In the little entrance hall below he met Clifford. In his usual impulsive way, without thought of what had gone before, or was likely to happen in the future, he went up to the Englishman with outstretched hand. "My dear Clifford," he said with unaffected cordiality, "I am glad to see you. I have been wondering what had become of you since we parted on Sunday last. My dear friend," he added ecstatically, "what glorious events, eh?" He did not wait for Clifford's reply, nor did he appear to notice the latter's obvious coldness of manner, but went prattling on with great volubility. "What a man!" he exclaimed, nodding significantly in the direction whence he had just come. "A 6 days' march, mostly on foot, and along steep mountain paths, and today as fresh and vigorous as if he had just spent a month's holiday at some pleasant watering place. What luck to be serving such a man! And what luck to be able to render him really useful service. The tables will be turned, eh, my dear Clifford?" he added, giving his taciturn friend a jovial dig in the ribs. "And what lovely discomfiture for our proud aristocrats, eh? They will be sorry to have made an enemy of Victor de Marmont, what?" Whereupon Clifford made a violent effort to appear friendly and jovial too. "Why," he said with a pleasant laugh, "what madcap ideas are floating through your head now?" "Madcap schemes!" ejaculated de Marmont. "Nothing more or less, my dear Clifford, than complete revenge for the humiliation those de Cambrays put upon me last Sunday." "Revenge? That sounds exciting," said Clifford with a smile, even while his palm itched to slap the young braggart's face. "Exciting? Pardieu! Of course it will be exciting. They have no idea that I guessed their little machinations. Madame la Duchesse d'Agen travelling to Paris, forsooth! Ay, but with 25 millions sewn somewhere inside her petticoats. Well, the Emperor happens to want his own 25 millions, if you please. So Madame la Duchesse or Monsieur le Comte will have to disgorge, and I shall have the pleasing task of making them disgorge. What say you to that, friend Clifford?" "That I am sorry for you," replied the other dryly. "Sorry for me? Why? because it is never a pleasing task to bully a defenseless woman, and an old one at that. De Marmont laughed aloud. "Bully Madame la Duchesse d'Agen!" he exclaimed. "Sacre tonnerre! What do you take me for? I shall not bully her. 50 soldiers don't bully a defenseless woman. We shall treat Madame la Duchesse with every consideration. We shall only remove 25 millions of stolen money from her carriage. That is all." "You may be mistaken about the money, de Marmont. It may be anywhere except in the keeping of Madame la Duchesse." "It may be at the Chateau de Brestillo, in the keeping of Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai, and this I shall find out first of all. But I must not stand gossiping any longer. I must see Colonel de la Bedoyère and get the men I want. What are your plans, my dear Clifford?" "The same as before," replied Bobby quietly. "I shall leave Grenoble as soon as I can. Let the Emperor send you on a special mission to Lord Grenville in London to urge England to remain neutral in the coming struggle." "I think not," said Clifford enigmatically. De Marmont did not wait to ask him to what this brief remark had applied. He bade his friend a hasty farewell, then he turned on his heel, and gaily whistling the refrain of the Marseillaise, stalked out of the hotel. Clifford remained standing in the narrow panelled hall, which just then reeked strongly of stewed onions and of hot coffee. He never moved a muscle, but remained absolutely quiet for the space of exactly 2 minutes. Then he consulted his watch. It was then close on midday, and finally went back to his room. An hour after dawn, that self-same morning, the travelling coach of Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai was at the perron of the Chateau de Brestillo. At the last moment, when Monsieur le Comte, hopelessly discouraged by the surrender of Grenoble to the usurper, came home at a late hour of the night, he decided that he too would journey to Paris with his sister and daughter, taking the money with him to his Majesty, who indeed would soon be in sore need of funds. At the same late hour of the night, Monsieur le Comte discovered that, with the exception of faithful Hector and 1 or 2 scullions in the kitchen, his male servants, both indoor and out, had wandered in a body out to Grenoble to witness the Emperor's entry into the city. They had marched out of the chateau to the cry of "Vive l'Empereur," and outside the gates had joined a number of villagers of Brestillo who were bent on the same errand. Fortunately, one of the coachmen and 2 of the older grooms from the stables returned in the early dawn after the street demonstrations outside the Emperor's windows had somewhat calmed down, and with the routine of many years of domestic service had promptly and without murmurings set to obey the orders given to them the day before, to have the travelling berline ready with 4 horses by 7 o'clock. It was very cold. The coachmen and postilions shivered under their threadbare liveries. The coachman had wrapped a woolen comforter round his neck, and pulled his white beaver broad-brimmed hat well over his brows, as the north-east wind was keen, and would blow into his face all the way to Lyons, where the party would halt for the night. He had thick woolen gloves on, and of his entire burly person only the tip of his nose could be seen between his muffler and the brim of his hat. The postilions, whip in hand, could not wrap themselves up quite so snugly. They were trying to keep themselves warm by beating their arms against their chest. Monsieur le Comte, aided by Hector, was arranging for the disposal of leather wallets underneath the cushions of the carriage. The wallets contained the money, 25 millions in notes and drafts, a godsend to the king if the usurper did succeed in driving him out of the Tuileries. Presently the ladies came down the perron steps with faithful Jean in attendance, who carried small bags and dressing cases. Both the ladies were wrapped in long fur-lined cloaks, and Madame la Duchesse d'Agen had drawn a hood closely round her face. But Crystal de Cambray stood bareheaded in the cold frosty air, the hood of her cloak thrown back, her own fair hair dressed high, forming the only covering for her head. End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of The Bronze Eagle by Baroness ORCZY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Her face looked grave and even anxious, but wonderfully serene. This should have been her wedding morning. The bells of old Brestolo Church should even now have been ringing out their first joyous peal to announce the great event. Often and often in the past few weeks, ever since her father had formally betrothed her to Victor de Marmont, she had thought of this coming morning, and steeled herself to be brave against the fateful day. She had been resigned to the decree of the father, and to the necessities of family and name. Resigned, but terribly heartsore. She was obeying of her own free will, but not blindly. She knew that her marriage to a man whom she did not love was a sacrifice on her part of every hope of future happiness. Her girlish love for St. Genis had opened her eyes to the possibilities of happiness. She knew that life could hold out a veritable cornucopia of delight and joy in a union which was hallowed by love, and her ready sacrifice was therefore all the greater, all the more sublime, because it was not offered up in ignorance. But all that now was changed. She was once more free to indulge in those dreams which had gladdened the days and nights of her lonely girlhood out in far-off England, dreams which somehow had not even found their culmination when St. Genis first told her of his love for her. They had always been golden dreams which had haunted her in those distant days, dreams of future happiness and of love which are seldom absent from a young girl's mind, especially if she is a little lonely, has few pleasures, and is surrounded with an atmosphere of sadness. Crystal de Cambray, standing on the perron of her stately home, felt but little sorrow at leaving it today. She had hardly had the time in one brief year to get very much attached to it. The sense of unreality which had been born in her when her father led her through its vast halls and stately parks had never entirely left her. The little home in England, the tiny sitting-room with its bow window and small front garden edged with dusty evergreens, was far more real to her even now. She felt as if the last year, with its pomp and gloomy magnificence, was all a dream, and that she was once more on the threshold of reality now, on the point of waking, when she would find herself once more in her narrow iron bed, and see the patched and darned muslin curtains gently waving in the draught. But for the moment she was glad enough to give herself to the delight of this sudden consciousness of freedom. She sniffed the sharp frosty air with dilated nostrils, like a young Arab filly that sensed the illimitable vastness of meadowland around her. The excitement of the coming adventure thrilled her. She watched with glowing eyes the preparations for the journey, the bestowal under the cushions of the carriage of the money which was to help King Louis to preserve his throne. In a sense, she was sorry that her father and her aunt were coming too. She would have loved to fly across country as a trusted servant of her king. But when the time came to make a start, she took her place in the big travelling coach with a light heart and a merry face. She was so sure of the justice of the king's cause, so convinced of God's wrath against the usurper, that she had no room in her thoughts for apprehension or sadness. The Comte de Cambrai, on the other hand, was grave and taciturn. He had spent hours last evening on the ramparts of Grenoble. He had watched the dissatisfaction of the troops grow into open rebellion, and from that to burning enthusiasm for the Corsican ogre. St. Genus had given him a vivid account of the encounter at Lefray, and his ears were still ringing with the cries of Viva l'Empereur, which had filled the streets and ramparts of Grenoble, until he himself fled back to his own chateau, sickened at all that he had seen and heard. He knew that the king's own brother, Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, was at Lyons even now with 40,000 men, who were reputed to be loyal. But were not the troops of Grenoble reputed to be loyal too? And was it likely that the regiments at Lyons would behave so very differently to those at Grenoble? Thus the wearisome journey northwards in the lumbering carriage proceeded mostly in silence. None of the occupants seemed to have much to say. Madame la Duchesse d'Agen and Monsieur le Comte sat on the back seats, leaning against the cushions. Crystal de Cambrai and ever faithful Jean sat in front, making themselves as comfortable as they could. There was a halt for déjeuner and change of horses at Rives, and here Maurice de St. Genus overtook the party. He proposed to continue the journey as far as Lyons on horseback, riding close by the off side of the carriage. Here, as well as at the next halt at St. Andre-le-Gaz, Maurice tried to get speech with Crystal, but she seemed cold in manner and unresponsive to his whispered words. He tried to approach her, but she pleaded fatigue and anxiety, and he was glad then that he had made arrangements not to travel beside her in the lumbering coach. His position on horseback beside the carriage would, he felt, be a more romantic one, and he half hoped that some enterprising footpad would give him a chance of displaying his pluck and his devotion. A start was made from St. Andre-le-Gaz at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Crystal was getting very cramped and tired. Even the fine views over the range of the Grand Chartreuse and the long white plateau of the Dent des Croix, with the wintry sunset behind it, failed to enchain her attention. Her father and her aunt slept most of the time, each in a corner of the carriage, and after the start from St. Andre-le-Gaz, comforted with hot coffee and fresh bread, and the prospect of Lyons, now only some 60 kilometers away, Crystal settled herself against the cushions and tried to get some sleep. The incessant shaking of the carriage, the rattle of harness and wheels, the cracking of the postilions' whips, all contributed to making her head ache and to chase slumber away. But gradually her thoughts became more confused as the dim winter twilight gradually faded into night, and a veil of impenetrable blackness spread itself outside the windows of the coach. The northeasterly wind had not abated. It whistled mournfully through the cracks in the woodwork of the carriage, and made the windows rattle in their framework. On the box the coachman had much ado to see well ahead of him, as the vapour which rose from the flanks and shoulders of his steaming horses effectually blurred every outline on the road. The carriage lanthorns threw a weird and feeble light upon the ever-growing darkness. To right and left, the bare and frozen common land stretched its lonely vastness to some distant horizon unseen. Suddenly the cumbrous vehicle gave a terrific lurch, which sent the unsuspecting Jean flying into Madame la Duchess's lap, and threw Crystal with equal violence against her father's knees. There was much cracking of whips, loud calls, and louder oaths from coachmen and postilions, much creaking and groaning of wheels, another lurch, more feeble this time, more groaning, more creaking, more oaths, and finally the coach, with a final quivering, as it were of all its parts, settled down to an ominous standstill. Whereafter the oaths sounded more muffled, while there was a scampering down from the high altitude of the coachman's box, and a confused murmur of voices. It was then close on 8 o'clock. Lyons was distant still some dozen miles or so, and the night by now was darker than pitch. Monsieur le Comte, roused from fitful slumbers, and trying to gather his wandering wits, put his head out of the window. "What is it, Pierre?" he called out loudly. "What has happened?" "It's this confounded ditch, Monsieur le Comte," came in a gruff voice from out the darkness. "I didn't know the bridge had entirely broken down. This sacre government will not look after the roads properly." "Are you there, Maurice?" called the Comte. But strangely enough there came no answer to his call. Monsieur de St. Genis must have fallen back some little distance in the rear, else he surely would have heard something of the clatter, the shouts, and the swearing which were attending the present unfortunate contretemps. "Maurice, where are you?" called the Comte again, and still no answer. Pierre was continuing his audible mutterings. Darkness as black as... Then he shouted with a yet more forcible volley of oaths. "Jean, you oaf, get hold of the off mare, can't you? And you, what's your name, you fool? Ease the near gelding. Heavens above, what dolts!" "Stop a moment," cried Monsieur le Comte. "Wait till the ladies can get out. This pulling and lurching is unbearable." "Ease a moment," commanded Pierre stolidly. "Go to the near door, Jean, and help the master out of the carriage." Hark! What was that? It was Monsieur le Comte who spoke. There had been a momentary lull in the creaking and groaning of the wheels, while the two young postilions obeyed the coachman's orders to ease a moment, and one of them came round to help the ladies and his master out of the lurching vehicle. Only the horses snorting, the champing of their bits, and pawing of the hard ground broke the silence of the night. Monsieur le Comte had opened the near door and was half out of the carriage when a sound caught his ear which was in no way connected with the stranded vehicle and its team of snorting horses. Yet the sound came from horses which were on the move not very far away, and which even now seemed to be coming nearer. "Who goes there? Maurice, is that you?" called Monsieur le Comte more loudly. "Stand and deliver," came the peremptory response. "Stand yourself, or I fire," retorted the Comte, who was already groping for the pistol which he kept inside the carriage. "You murderous villain!" came with the inevitable string of oaths from Pierre the coachman. "You—" The rest of this forceful expletive was broken and muffled. Evidently, Pierre had been summarily gagged. There was a short, sharp scuffle somewhere on ahead. Cries for help from the two postilions, which were equally sharply smothered. The horses began rearing and plunging. "One of you at the leaders' heads," came in a clear voice, which in this impenetrable darkness sounded weirdly familiar to the occupants of the carriage, who, awed, terrified by this unforeseen attack, sat motionless, clinging to one another inside the vehicle. Alone, the Comte had not lost his presence of mind. Already he had jumped out of the carriage, banging the door to behind him, despite feeble protests from his sister. Pistol in hand, he tried with anxious eyes to pierce the inky blackness around him. A muffled groan on his right caused him to turn in that direction. "Release my coachman," he called peremptorily, "or I fire." "Easy, Monsieur le Comte," came as a sharp warning out of the night, in those same weirdly familiar tones. "As like as not you would be shooting your own men in this infernal darkness." "Who is it?" whispered Crystal hoarsely. "I seem to know that voice." "God protect us," murmured Jean. "It's the devil's voice, mademoiselle." Madame la Duchesse said nothing. No doubt she too was frightened to speak. Her thin bony fingers were clasped tightly round her niece's hands. Suddenly there was another scuffle by the door, the sharp report of a pistol, and then that strangely familiar voice called out again, "Merely as a matter of form, Monsieur le Comte." "You will hang for this, you rogue," came in response from the Comte. But already Crystal had torn her hands out of Madame la Duchesse's grasp, and now was struggling to free herself from Jean's terrified and clinging embrace. "Father!" she cried wildly. "Maurice! Maurice! Help! Let me go, Jean! They are hurting him!" She had succeeded in pushing Jean roughly away, and already had her hand on the door, when it was opened from the outside, and the flickering light of a carriage lanthorn fell full on the interior of the vehicle. Neither Crystal nor Madame la Duchesse could effectually suppress a sudden gasp of terror, whilst Jean threw her shawl right over her head, for of a truth she thought that here was the devil himself. The light illumined the lanthorn bearer only fitfully, but to the terror-stricken women he appeared to be preternaturally tall and broad, with wide-caped coat pulled up to his ears, and an old-fashioned tricorn hat on his head. His face was entirely hidden by a black mask, and his hands by black kid gloves. "I pray you, ladies," he said quietly, and this time the voice was obviously disguised and quite unrecognizable, "I pray you have no fear. Neither I nor my men will do you or yours the slightest harm, if you will allow me, without any molestation on your part, to make an examination of the interior of your carriage." Madame la Duchesse and Jean remained silent, the one from fear, the other from dignity. But it was not in Crystal's nature to submit quietly to any unlawful coercion. "This is an infamy," she protested loudly, "and you, my man, will swing on the nearest gallows for it." "No doubt I should, if I were found out," said the man imperturbably, "but the military patrols of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois don't come out as far as this. Nevertheless, I must ask you, ladies, not to detain me on my business any longer. My men are at the door, and it is over a quarter of an hour ago since we placed Monsieur de St. Genis, temporarily, yet effectually, hors de combat. I pray you, therefore, step out without delay, so that I may proceed to ascertain whether there is anything in this carriage likely to suit my requirements." "You must be a madman as well as a thief," retorted Crystal loudly, "to imagine that we would submit to such an outrage." "If you do not submit, madame," said the man calmly, "I will order my man to shoot Monsieur le Comte in the right leg." "You would not dare." But the miscreant turned his head slowly round, and called over his shoulder into the night, "Attention, my men! Monsieur le Comte de Cambray, have you got him?" "Aye, aye, sir," came from out the darkness. Crystal gave a wild scream, and with an agonized gesture of terror clutched the highway robber by the coat. "No, no!" she cried. "Stop, stop! No, father, help!" "Mademoiselle," said the man, quietly releasing his coat from her clinging hands, "remember that Monsieur le Comte is perfectly safe if you will deign to step out of the carriage without further delay." He held the lanthorn in one hand, the other was suddenly imprisoned by Crystal's trembling fingers. "Sir," she pleaded in a voice broken by terror and anxiety, "we are helpless travellers on our way to Paris, driven out of our home by the advancing horde of Corsican brigands. Our little all we have with us. You cannot take that all from us. Let us give you some money of our own free will, then the shame of robbing women who have in the darkness of the night been rendered helpless will not rest upon you. Oh, have pity upon us. Your voice is so gentle. You must be good and kind. You will let us proceed on our way, will you not? And we'll take a solemn oath that we'll not attempt to put anyone on your track. You will, won't you? I swear to you that you will be doing a far finer deed thereby than you can possibly dream of." "I have some jewellery about my person," here interposed Madame's sharp voice dryly, "also some gold. I agree to what my niece says. We'll swear to do nothing against you when we reach Lyons, if you will be content with what we give you of our own free will, and let us go in peace." The man allowed both ladies to speak without any interruption on his part. He even allowed Crystal's dainty fingers to cling around his gloved hand for as long as she chose. No doubt he found some pleasure in this tearful appeal from such beautiful lips, for Crystal looked divinely pretty just then, with the flickering light of the lanthorn throwing her fair head into bold relief against the surrounding gloom. Her blue eyes were shining with unshed tears, her delicate mouth was quivering with the piteousness of her appeal. But when Madame la Duchess had finished speaking, and began to divest herself of her rings, he released his hand very gently, and said in his even, quiet voice, "Your pardon, madame, but as it happens, I have no use for ladies' trinkets, while all that you have been good enough to tell me only makes me the more eager to examine the contents of this carriage." "But there's nothing of value in it," asserted Madame unblushingly, "except what we are offering you now." "That is as may be, madame. I would wish to ascertain." "You impious malapert," she cried out wrathfully, "would you dare lay hands upon a woman?" "No, madame, certainly not," he replied. "I will merely, as I have had the honour to tell you, order my men to shoot Monsieur le Comte de Cambray in the right leg." "You vagabond! You thief! You wouldn't dare!" expostulated Madame, who seemed now on the verge of hysteria. "Attention, my men!" he called once more over his left shoulder. "It is no use, ma tante. here interposed Crystal, with sudden calm, we must yield to brute force. Let us get out, and allow this abominable thief to wreak his impious will with us. Else we lay ourselves open to further outrage at his hands. Be sure that retribution, swift and certain, will overtake him in the end." "Come, that's wisely spoken," said the man, who seemed in no way perturbed by the scornful glances which Crystal and Madame now freely darted upon him. He stood a little aside, holding the door open for them to step out of the carriage. "Where is Monsieur le Comte de Cambray?" queried Crystal, as she brushed past him. "Close by," he replied. "To your right now, mademoiselle, and perfectly safe. And Monsieur le Marquis de St. Genis is not 200 metres away, equally secure and equally safe. Here, Labassou," he added, calling out into the night, "ease the gag around your prisoner's mouth a little, so that he may speak to the ladies." While Madame la Duchess groped her way along in the direction whence came sounds of stirring, groaning, and not a little cursing, which proclaimed the presence of some men held captive by others, Crystal remained beside the carriage door, as if rooted to the spot. The feeble light of the lanthorn had shown her at a glance that the masked miscreant had taken every precaution for the success of his nefarious purpose. How many men he had with him altogether, she could not of course ascertain. Half a dozen perhaps, seeing that her father, the coachman, and 2 postilions had been overpowered, and were being closely guarded, whilst she distinctly saw that 2 men at least were standing behind their chief at this moment, in order to ward off any possible attack against him from the rear, while he himself was engaged in the infamous task of robbing the coach of its contents. Crystal saw him start to work in a most methodical manner. He had stood the lanthorn on the floor of the carriage, and was turning over every cushion and ransacking every pocket. The leather wallets which he found, he examined with utmost coolness, seeing indeed that they were stuffed full of banknotes and drafts. His huge caped coat appeared to have immense pockets, into which those precious wallets disappeared one by one. She knew, of course, that resistance was useless. The occasional glint of the feeble lanthorn light upon the pistols held by the man close beside her taught her the salutary lesson of silence and dignity. She clenched her hands until her nails were almost driven into the flesh of her palms, and her face now glowed with a fierce and passionate resentment. This money, which might have saved the King and France from the immediate effects of the usurper's invasion, was now the booty of a common thief. Wild thoughts of vengeance coursed through her brain. She felt like a tiger cat that was being robbed of its young. Once unable to control herself, she made a wild dash forward, determined to fight for her treasure, to scratch or to bite, to do anything, in fact, rather than stand by and see this infamous spoliation. But immediately her hands were seized, and an ominous word of command rang out weirdly through the night. "Resistance here! Attention over there!" Her father's safety was a guarantee of her own acquiescence. Struggling, fighting was useless. The abominable thief must be left to do his work in peace. It did not take long. A minute or two later he had stepped out of the carriage. He ordered one of his followers to hold the lanthorn, and then quietly took up his stand beside the open door. "Now, ladies, an you desire it," he said calmly, "you may continue your journey. Your coachman and your men are close here on the road, securely bound. Monsieur de Saint Genus is not far off. Straight up the road, you cannot miss him. We leave you free to loosen their bonds. To horse, my men!" he added in a loud commanding voice. "Le Bossu, hold my horse a moment. And you, ladies, I pray you accept my humble apologies that I do not stop to see you safely installed." As in a dream, Crystal heard the bustle incident on a number of men getting to horse. In the gloom she saw vague forms moving about hurriedly. She heard the champing of bits, the clatter of stirrup and bridle. The masked man was the last to move. After he had given the order to mount, he stood for nearly a minute by the carriage door, exactly facing Crystal, not 5 paces away. His companion had put the lanthorn down on the step, and by its light she could see him distinctly. A mysterious, masked figure who, with wanton infamy, had placed the satisfaction of his dishonesty and of his greed athwart the destiny of the King of France. Crystal knew that through the peepholes of his mask the man's eyes were fixed intently upon her, and the knowledge caused a blush of mortification and of shame to flood her cheeks and throat. At that moment she would gladly have given her life for the power to turn the tables upon that abominable rogue, to filch from him that precious treasure which she had hoped to deposit at the feet of the King for the ultimate success of his cause, and she would have given much for the power to tear off that concealing mask, so that for the rest of her life she might be able to visualize that face which she would always execrate. Something of what she felt and thought must have been apparent in her expressive eyes, for presently it seemed to her as if beneath the narrow curtain that concealed the lower part of the man's face there hovered the shadow of a smile. The next moment he had the audacity slightly to raise his hat and to make her a bow before he finally turned to go. Crystal had taken one step backward just then, whether because she was afraid that the man would try and approach her, or because of a mere sense of dignity, she could not herself have said. Certain it is that she did move back, and that in so doing her foot came in contact with an object lying on the ground. The shape and size of it were unmistakable. It was the pistol which the Comte must have dropped when first he stepped out of the carriage, and was seized upon by this band of thieves. Guided by that same strange and wonderful instinct which has so often caused women in times of war to turn against the assailants of their men or devastation of their homes, Crystal picked up the weapon without a moment's hesitation. She knew that it was loaded, and she knew how to use it. Even as the masked man moved away into the darkness, she fired in the direction whence his firm footsteps still sent their repeated echo. The short, sharp report died out in the still frosty air. Crystal vainly strained her ears to catch the sound of a fall or a groan, but in the confusion that ensued she could not distinguish any individual sound. She knew that Madame la Duchess and Jean had screamed. She heard a few loud curses, the clatter of bits and bridles, the snorting of horses, and presently the noise of several horses galloping away out in the direction of Chambéry. Then nothing more. Monsieur le Comte, as well as the coachman and postilions, were lying helpless and bound somewhere in the darkness. It took the three women some time to find them first, and then to release them. Crystal, with great presence of mind, had run to the horses' heads directly after she had fired that random shot. The poor frightened animals had reared and plunged, and had thereby succeeded in dragging the heavy carriage out of the ditch, after which they had stopped, rigid for a moment, and trembling, as horses will sometimes when they are terrified, before they start running away for dear life. That moment was Crystal's opportunity, and fortunately she took it at the right time, and in the right way. A hand on the leaders' bridles, a soothing voice, the absence of further alarming noises tended at once to quieten the team. A set of good, steady Normandy draft horses, with none too much corn in their bellies to heat their sluggish blood. While Crystal stood at her post, Madame la Duchess, cool and practical, found her way firstly to Monsieur le Comte, then to the coachman and postilions, and ordering Jean to help her, she succeeded in freeing the men from their bonds. Then, calling to one of them to precede her with a lanthorn, she started on the quest for Maurice de St. Genis. He was found, as that abominable thief had said, some 200 yards up the road, very securely bound, and with his own handkerchief tied round his mouth, but otherwise comfortably laid on a dry bit of roadside grass. Madame la Duchess would not reply to his questions, but after he was released and able to stand up, she made him give her a brief account of his adventure. It had all been so sudden and so quick. He had fallen back a little behind the carriage as soon as the night had set in, as he thought it safer to keep along the edge of the road. He was feeling tired and drowsy, and allowing his horse to amble along in the slow jog-trot peculiar to its race. No doubt his attention had for some time been on the wander, when all at once, in the darkness, someone seized hold of his horse by the bridle, and forced it back upon its haunches. The next moment Maurice felt himself grabbed by the leg, and dragged off his horse. He shouted for help, but the carriage was on ahead, and its own rattle prevented the shouts from being heard, after which he was bound and gagged, and summarily left to lie by the roadside. He had had no chance against the ruffians, as they were numerous, but they did not attempt to ill-use him in any way. Slowly hobbling towards the carriage beside Madame la Duchess, for he was cramped and stiff, Maurice told her all there was to tell. He had heard the distant scuffle, the shouts and calls, also one pistol shot at the end, but he had been rendered helpless even before the carriage had come to a halt in the ditch. It was Monsieur le Comte who, in his accustomed measured tones, now gave Maurice de St. Genis the details of this awful adventure. The ransacking of the carriage by the mysterious miscreant, the loss of the 25 millions, the complete shattering of all hope to help the king with this money in the hour of his need, and finally Crystal's desperate act of revenge, as she shot the pistol off into the darkness, hoping at least to disable the impudent rogue who had done them and the king such a fatal injury. St. Genis listened to it all with lips held tightly pressed together, firm determination causing every muscle in his body to grow taut and firm with the earnestness of his resolve. When Monsieur le Comte had finished speaking, and with a sigh of discouragement had suggested an immediate continuation of his journey, Maurice said resolutely, "Do you go on straightway to Lyons with the ladies, my dear Comte. but I shall not leave this neighbourhood till by some means or other I find those miscreants, and lay their infamous leader by the heel." "Well spoken, Maurice," said the Comte guardedly, "but how will you do it? It is late, and the night darker than ever." "You must spare me one of your horses, my dear Comte," replied the young man, "as mine apparently has been stolen by those abominable thieves, and I'll ride back to the nearest village. You remember we passed it not half an hour ago. I'll get lodgings there and get some information. In the meanwhile, perhaps you will see Monsieur le Comte d'Artois immediately, tell him all that has happened, and beg him to send me as early in the morning as possible a dozen cavalrymen or so to help me scour the country. I'll be on the lookout for them on this road by 6 o'clock, and please God, the day shall not go by before we have those infamous marauders by the heels. 25 millions, remember, are not dragged about open country quite so easily as those thieves imagine. They are bound to leave some trace of their whereabouts sometimes." He appeared so confident and so cheerful that some of his optimism infected Monsieur le Comte too. The latter promised to get an audience of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois that very evening, and of course the necessary cavalry patrol would at once be forthcoming. "God grant you success, Maurice," he added fervently, and the young man's energy and enthusiasm were also rewarded by a warm, glowing look from Crystal. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Monsieur le Comte's travelling coach was once more ready for departure. Pierre had been given his orders to make due haste for Lyons, and to drive a unicorn team of 3 horses instead of a regulation 4, whereupon he had muttered a string of oaths which would have caused a Paris wine-shop loafer to blush. One of the horses thereupon was detached from the team for Maurice's use, and made ready with one of the postilion's saddles. The other postillion had to climb up to the seat next to the coachman. All 3 men were feeling not a little shamed at the sorry role which they had just played, and they vowed revenge against the mysterious thieves who had sprung upon them unawares and in the dark, or, mordieu, they would have suffered severely for their impudence. In silence, Monsieur le Comte, Madame la Duchess, and Crystal, followed by faithful Jean, re-entered the carriage. No one had been hurt. Monsieur le Comte's arms felt a little stiff from the cords which had bound them behind his back, and Jean was inclined to be hysterical. But Crystal felt a fierce resentment burning in her heart. Somehow she had no hope that Maurice would succeed, even though she threw him at the last a kindly and encouraging smile. Her one hope was that she had inflicted a painful, if not a deadly wound, upon the shameless robber of the king's money. Soon the party was once more comfortably settled, and the cumbrous vehicle, after another violent lurch, was once more on its way. "Farewell, Maurice, good luck," called Monsieur le Comte at the last. The young man waited until the heavy carriage swung more easily upon its springs. Then he mounted his horse, turned its head in the opposite direction, and rode slowly back up the road. Inside the vehicle all was silent for a while. Then Monsieur le Comte asked quietly, "Did he find everything?" "Everything," replied Crystal. "I put in 5 wallets. Yes, he took them all. It is curious that they should have fallen on us just by that broken bridge. They were lying in wait for us, of course, knowing that we had the money, do you think?" asked the Comte. "Of course," replied Crystal, with still that note of bitter resentment in her voice. "But who, besides ourselves and the Prefet, began the Comte, who clearly was very puzzled. Victor de Marmont, for one, retorted the girl. Surely you don't suppose that he would play the role of a highwayman and— No, I don't, she broke in somewhat impatiently. He wouldn't have the pluck for one thing, and moreover the masked man was considerably taller than Victor. Well, then, it is only an idea, father dear, she said more gently, but somehow I cannot believe that this was just ordinary highway robbery. This road is supposed to be quite safe. Travellers are not warned against armed highwaymen, and marauders wouldn't be so well horsed and clothed. My belief is that it was a paid gang stationed at the broken bridge on purpose to rob us, and no one else. Maurice will soon be after them tomorrow, and I'll see Monsieur le Comte d'Artois directly we get to Lyons, said the Comte, after a slight pause, during which he was obviously pondering over his daughter's suggestion. It won't be any use, father, Crystal said with a sigh. The whole thing has been organized, I am sure, and the head that planned this abominable robbery will know how to place his booty in safety. Whereupon the Comte sighed, for he was too well bred to curse in the presence of his daughter and his sister. Madame la Duchess had said nothing all this while, nor did she offer any comment upon the mysterious occurrence all the time that the next stage of the wearisome journey proceeded. Less than an hour later, the coach came to a halt once more. Monsieur le Comte woke up with a start. "My God!" he exclaimed, "what is it now?" Crystal had not been asleep. Her thoughts were too busy, her brain too much tormented with trying to find some plausible answer to the riddle which agitated her. Who had planned this abominable robbery? Was it indeed Victor de Marmont himself, or had a greater, a mightier mind than his discovered the secret of this swift journey to Paris, and ordered the clever raid upon the treasure? The rumble of the wheels had, though she was awake, prevented her from hearing the rapid approach of a number of horses in the wake of the coach, until a peremptory "Halt, in the name of the Emperor," suddenly chased every other thought away. Like her father, she murmured, "My God, what is it now?" This time there was no mystery. There would be no puzzlement as to the meaning of this fresh attack. The air was full of those sounds that denote the presence of many horses and of many men. There was, too, the clinking of metal, the champing of steel bits, the brief words of command which proclaimed the men to be soldiers. They appeared to be all round the coach, for the noise of their presence came from everywhere at once. Already the Comte had put his head out of the window. "What is it now?" he asked again, more peremptorily this time. "In the name of the Emperor," was the loud reply. "We do not halt in the name of an usurper," said the Comte. "En avant, Pierre!" "You urge those horses on at your peril, coachman," was the defiant retort. A quick word of command was given. There was more clanking of metal, snorting of horses, loud curses from Pierre on the box, and the commanding voice spoke again. "Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai." "That is my name," replied the Comte. "And who is it, pray, who dares impede peaceful travellers on their way?" "By order of the Emperor," was the curt reply. "I know of no such person in France." "Vive l'Empereur!" was shouted defiantly in response. Whereupon Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai, proud, disdainful, and determined to show no fear or concern, withdrew from the window and threw himself back against the cushions of the carriage. "What in the Virgin's name is the meaning of this?" murmured Madame la Duchess. "God in heaven only knows," sighed the Comte. But obviously the coach had not been stopped by a troop of mounted soldiers for the mere purpose of proclaiming the Emperor's name on the highroad in the dark. The same commanding voice which had answered the Comte's challenge was giving rapid orders to dismount, and to bring along one of the carriage lanthorns. The next moment the door of the coach was opened from without, and the light of the lanthorn, held up by a man in uniform, fell full on the figure and on the profile of Victor de Marmont. "Monsieur le Comte, I regret," he said coldly. "In the name of the Emperor, I must demand from you the restitution of his property." The Comte shrugged his shoulders, and vouchsafed no reply. "Monsieur le Comte," said de Marmont, more peremptorily this time, "I have 24 men with me who will seize by force, if necessary, that which I herewith command you to give up voluntarily." Still no reply. Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai would think himself bemeaned were he to parley with a traitor. "As you will, Monsieur le Comte," was de Marmont's calm comment on the old man's attitude. "Sergeant," he commanded, "seize the 4 persons in this coach. 3 of them are women, so be as gentle as you can. Go round to the other door first." "Father," now urged Crystal gently, "do you think that this is wise or dignified?" "Wisely spoken, Mademoiselle Crystal," rejoined de Marmont. "Have I not said that I have 24 soldiers with me, all trained to do their duty? Why should Monsieur le Comte allow them to lay hands upon you and on Madame la Duchess?" "It is an outrage," broke in the Comte savagely. "You and your soldiers are traitors, rebels, and deserters." "But we are in superior numbers, Monsieur le Comte," said de Marmont with a sneer. "Would it not be wiser to yield with a good grace? Madame la Duchess," he added with an attempt at geniality, "yours was always the wise head, I am told, that guided the affairs of Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai in the past. Will you not advise him now?" "I would, my good man," retorted the Duchess, "but my wise counsels would benefit no one now, seeing that you have been sent on a fool's errand." De Marmont laughed. "Does Madame la Duchess mean to deny that 25 million francs belonging to the Emperor are hidden at this moment inside this coach?" "I deny, Monsieur de Marmont, that any 25 million francs belong to the son of an impecunious Corsican attorney, and I also deny that any 25 million francs are in this coach at the present moment." "That is exactly what I desire to ascertain, madame." "Ascertain by all means, then," quoth Madame impatiently. "The other thief ascertained the same thing an hour ago, and I must confess that he did so more profitably than you are like to do." "The other thief?" exclaimed de Marmont, greatly puzzled. "It is as Madame la Duchess has deigned to tell you," here interposed the Comte coolly. "I have no objection to your knowing that I had intended to convey to His Majesty the King, its rightful owner, a sum of money originally stolen by the Corsican usurper from France, but that an hour ago a party of armed thieves, just like yourself, attacked us, bound and gagged me and my men, ransacked my coach, and made off with the booty." "And I thank God now," murmured Crystal involuntarily, "that the money has fallen into the hands of a common highwayman, rather than in those of the scourge of mankind." "Monsieur le Comte," stammered de Marmont, who, still incredulous, yet vaguely alarmed, was nevertheless determined not to accept this extraordinary narrative with blind confidence. But Monsieur le Comte de Cambray's dignity rose at last to the occasion. "You choose to disbelieve me, monsieur? he asked quietly. De Marmont made no reply. Will my word of honour not suffice? My orders, Monsieur le Comte, said de Marmont gruffly, are that I bring back to my Emperor the money that is his. I will not leave one stone unturned. Enough, Monsieur, broke in the Comte with calm dignity. We will alight now, if your soldiers will stand aside. And for the second time on this eventful night, Madame la Duchesse d'Agen and Mademoiselle Crystal de Cambray, together with faithful Jean, were forced to alight from the coach, and to stand by while the cushions of the carriage were being turned over by the light of a flickering lanthorn, and every corner of the interior ransacked for the elusive treasure. There is nothing here, mon colonel, said a gruff voice out of the darkness. After a while, a loud curse broke from de Marmont's lips. You are satisfied? asked the Comte coldly, that I have told you the truth. Search the luggage in the boot, cried de Marmont savagely, without heeding him. Search the men on the box. Bring more light here. That money is somewhere in this coach, I'll swear. If I do not find it, I'll take every one here back a prisoner to Grenoble. Or, he paused, himself ashamed of what he had been about to say, or you will order your soldiers to lay hands upon our persons. Is that it, Monsieur de Marmont? Broke in Crystal coldly. He made no reply, for of a truth that had been his thought. Foiled in his hope of rendering his beloved Emperor so signal a service, he had lost all sense of chivalry in this overwhelming feeling of baffled rage. Crystal's cold challenge recalled him to himself, and now he felt ashamed of what he had just contemplated, ashamed too of what he had done. He hated the Comte. He hated all royalists and all enemies of the Emperor, but he hated the Comte doubly because of the insults which he, de Marmont, had had to endure that evening at Brestolo. He had looked upon this expedition as a means of vengeance for those insults, a means, too, of showing his power and his worth before Crystal, and of winning her through that power which the Emperor had given him, and through that worth which the Emperor had recognized. But though he hated the Comte, he knew him to be absolutely incapable of telling a deliberate lie, and absolutely incapable of bartering his word of honour for the sake of his own safety. Crystal's words brought this knowledge back to his mind, and now the desire seized him to prove himself as chivalrous as he was powerful. He was one of those men who are so absolutely ignorant of a woman's nature that they believe that a woman's love can be won by deeds as apart from personality, and that a woman's dislike and contempt can be changed into love. He loved Crystal more absolutely now than he had ever done in the days when he was practically her accepted suitor. His unbridled and capricious nature clung desperately to that which he could not hold, and since he had felt that evening at Brestolo that his political convictions had placed an insuperable barrier between himself and Crystal de Cambray, he felt that no woman on earth could ever be quite so desirable. His mistake lay in this, that he believed that it was his political convictions alone which had turned Crystal away from him. He felt that he could have won her love through her submission once she was his wife. Now he found that he would have to win her love first, and her wifely submission would only follow afterwards. Just now, though in the gloom he could only see the vague outline of her graceful form, and only heard her voice as through a veil of darkness, he had the longing to prove himself at once worthy of her regard and deserving of her gratitude. Without replying to her direct challenge, he made a vigorous effort to curb his rage and to master his disappointment. Then he gave a few brief commands to his sergeant, ordering him to repair the disorder inside the coach and to stop all further searching, both of the vehicle and of the men. Finally, he said with calm dignity, "Monsieur le Comte, I must offer you my humble apologies for the inconvenience to which you have been subjected. I humbly beg Madame la Duchess and Mademoiselle Crystal to accept these expressions of my profound regret. A soldier's life and a soldier's duty must be my excuse for the part I was forced to take in this untoward happening. Madame la Duchess, I pray you deign to re-enter your carriage. Monsieur le Comte, if there is aught I can do for you, I pray you command me." Neither the Duchess nor the Comte, however, deigned to take the slightest notice of the abominable traitor and of his long tirade. Madame was shivering with cold and yawning with fatigue, and in her heart consigned the young brute to everlasting torments. The Comte would have thought it beneath his dignity to accept any explanation from a follower of the Corsican usurper. Without a word, he was now helping his sister into the carriage. Jean, of course, hardly counted. She was dazed into semi-imbecility by the renewed terrors she had just gone through. For the moment, Victor felt that Crystal was isolated from the others. She stood a little to one side. He could only just see her, as the sergeant was holding up the lanthorn for Madame la Duchess to see her way into the coach. Monsieur le Comte went on to give a few directions to the coachman. "Mademoiselle Crystal," murmured Victor softly, and he made a step forward so that now she could not move toward the carriage without brushing against him. But she made no reply. "Mademoiselle Crystal," he said again, "have you not one single kind word for me?" "A kind word!" she retorted almost involuntarily, after such an outrage. "I am a soldier," he urged, "and had to do my duty. You were a soldier once, Monsieur de Marmont, a soldier of the King. Now you are only a deserter." "A soldier of the Emperor, mademoiselle, of the man who led France to victory and to glory, and will do so again, now that he has come back into his own once more." "You and I, Monsieur de Marmont," she said coldly, "look at France from different points of view. This is neither the hour nor the place to discuss our respective sentiments. I pray you, allow me to join my aunt in the carriage. I am cold and tired, and she will be anxious for me. Will you at least give me one word of encouragement, mademoiselle?" he urged. "As you say, our points of view are very different, but I am on the high road to fortune. The Emperor is back in France. The army flocks to his eagles as one man. He trusts me, and I shall rise to greatness under his wing. Mademoiselle Crystal, you promised me your hand. I have not released you from that promise yet. I will come and claim it soon." "Excitement seems to have turned your brain, Monsieur de Marmont," was all that Crystal said, and she walked straight past him to the carriage door. Victor smothered a curse. These aristos were as arrogant as ever. What lesson had the Revolution and the guillotine taught them? None. This girl who had spent her whole life in poverty and exile, and was like, after a brief interregnum, to return to exile and poverty again, was not a whit less proud than her kindred had been when they walked in their hundreds up the steps of the guillotine with a smile of lofty disdain upon their lips. Victor de Marmont was a son of the people, of those who had made the revolution and had fought the whole of Europe in order to establish their right to govern themselves as they thought best, and he hated all these aristos. The men who had fled from their country and abandoned it when she needed her son's help more than she had ever done before. The aristocrat was for him synonymous with the émigré, with the man who had raised a foreign army to fight against France, who had brought the foreigner marching triumphantly into Paris. He hated the aristocrat, but he loved Crystal, the one desirable product of that old regime system which he abhorred. But with him a woman's love meant a woman's submission. He was more determined than ever now to win her, but he wanted to win her through her humiliation and his triumph. Excitement had turned his brain. Well, so be it. Fear and oppression would turn her heart and crush her pride. He made no further attempt to detain her. He had asked for a kind word, and she had given him withering scorn. Excitement had turned his brain. He was not even worthy of parley, not even worthy of a formal refusal. To his credit, be it said that the thought of immediate revenge did not enter his mind then. He might have subjected her then and there to deadly outrage. He might have had her personal effects searched, her person touched by the rough hands of his soldiers. But though his estimate of a woman's love was a low one, it was not so base as to imagine that Crystal de Cambray would ever forgive so dastardly an insult. As she walked past him to the door, however, he said under his breath, "Remember, mademoiselle, that you and your family at this moment are absolutely in my power, and that it is only because of my regard for you that I let you all now depart from here in peace." Whether she heard or not, he could not say. Certain it is that she made no reply, nor did she turn toward him at all. The light of the lanthorn lit up her delicate profile, pale and drawn, her tightly pressed lips, the look of utter contempt in her eyes, which even the fitful shadow cast by her hair over her brows could not altogether conceal. The Comte had given what instructions he wished to Pierre. He stood by the carriage door waiting for his daughter. No doubt he had heard what went on between her and de Marmont, and was content to leave her to deal what scorn was necessary for the humiliation of the traitor. He helped Crystal into the carriage, and also the unfortunate Jean. Finally he too followed, and pulled the door to behind him. Victor did not wait to see the coach make a start. He gave the order to remount. "How far are we from St. Priest?" he asked. "Not 8 kilometers, mon colonel," was the reply. "En avant, then. Ventre à terre," he commanded, as he swung himself into the saddle. The great high road between Grenoble and Lyons is very wide, and Pierre had no need to draw his horses to one side, as de Marmont and his troop, after much scrambling, champing of bits, and clanking of metal, rode at a sharp trot past the coach and him. For some few moments the sound of the horses' hoofs on the hard road kept the echoes of the night busy with their resonance, but soon that sound grew fainter and fainter still. After 5 minutes it died away altogether. Monsieur de Comte put his head out of the window. "Eh bien, Pierre," he called, "why don't we start?" The postilion cracked his whip. Pierre shouted to his horses. The heavy coach groaned and creaked, and was once more on its way. In the interior no one spoke. Jean's terror had melted in a silent flow of tears. Lyons was reached shortly before midnight. Monsieur le Comte's carriage had some difficulty in entering the town, as by orders of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois it had already been placed in a state of defence against the possible advance of the band of pirates from Corsica. The bridge of La Guillotière had been strongly barricaded, and it took Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai some little time to establish his identity before the officer in command of the post allowed him to proceed on his way. The town was fairly full, owing to the presence of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, who had taken up his quarters at the archiepiscopal palace, and of his staff, who were scattered in various houses about the town. Nevertheless, Monsieur le Comte and his family were fortunate enough in obtaining comfortable accommodation at the Hotel Bourbon. The party was very tired, and after a light supper retired to bed, but not before Monsieur le Comte de Cambrai had sent a special autographed message to Monseigneur le Comte d'Artois, explaining to him under what tragic circumstances the sum of 25 million francs, destined to reach His Majesty the King, had fallen into a common highwayman's hands, and begging that a posse of cavalry be sent out on the road after the marauders, and be placed under the orders of Monsieur le Marquis de Saint Genis, who would be on the lookout for their arrival. He begged that the posse should consist of not less than 30 men, seeing that some armed followers of the Corsican brigand were also somewhere on the way. End of chapter 4, part 2.